Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Harem story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. It really helps the channel grow. Now, sit back, relax, and let's jump into the story. Kaken, please, stop hurting him. So thought a green-haired boy, standing protectively in front of a child who lay injured on the ground. He trembled in fear of the boy he was addressing, his green eyes reflecting the same emotion, yet he stood firm to shield the child from the bullies. He shouted vehemently, insisting that using one's quirk to harm others for enjoyment was wrong. "What's this, death?" The ash-blonde boy with red eyes replied, an arrogant laugh escaping his lips as he grinned maliciously. "I can do whatever I want, and you're beneath me, so you don't get to tell me what to do." His hands emitted smoke, crackling with small explosions to emphasize his words. Midoriya Izuku, the green-haired boy, looked on in fear and disbelief at Bakugo Katsuki. Once best friends, their relationship had soured since Katsuki manifested his quirk, transforming him into an arrogant bully who looked down on those with weak quirks or, worse, no quirk at all. He reveled in this newfound superiority. Though Izuku had yet to manifest his own quirk, he refused to tolerate such behavior. He despised the abuse of power and the tormenting of the weak. A fan of pro-heroes and their philosophy, he believed that quirks should be used to help others and improve the future. That was why he chose to defend the helpless child, even though he felt powerless himself. Despite knowing he stood no chance against Katsuki in a direct confrontation, he would not allow anyone else to suffer at his hands, even if it meant facing dire consequences. He had heard his heroes speak of bravery, and he sought to embody that spirit. "You are worthless," a chubby boy with red wings yelled. "He's quirkless, but it's still the same thing." Another boy with an unusually long left hand shouted. "That may be true," Izuku replied, tears streaming down his face as he clenched his teeth, yet he held his ground defiantly. "But since you are using your quirks to bully others, you don't deserve to have them." The three boys glared at him, especially Katsuki, whose anger intensified with each word Izuku spoke. "Guess you need to know your place then, death?" he shouted before charging at Izuku, followed closely by the other two boys. Izuku braced himself, aware that he was about to be attacked. As he raised his arms in defense, he closed his eyes tightly, only to realize that his arms were glowing with a light green light. Suddenly, a large barrier formed around him and the boy he was protecting. When Katsuki's fist made contact, the barrier flared, pushing back and sending the blonde flying into his accomplices. The boy Izuku defended looked on in shock and admiration, mirroring the awe he felt when witnessing heroes in action. Katsuki's two companions lay on the ground, trembling and staring in fear after being tossed aside by the quirk Izuku had just manifested. Katsuki himself appeared astonished by the unexpected turn of events. As Izuku slowly opened his eyes, he gazed at the green barrier surrounding him, realizing that things had finally changed for him. 10 years later, that was when I was 4, and things were starting to look up for me, Izuku thought as he ran along the sidewalks. That was my first and only setback. The reason Izuku was running was ahead of him at Tetsuin Station, where a rough, beastly-looking man with the head of a horse was rampaging through everything in sight. "That's a huge villain, too," Izuku remarked mentally as he observed from the crowd. The world had transformed 2 centuries ago when a child born in Qingqing City, China, exhibited a unique ability, the power to glow. Known as the luminescent baby, this child was the first person in the world to possess a superhuman ability, but not the last. Over time, more individuals across the globe began to demonstrate what was once considered fiction, superhuman powers that would eventually be known as quirks. As the number of people with quirks increased, so did those who misused their abilities for evil purposes. In response, many chose to pursue heroism as a profession, like those now arriving to confront the horse-headed villain. The villain wreaked havoc, breaking a high-voltage tower, and a piece of it plummeted towards the ground. However, a very tall, muscular man with wide shoulders, adorned in a yellow and black striped caution-patterned headband and gauntlets, caught it effortlessly. Izuku quickly recognized him as Death Arms, the punching hero. Another hero, resembling a firefighter, arrived on the scene and began spraying streams of water to keep the crowd at a safe distance from the chaos. This was Backdraft, the rescue specialist. Eager to witness more of the action, Izuku navigated through the crowd of civilians, careful not to bump into anyone. Suddenly, a figure leaped over the crowd, eliciting squeals from a small group of girls. It was Kamui Woods, the tree hero. He jumped onto the train bridge and engaged the giant villain, using his branch-like arms to strike repeatedly. Izuku watched with fascination as Kamui showcased impressive acrobatic skills during the battle, marveling at the rising star in action. A nearby man, sporting star-shaped marks on his head, expressed his excitement, urging Kamui to deliver a spectacular move. In response, Kamui expanded his branch-like limbs and ensnared the villain, prompting cheers from the onlookers. With a powerful move, he called out his technique, and just then, a giant blonde woman entered the fray, delivering a decisive kick that sent the villain crashing to the ground, rendering him unconscious. The crowd gasped in surprise at the sudden turn of events. Introducing herself with flair, the woman declared her name as Lady, making a memorable entrance with her striking pose and confident demeanor. Many in the crowd were captivated by her presence. Izuku, however, sighed in annoyance at her showboating but took out his notebook, number 14 in his collection of hero data, and began jotting down notes on Lady's abilities and potential quirk. Noticing Izuku's focus, the star-headed man commented on his note-taking, recognizing his ambition to become a hero. Izuku responded with enthusiasm, affirming his determination. Later that day at Aldra Junior High, the teacher addressed the class, encouraging them to think about their futures while holding up a stack of papers. The teacher asked them to submit their career documents, noting that many of them aspired to become heroes. The class erupted in cheers as they showcased their quirks. Izuku, seated at his desk, raised his energy-coated hand, which shimmered in a yellow-green hue. Over the years, Izuku had transformed from the nervous child he once was. Though still polite and kind, he now exuded confidence without arrogance, ready to assist anyone in need. As the top student in his middle school, his powerful quirk bolstered his self-assurance. The teacher acknowledged their excitement, reminding them that they couldn't use their quirks in public until they obtained their hero licenses. One student scoffed, prompting Izuku to roll his eyes, recognizing the voice. Bakugo Katsuki, with his trademark arrogance, declared that he didn't belong in the same class as those he deemed extras. Izuku was well aware of Bakugo's disdain for anyone he considered weak. Despite Bakugo's taunts, Izuku continued to focus on his notebook. After a decade, Bakugo remained as arrogant and confrontational as ever, and Izuku had grown weary of his attitude. While he didn't harbor hatred towards Bakugo, he certainly didn't like him, especially after their childhood experiences. Izuku thought to himself that Bakugo never changed, while the rest of the class shot glares in Bakugo's direction. The teacher, eager to engage Bakugo, mentioned hearing about his plans to apply to high school. Izuku paused his writing and shifted his focus to his former friend, who was displaying an air of smugness. One of the classmates quietly remarked that high school was the best institution for aspiring heroes. Another added that it required an average score of 80 or more just to apply this year. The mention of the entrance examination, known for its difficulty, caused the atmosphere to shift. Instead of glaring, some students looked down in sadness, while others appeared anxious about the challenge ahead. Katsuki smirked at the reaction of his peers, relishing their apprehension. He confidently declared that he would excel in the entrance exam, jumping onto his desk to emphasize his point. He proclaimed that he would surpass All Might and become the greatest hero the world had ever seen, ensuring that his name would be remembered among the best heroes in history. Izuku chose to ignore Katsuki's bravado and returned to his journal, focusing on his own thoughts. The teacher then noted that Midoriya intended to apply for high school as well, drawing the attention of the entire class. Izuku looked up after hearing his name mentioned, and most of his classmates nodded in agreement. They believed he was definitely someone who could easily get into Unlike Katsuki, Izuku had earned the respect and admiration of others in the class, thanks to his willingness to help those who asked for it and his encouragement for everyone to keep pushing forward to improve. Naturally, this did not sit well with a certain individual. Katsuki bellowed Izuku's nickname before charging toward his desk. Izuku anticipated Katsuki's intention to use his explosive quirk, so he quickly kicked his desk forward. Katsuki stumbled over the sudden obstacle while Izuku sidestepped to his right, grabbing and firmly holding Katsuki's wrist to keep him in place. Katsuki's expression shifted to one of discomfort as he felt his strength wane. Izuku glared at him, reminding him that they weren't allowed to use their quirks in the classroom, and pushed him away. Katsuki gripped his wrist tightly, determination returning as he felt his strength gradually come back. Ever since Izuku had manifested his quirk, he had become a formidable presence in their class. Received more praise than Katsuki, and more people clearly preferred the former over the latter, as Izuku was much more approachable than Katsuki. This only fueled Katsuki's anger, hatred, and jealousy for his former friend. Ever since, he had tried his best to surpass Izuku, often to no avail. The explosive boy yelled, questioning how Izuku could think he was in the same league as him. Izuku sighed and met Katsuki's gaze, stating that his application for UA was none of Katsuki's concern, nor was Katsuki's opinion of him. Izuku noticed the growing anger in Katsuki, evident by the vein in his forehead and the smoke beginning to rise from his hands. Katsuki demanded to know what Izuku meant, to which Izuku replied that Katsuki should not try to intimidate others out of fear that they might surpass him. He pointed out that Katsuki was blinded by pride and ego, unable to accept that someone could possess a more powerful quirk. Katsuki growled angrily at the remark. Before Izuku could respond further, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. He packed his things while noticing that the other students were pressed against the walls, and the teacher was hiding behind his desk, clearly anticipating a confrontation. Izuku shrugged and walked toward the door, dismissing the situation with a simple remark to mind his own business before stepping outside, ignoring Katsuki's loud outburst. He acknowledged that his journey to becoming the symbol of peace had just become a bit more challenging and intriguing, especially with his enrollment at UA. In the shopping district, a voice called out for help as a pile of gooey slime with egg-like eyes and sharp teeth slinked away, carrying stolen goods. The slime-like thief laughed, taunting those who tried to catch him. People expressed their concern, wondering if anyone would come to their aid. Suddenly, a loud, heroic voice declared that there was no need to fear, for help was on the way. Everyone turned toward the source of the voice, their eyes widening in surprise. Izuku was the last student to leave the classroom, packing his belongings as he contemplated his plans for the afternoon. The entrance exams were 10 months away, and he felt the need to train more with his quirk and refine his martial arts skills. He also wanted to catch up on his favorite show, Kamen Rider game. As he exited the building, his thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice filled with anger. Katsuki approached him, flanked by his usual companions. He had a score to settle. Katsuki declared that he intended to be the only student from their junior middle school to make it into UA, and warned Izuku not to apply. Unfazed by the usual confrontation, Izuku simply replied that he had no intention of doing so and sped away, leaving Katsuki fuming behind him. Once he felt he was a safe distance away, Izuku slowed down and reflected on how much had changed between them since that pivotal moment in their childhood. Izuku had been a fan of tokusatsu since he was 3 years old, adoring everything from Godzilla to Kamen Rider. However, his greatest admiration was reserved for a particular pro-hero, All Might. He vividly remembered the first video his mother had shown him, where All Might heroically rescued people from a collapsed building, always wearing that iconic smile. Inspired, Izuku had made it his mission to become a hero like him. The turning point in his life came when he discovered his own quirk while defending a classmate from bullying. His mother, Inko, had taken him to the doctor who had previously told them he was quirkless. The doctor was astonished to see Izuku's quirk manifesting, a dark green glow enveloping his hand. Inko watched in awe, her heart swelling with hope. After feeling crushed by the thought that her son could never achieve his dream, she now saw a glimmer of possibility. Curious about the delay in Izuku's quirk manifestation, she asked the doctor for clarification. He explained that most quirks appear around the age of 4, but Izuku's had shown up later than usual. He pointed out that the development of a joint in Izuku's pinky toe was a key factor in quirk manifestation. Turning to her son, Inko asked how he had discovered his quirk. Izuku hesitated before recounting the incident where he had defended a quirkless classmate from Katsuki and his friends. As he raised his arms to shield himself, his quirk activated, creating a protective barrier that pushed Katsuki and the others away. Inko gasped, covering her mouth in shock, while the doctor raised an eyebrow at the revelation. He noted the change in the color of Izuku's quirk, intrigued by the details of its manifestation. Izuku asked what was happening, curious about the conversation. The response came with a hint of excitement, suggesting that his quirk might possess various aspects, each with its own unique ability. This revelation was extraordinary. It indicated that Izuku had a truly unique quirk, one that could define him as a hero. Izuku felt a smile spread across his face at the encouraging words. Later that night, while watching his favorite All Might video on the computer, Inko entered the room. Although Izuku didn't turn to face her, he sensed her presence. Inko's tone was a mix of sternness and concern as she addressed him. She had noticed something was off and had pieced together the truth about his struggles. The seriousness in her voice made it clear that he should be honest with her, especially now that he had a quirk and the potential to be a hero. He hesitated, admitting that he hadn't wanted to worry her or get Katsuki in trouble. Despite everything that had happened since Katsuki had gained his quirk, Izuku still cherished their past memories. Seeing the sadness in her son, Inko approached him gently, turning his chair so he could face her. She spoke about the importance of standing up to those who should be friends, emphasizing that Katsuki needed to understand the consequences of his actions. It was crucial for him to learn that his behavior was wrong. Izuku looked up at her, recognizing the sincerity in her gaze. He understood that she was right and felt reassured by her words. Inko resolved to have a serious conversation with Mitsuki about the situation and decided to shift the topic. With a smile, she asked if he was happy about the confirmation of his quirk and if he felt closer to achieving his dream. Izuku questioned whether his quirk was powerful enough to make him a hero. Inko confidently affirmed that he had what it took to protect anyone in danger, even someone like Katsuki. She encouraged him to never doubt himself and to carry himself with confidence, showing the world the hero he was meant to be. She recalled a similar conversation they had months ago, where her answer had been different. This time, she smiled and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Izuku returned her smile, tears glistening in his eyes. Determined, he declared that he would be a hero dedicated to peace and justice, vowing to achieve his goal no matter the obstacles. Inko embraced him, filled with pride and encouragement. With her support, Izuku found the confidence and courage he needed to become a hero who would strive to change the world for the better. After some contemplation, Izuku decided to name his quirk Superpower, inspired by the old comics he loved. Over the next 10 years, he trained diligently to master the 3 aspects of superpower, which he named Attack, Block, and Help. Each aspect had its own distinct color and function. To complement his quirk, he also trained in martial arts, ensuring he wouldn't become overly reliant on his abilities. During this time, Inko experienced a significant change in her life. She chose to divorce Hisashi, her husband, after years of feeling neglected due to his frequent jobs abroad. The decision was mutual, and both she and Izuku felt a sense of relief rather than sadness about his departure. One day, as Izuku walked through a tunnel, he clenched his hand in determination. He was resolute in his goal to enter UA, confident that nothing could stop him. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted when a sewer lid shifted, releasing a foul odor that made his eyes water. He turned to investigate the source and was startled to see a green sludge emerging from the sewer, complete with yellow eyes and sharp teeth. The sludge spoke in a disgusting tone, revealing that it had managed to avoid detection. Izuku attempted to slip away, but the creature noticed him, its toothy grin widening with malicious intent. It lunged forward, attempting to ensnare him with its tentacles. Quickly, Izuku dodged the first attack and activated Block, summoning a light green barrier that shielded him from the incoming tentacles. Izuku analyzed the villain before him, recognizing him from the news. He knew he couldn't just keep defending himself. Eventually, he would run out of energy. He needed to strike back. If he could hold the villain off until a pro-hero arrived, perhaps he could be saved. But how long could he manage that? The villain was clearly frustrated, unable to penetrate the barrier Izuku had created. He despised when his victims fought back. The villain taunted Izuku, promising that it wouldn't hurt much if he surrendered. That was when Izuku decided to change his approach. The barrier flashed brightly, temporarily blinding the sludge villain before a dark green energy wave knocked him back. Seizing the moment, Izuku dissipated the barrier and summoned dark green energy over his arms, preparing for another attack. Suddenly, a loud voice echoed through the tunnel, announcing the arrival of a hero. The sewer lid flew off, and a large man with a muscular physique and short, swept-back blonde hair leaped into the scene. Izuku was in awe, recognizing his favorite pro-hero, All Might. His excitement surged as he raised his clenched hands in joy. The sludge villain, filled with hatred, turned his attention to All Might and launched a more aggressive attack, sending powerful tentacles toward him. However, All Might effortlessly dodged the attacks and charged at the villain, pulling back his fist. Izuku anticipated what was coming and quickly created an energy barrier to shield himself. With a powerful shout, All Might unleashed his fist, generating a tremendous wind pressure that sent the sludge villain splattering against the tunnel walls. As Izuku processed the shock of being saved by his hero, All Might picked up an empty bottle and collected the remnants of the villain, ensuring to capture every part. All Might then turned to Izuku, asking if he was all right. Realizing the hero was speaking to him, Izuku dispersed the barrier and looked up to see All Might's iconic grin. He responded enthusiastically, expressing his gratitude for All Might's timely arrival. All Might laughed, his joy infectious, and Izuku's grin widened even more. All Might expressed his relief that Izuku was safe and praised him for his unique quirk, encouraging him to keep practicing. Izuku's eyes widened in disbelief at the hero's words. He could hardly contain his excitement and asked if All Might could sign his notebook. With a smile, All Might agreed and wrote his signature across the pages Izuku had saved for this moment. As All Might prepared to leave, he assured Izuku he was glad he was okay and took off into the air, leaving Izuku in awe. Unbeknownst to All Might, the bottle containing the sludge had not been secured properly and flew out of his pocket, shattering on a rooftop as he soared away. Izuku felt an unshakable smile on his face, convinced that today was the best day of his life. Not only had he met All Might, but the hero had also told him he could become a great hero one day and even given him an autograph. With renewed energy, he decided to watch Kamen Rider game, running home with excitement and using his quirk to boost his speed. Meanwhile, Katsuki, filled with anger, cursed Izuku for running away, vowing to confront him the next time they crossed paths. Katsuki was in a heated state, his frustration boiling over as he glared at his friends. One of them, leaning against a wall with a cigarette in hand, suggested that Katsuki might be overreacting. The other chimed in, cautioning him against picking fights with Midoriya, noting the boy's powerful quirk. Katsuki dismissed their concerns with a fierce shout, insisting that Midoriya's abilities were nowhere near his own. In a fit of anger, he kicked several bottles away, his irritation growing as he demanded his friends stop smoking around him. Suddenly, a commotion caught his attention. He turned just in time to see a mass of sludge descending upon him. The villain, reveling in the chaos, laughed menacingly, claiming to have found a body with a powerful quirk. Meanwhile, a few blocks away, Yagi Tashinori, known as All Might, leaned against a railing, taking a moment to recover. His slender frame and sharp features were a stark contrast to his heroic persona. He was preoccupied with thoughts of finding a successor, which had distracted him enough to let a third-rate villain slip by. Just then, a loud explosion echoed in the distance, jolting him from his thoughts. He instinctively checked his pockets and realized the bottle containing the sludge villain had fallen during his earlier jump. Panic surged through him as he muttered to himself, fearing the worst. Izuku was on his way home, humming happily when an explosion shook the air around him. Sensing the seriousness of the situation, he began searching for the source of the noise. As more explosions followed, he ran toward the sounds, eventually finding a large crowd gathered to watch the unfolding chaos. To his shock, he spotted the sludge villain he had fought earlier, now rampaging through the area. A group of heroes stood by, seemingly more focused on managing the crowd and assessing the damage than confronting the threat. Izuku felt a knot of confusion and frustration as he learned that the villain had taken a schoolboy hostage, using his quirk to wreak havoc while the heroes hesitated to act for fear of harming the child. Looking closer, Izuku's heart sank as he recognized the hostage, Katsuki. Katsuki's eyes were filled with despair, silently pleading for help. Izuku glanced back at the heroes, noting their inaction. Death Arms was busy lifting rubble to assist trapped civilians, while Kamui Woods appeared hesitant to approach due to the danger. Neither Backdraft nor MT Lady seemed ready to intervene. In that moment, Izuku made a decision that would change everything. Ignoring the crowd's attempts to hold him back, he sprinted toward the sludge villain. Toshinori arrived at the scene just in time to witness the devastation caused by the villain. His heart raced as he spotted the boy from earlier charging toward the danger, disregarding the warnings from both the crowd and the heroes. Izuku called out to Katsuki as he dodged flames and debris, his determination unwavering. Katsuki's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Izuku running toward him, concern etched on his face. Unfortunately, this drew the attention of the sludge villain, who recognized Izuku and began to transform one of his tentacles into a glowing fist. But Izuku pressed on, channeling his dark green energy to form a sword arm, surprising onlookers with his bravery. He leaped into the air, the sword glowing brightly as he prepared to confront the villain. With defiance in his heart, Izuku declared that he wouldn't let the villain harm Katsuki any further. He slashed the air, unleashing a sword beam that struck the sludge villain directly in the face, causing it to recoil in pain. A second slice with the sword opened the sludge villain by its midsection, allowing Katsuki to take a much-needed breath while Izuku grabbed him by his clothes. Katsuki glared at him, frustration evident in his eyes. Katsuki questioned why Izuku was doing this, his voice strained from coughing. Izuku, determined, urged Katsuki to be quiet for a moment. He focused his yellow-green energy to weaken the sludge's grip on Katsuki before unleashing dark energy through his legs, propelling both of them backward and inadvertently injuring the sludge villain further. A light green barrier cushioned their impact against the ground. As Katsuki lay on the ground, struggling to regain his breath, he growled at Izuku again. Now that his former friend was safe, Izuku turned his attention to the sludge villain, who, after recovering from the attacks, charged at him. Despite his disdain for Katsuki, Izuku declared his intention to be a hero. He gathered dark green energy in his arms, which began to glow. He explained that it was a hero's duty to protect those who could not defend themselves, and he sensed Katsuki needed help. With determination, Izuku walked fearlessly toward the charging villain, preparing his attack. Unbeknownst to him, Toshinori watched with a smile, impressed by Izuku's bravery in saving the hostage and now confronting the villain. Suddenly, Izuku stopped and crossed his arms, forming a plus sign. He unleashed his energy in a powerful beam directed at the villain, creating a blinding light that forced everyone to shield their eyes. When the light faded, they found the villain unconscious, most of its sludge disintegrated, leaving no trace behind, while Izuku stood firm at the spot he had fired from. The civilian crowd erupted in cheers for Izuku, who remained in place, catching his breath from the effort. Toshinori realized he had found the answer to his dilemma right there. As the unconscious villain was apprehended and taken away, paramedics checked on Katsuki, who was recovering from the ordeal. Izuku now faced a new challenge as Backdraft approached him, accompanied by other heroes. Backdraft expressed a longing to speak with Izuku, who felt a mix of excitement and apprehension at the sight of 4 heroes addressing him. Backdraft acknowledged Izuku's longing to help but emphasized the danger of his actions, warning that he could have been seriously hurt. Izuku admitted that his actions were reckless and offered an apology. Any lady interjected, suggesting that Izuku should have left the situation to the heroes. Izuku's initial excitement turned to irritation as he felt offended by her comment. He retorted, pointing out that while he risked his life to help Katsuki, she had done nothing. He reminded her that she could have brought backup, helped extinguish fires, or even confronted the sludge villain directly. He recalled her earlier actions that had left a poor impression on him, asserting that being a hero was about helping others, not seeking fame. Empty Lady cringed, realizing Izuku was right. Izuku then turned to Backdraft, criticizing him for not taking action when he had the chance. He pointed out that waiting patiently could sometimes cause more harm than good, urging them to remember the true essence of being a hero. Backdraft nodded and offered an apology. Izuku looked at Death Arms and Kamui Woods, noting the former's irritation. He acknowledged that Death Arms had been busy saving civilians and that Kamui deserved some leniency due to the fire. However, he suggested that next time, they should take action rather than wait for a miracle. The two heroes nodded, and Death Arms' expression softened. He recognized the truth in Izuku's words and cautioned him not to take such risks again until he was licensed. He emphasized that Izuku was fortunate the police were willing to overlook this incident. Izuku nodded and left the four heroes to their duties, feeling their curiosity about him. All Might seized the opportunity and dashed away. As the sun began to set, Izuku finally made his way home, feeling a bit drained after using what he considered his super move and processing the day's events. Suddenly, Katsuki called out to him, interrupting his thoughts. He declared that he owed Izuku nothing, insisting he never asked for help and that he was perfectly fine on his own. He boasted about his quirk being stronger than Izuku's and warned him not to look down on him. Izuku responded with sarcasm, feeling relieved that he wouldn't have to deal with Katsuki's attitude for the rest of the day. Just then, All Might landed beside him, startling Izuku out of his thoughts. All Might wanted to speak with him, and Izuku's surprise was evident. He couldn't believe that the hero actually wanted to talk to him. All Might explained that he had noticed the sludge villain escaping and had been too late to stop it. However, he had seen Izuku confront the villain to save another boy, despite their complicated history. Izuku's quick decision to help, even for someone he disliked, impressed All Might. Izuku expressed that he couldn't stand by and watch someone get hurt, no matter the circumstances, and he would do it again without hesitation. All Might praised Izuku's mindset, declaring that it demonstrated the true ideals of a hero. He believed Izuku was worthy of inheriting his quirk and becoming the next symbol of peace, the next torchbearer of one for all. Izuku was taken aback, struggling to comprehend All Might's words. He couldn't believe that the greatest hero in the world wanted to pass his quirk to him. All Might confirmed that his quirk could indeed be passed down from one person to another, which astonished Izuku even more. Curious, Izuku asked why All Might would want to give him his quirk. He considered the potential strength it could bring but couldn't understand why All Might would relinquish such power. Then, All Might began to transform, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. Izuku waved the smoke away, only to be shocked to see All Might had changed into a much thinner version of himself. Izuku stumbled over his words, questioning the sudden transformation and whether All Might was real. All Might reassured him that he was indeed the same hero, revealing his true identity as Yagi Toshinori. He acknowledged that Izuku had just uncovered his greatest secret. All Might, known as Toshinori, lifted his loose shirt to reveal a large scar that covered half of his torso, indicating the severity of his past injuries. Izuku noticed that several bones were missing as well. Toshinori explained that 5 years ago he sustained this injury during a villain's attack, losing his left lung and suffering significant damage to his stomach. The recovery from numerous surgeries took a long time, and even now, the aftereffects were evident. He could only work as a hero for 3 hours a day. Izuku, concerned for his idol, recalled that 5 years ago was when All Might fought Toxic Chainsaw. However, Toshinori clarified that it was not that villain who had harmed him, it was someone else, and that particular fight had never been made public. He felt awkward revealing this part of his past. Izuku was unsure how to process All Might's secret, but instead of diminishing his admiration, it deepened his respect for the hero's resilience in the face of such a grave injury. He introduced himself, expressing his excitement to meet Toshinori. Toshinori responded warmly, noting that Izuku reminded him of what it meant to be a hero, much like the top heroes of the past. He felt that Izuku was the right person to inherit One for All. With a grin, Izuku accepted the offer, eager for the opportunity. Toshinori suggested they meet the next morning at Dagoba Municipal Beach Park to discuss one for all further, recognizing that Izuku looked tired from their encounter. Izuku agreed enthusiastically, and as Toshinori walked away, he felt a thrill of anticipation for what was to come. Upon entering his home, Izuku was immediately enveloped by his mother, who hugged him tightly, expressing her relief at seeing him safe. She had been worried after seeing him on television during the villain attack. As she released him, Izuku reassured her that he was unharmed, explaining that the villain hadn't even touched him. He comforted her as she expressed her fears, and he felt grateful for her presence. Inko, even in her late 30s, remained a striking woman. She had faced challenges, including her divorce and the discovery of her son's quirk, with strength and grace. Curious about his day, she asked what had happened, and Izuku sheepishly rubbed the back of his head, preparing to share the events. He recounted his encounters with Katsuki, the sludge villain's ambush, All Might's timely rescue, and his idol's offer to train him, omitting details about Toshinori's quirk and health. Inko listened intently, relieved that her son had handled the situation well. She was no longer worried about his issues with Katsuki, confident in his ability to manage them, especially given the attention he had received from pro-heroes. When Izuku spoke up, breaking her from her thoughts, he noticed the lingering signs of her earlier distress. He felt remorse for making her worry and wanted her to understand his motivations. Inko embraced him again, this time with a gentler grip, expressing her pride in him. She conveyed her longing for his safety and happiness, acknowledging the risks he faced. She asked him to promise that he would always think of them and return safely if he ever found himself in danger. Her words reflected her love not just for him, but for everyone he cared about. "Mom, I promise that whenever I put myself in danger, I will think of all of you, and I will come out safely." Inko smiled warmly at her son, wiping away her tears. Izuku asked about being trained by All Might, clasping his hands together in excitement. Inko ruffled his fluffy hair and responded that she thought it was a wonderful opportunity. Since he wanted to be a hero, she saw no danger in him being trained by his favorite pro-hero. She thanked him for sharing his plans. Izuku hugged his mother again, jumping with joy and expressing his gratitude. Inko told him to get cleaned up while she prepared dinner, and he nodded eagerly before rushing off to take a shower. Soon, they were having dinner, and Izuku shared more details about his day. After finishing, he headed to his room, planning to watch some Kamen Rider before bed. However, in the middle of an episode, his cell phone rang. Rubbing his eyes as fatigue set in, he picked it up. "Hello." A familiar female voice greeted him, and he perked up as he recognized her. "Itsuka," he exclaimed happily. Kendo Itsuka was a girl Izuku had met years ago while learning martial arts. They had trained and sparred together, bonding over their shared love for self-defense and heroism. After he graduated from the dojo, they lost touch, so they were both thrilled to reconnect. She praised him for rescuing Bakugo from a villain, and Izuku chuckled, downplaying his role by saying he couldn't just stand by while the heroes did nothing. Itsuka noted that he was now unofficially a hero and asked if he still planned to apply for you. He confirmed that he did, and she mentioned she was planning to apply as well. Izuku lay back on his bed, realizing that only 10 months remained until the entrance exam, and he needed to train more. They discussed their shared interest in tokusatsu, with Izuku catching up on Kamen Rider game and planning to watch the latest Super Sentai show. Itsuka giggled, teasing him about being a fanboy. She said her mother was calling her to sleep, and they exchanged goodbyes, promising to see each other at the entrance exam. After hanging up, Izuku resumed watching the episode, contemplating what All Might's training regimen might involve. One thing was certain, there would be no dull moments ahead. "Care to remind me why we are here?" Izuku asked, covering his nose. Dagoba Beach had once been an appealing public spot, but now it was a junkyard filled with pollution and debris. Izuku wondered why All Might had chosen this place for training to receive one for all. "Because when I was young, this place was wonderful. I would love to see it restored to its former glory. A hero is not just someone who fights villains but someone who helps society. So, "We are going to train by cleaning up this mess," Toshinori explained, currently in his true form. Due to his limitations with One for All, they agreed to save that for another time. He had mentioned to Izuku that he had met him at the perfect moment, as he needed to find a successor soon. Izuku looked around at the terrible mess that had once been a beach. He realized that a little community service could help restore its beauty. "So, how are we going to do this? Do I get One for All now, or do I have to train before I receive it?" Toshinori observed Izuku closely. Beneath his workout clothes, it was clear that Izuku had the lean and strong physique of an athlete and fighter, indicating that he had trained before. In other circumstances, Toshinori would have said the latter, but after witnessing what he had the previous day, he believed Izuku was ready to receive One for All. However, he felt it necessary to give a warning. Izuku needed to learn how to handle at least 1% of One for All's output soon, before the quirk began to stockpile power. Izuku nodded in understanding. He acknowledged that he would have to be cautious when using this quirk. Overdoing it could lead to serious injuries. Toshinori affirmed this, then struck a heroic pose. He proclaimed that it was time for Izuku to inherit One for All, a power that had been passed down through generations. Izuku straightened his posture, arms at his sides and hands on his hips, resembling a soldier ready for duty. He expressed his readiness to take on the mantle as the next holder of One for All, aspiring to become the symbol of peace. Toshinori encouraged him, laughing heartily. He then presented a lock of his hair, explaining that in order for Izuku to gain One for All, he needed to ingest the current bearer's DNA, and the hair was the least unpleasant option. Izuku stared at the lock in disbelief. He took a deep breath and, despite his reservations, placed the hair in his mouth, trying not to GG at the thought of eating hair. Afterward, he quickly drank some water to wash it down. Toshinori apologized, explaining that it was the only way and that it would take time for Izuku's body to metabolize the hair to access One for All. He then asked Izuku to share everything he knew about his quirk, so they could understand how One for All might interact with it. Izuku nodded and began to explain the 3 aspects of his quirk, all of which involved emitting a green energy. After several minutes of exchanging ideas, Toshinori concluded that One for All would likely benefit from Izuku's help aspect, while the attack and block aspects, being more energy-based, should not interfere with One for All. They agreed to monitor the situation closely. With the passing of One for All complete and a plan in place, Toshinori suggested they begin training. He challenged Izuku to clean up the park before the upcoming exams. Izuku raised his fist in determination, wearing a confident grin as he accepted the challenge. 10 months later, only 1 week remained until the entrance exam, and for Izuku, the day could not come soon enough. Adapting to One for All had not been easy. The first month was a significant adjustment as he learned to channel the powerful quirk within him. During his first test, he noticed red veins appearing on his skin, accompanied by blue-green sparks of energy. Unlike the calmness his previous quirk provided, One for All filled him with excitement and eagerness. Over the months, he had successfully cleared much of the debris, transforming Dagoba Municipal Beach Park back into a beach rather than a junkyard. The foul stench that once lingered had dissipated, allowing people to return and enjoy the sunset over the horizon. Toshinori felt immense pride in Izuku's determination and dedication to the training program. In just 10 months, Izuku had grown taller and developed a lean, muscular physique that would impress anyone. However, what truly stood out was his unwavering willpower and refusal to give up, even during the most intense training sessions. And now, more than ever, it showed as he trained his combination of One for All with superpower. Even from where he was, Toshinori could see his successor standing in front of the water, wearing nothing but his red sneakers, shorts, and a layer of sweat glistening on his torso. The red veins and green lightning he now associated with One for All mixed with the yellow-green energy of help as Izuku let out a triumphant roar. Then, Izuku pet his fist back, changed superpower to attack, and unleashed his power. Izuku fired his fist, generating a shockwave that surged into the sandy beach and ocean waters, sending them flying and forming a V shape with the point directed at him. Once the water settled, Izuku walked back to Toshinori, who couldn't help but grin at the results of the latest demonstration. Toshinori placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder and expressed his confidence in him, declaring that he had no doubts about Izuku being the worthy successor of One for All. After hearing such praise from his idol, Izuku felt tears welling up in his eyes but managed to return Toshinori's smile with confidence. He expressed his gratitude, vowing to do his absolute best on the path he had chosen, one that Toshinori had helped him navigate. With a fist raised in determination, he closed his eyes, feeling the weight of his promise. Toshinori smiled and playfully ruffled his apprentice's hair, affirming his belief that Izuku would not let him down. Toshinori suggested that Izuku had earned a good week of rest before the entrance exam, recommending some light running and katas but assuring him that the hard training was done, at least for now. Izuku agreed, packing up his things and waving goodbye to Toshinori, who returned the gesture. As Izuku walked home, he took the opportunity to relax and listen to his favorite music. However, his plans were interrupted when he noticed a girl who seemed to be lost. Despite his lack of experience with girls, he could tell she was pretty, with long black hair tied into a spiky ponytail and an air of intelligence in her eyes. Not wanting to see anyone lost, he approached her, removing his earphones. He called out to her, and she turned to him cautiously, which he understood since she did not know him. He asked if she needed help, noting her lost expression. The girl looked serious as she replied that she was exploring Mizudafu because she intended to study at high school and would be living there. Izuku's face lit up with excitement as he shared that he was also planning to attend He introduced himself, bowing slightly, and she returned the gesture with a smile. She introduced herself as Yayorozu Momo and insisted that if he called her Izuku, he should call her Momo. She mentioned that she had been enrolled in through official recommendation. Izuku expressed his surprise, noting that her quirk must be powerful if she wasn't taking the entrance exam with everyone else. Momo nodded, and they began to walk together, continuing their conversation. She mentioned that she had hoped to test her quirk in the practical exam. With a keen eye, Momo subtly inspected Izuku's appearance, noting the signs of a recent training session. He was as tall as she was, and beneath his clothes, she could tell he had a serious set of muscles. Curious to learn more about him, she asked about his quirk. Izuku explained that his quirk allowed him to project energy from his body, and depending on the shade of green, he could use it for various functions. Momo was quite surprised by how powerful and versatile his quirk was, realizing it allowed him to use it for both attack and defense simultaneously. Momo decided to demonstrate her quirk by extending her right hand and using her left to pull a fan from her palm. I can create any non-living material from my exposed skin through the molecular manipulation of my fat cells. However, I need to visualize the object and its molecular composition, and I must be cautious not to create too much, or it could jeopardize my health, she explained while fanning herself. Izuku admired her quirk's impressive versatility, which he found even greater than his own. He expressed his admiration, noting how she could essentially create anything she imagined. Momo felt a blush rise at his compliment. "Thank you. I guess we will see each other at this semester?" she asked. "First, I have to get through the practical. The written part should be easy, though," Izuku replied. As they continued walking, they shared personal details to get to know each other better. Momo laughed when she learned about Izuku's love for tokusatsu, especially as he demonstrated an extensive knowledge of it. She decided she would check some of those shows out in the future. Their conversation was interrupted when Momo paused, glancing at the building next to her. "This is where I live," Momo said. "Which flat is yours?" Izuku asked, curious. "It's actually the one at the top," she replied, feeling a bit self-conscious. "Wow, you live in the penthouse, Momo-san?" Izuku said, astonished. "I come from a wealthy family. My family owns the entire building," she admitted, feeling a mix of pride and embarrassment about sharing that information. "I guess we must part ways here. I need to go home to prepare for the entrance exam." "It was nice to meet you, Momo-san," Izuku said. "It was nice to meet you too, Izuku-san. Would you like to exchange numbers? That way, we can stay in contact," Momo suggested with a smile. "Sure." They exchanged phones to input their numbers before switching back. As Momo entered her building, they waved goodbye, and Izuku began his walk home. Things were looking promising for Izuku in the week leading up to the exams. As he approached the U.D. campus, he felt a mix of excitement and nerves. Today was the entrance exam day, and he was surrounded by hundreds of other teenagers preparing for the challenges ahead. After receiving well wishes from his mother, All Might, and Momo, he took a moment to admire the futuristic design of U.D. with its large buildings that seemed capable of housing numerous classrooms, which intimidated him slightly. Such a cool place. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through his thoughts. Katsuki approached, looking much like a delinquent with a fierce glare. Not much had changed in the past 10 months, except perhaps his muscular build. "Get out of my way!" Katsuki barked. Izuku responded with sarcasm, acknowledging his former friend's hostility. Katsuki scowled and walked past him without a backward glance. Izuku sighed, wishing his classmate would mature. Shaking off the encounter, Izuku continued walking with the other applicants. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a girl with bobbed brown hair framing her face, short bangs, and bright brown eyes that seemed to illuminate the area. Her cheeks had a natural rosy hue that enhanced her charm. "May I help you?" he asked. "Oh, I noticed you talking with that guy who just passed by," she said with a smile. "If you want to call that a conversation. He used to be my friend, but now he's just an annoying acquaintance with a massive ego," Izuku replied. "I see," the girl giggled, her laughter making her even cuter in his eyes. "Well, I hope we both do great, Deku." Izuku stopped walking, prompting her to halt as well, looking at him with curiosity. Izuku introduced himself, clarifying that his name was Midoriya Izuku, not Deku. The nickname had originated from someone who believed he was quirkless and thus worthless. Even after he manifested his quirk, the name stuck, but he chose to ignore it. The girl gasped, realizing the misunderstanding, and shook her head. She expressed her apologies, explaining that she thought Deku was derived from Dekairu, which conveyed a sense of determination. Her cheeks flushed as she giggled awkwardly. Izuku smiled at her adorableness. Her perspective transformed what had once been an insult into a supportive name, and he appreciated her insight. He thanked her, feeling grateful for her kind interpretation. The girl looked down shyly before meeting his gaze again, still blushing. She then introduced herself as Uraraka Achiko, and he reciprocated the sentiment, inviting her to call him Deku if she wished. He liked the way she said it, and they shook hands, although he noticed she was careful not to touch him fully. She insisted he call her Achiko and suggested they head inside. As they approached the entrance, Izuku felt a sudden weight on his back. Itsuka, a girl he recognized, hugged him from behind. He gently helped her down and returned the embrace, happy to see her. She enthusiastically declared her presence, and they both smiled as they entered the building, ready for the first part of their examinations. The written portion of the exams had been easy for Izuku. He felt confident he would score well, and now they were preparing for the practical portion. Unfortunately, he found himself seated next to Katsuki, who continued to make rude comments. Despite this, Izuku spotted Achiko in the distance, waving at him, and he waved back. Once everyone was settled, a tall man with spiked blonde hair appeared. Dressed in a black jacket with a high collar, leather breathes, and orange-tinted sunglasses, Izuku recognized him as Present Mike, the voice hero. He listened intently as the hero began to speak. Present Mike welcomed everyone with enthusiasm, startling some applicants. He reassured them and encouraged participation, though many remained silent or shocked by his energy. He continued, explaining the test format. They would be sent into a replica city district for combat trials, using the objects they had brought according to their instructions. He instructed everyone to gather in their designated areas after his presentation. Izuku noted the 7 different examination sites and felt relieved to be assigned to Site B while Katsuki was at Site A. He realized the arrangement likely prevented friends from being in the same testing area, possibly to avoid any conflicts. As the presentation continued, the screen displayed silhouettes of 3 creatures resembling a mushroom, a turtle, and a carnivorous plant, all set against an urban backdrop. Izuku recognized them from classic video games, intrigued by what lay ahead. Present Mike announced that a large number of villains would be scattered across the battlefield, appearing in 3 different varieties, with point values scaled according to their difficulty. As a figure resembling an Italian plumber eliminated monsters on the screen, his points increased with each enemy he defeated. The goal for the listeners was to use their quirks to dispatch as many villains as possible to rack up a high score. Present Mike warned that attacking other examinees or engaging in any anti-hero behavior would result in immediate failure. Izuku glanced at the screen and then at his pamphlet, noticing a mention of a 4th enemy that had yet to be explained. A tall, muscular student with short dark blue hair stood up and asked about the 4th type of villain mentioned in the handout. He pointed out that it would be embarrassing for a prestigious academy like you to make such an error, especially since they were all seeking guidance to become model heroes. Present Mike, with a mischievous grin, acknowledged the student's comment and explained that the 4th type of villain was not a villain in the traditional sense but rather an obstacle. The screen displayed a silhouette resembling a large stone block with an angry face. Present Mike described how this obstacle would rampage when a crowd formed near it, warning that while it was not difficult to defeat, engaging it would result in losing all points, so it was best to avoid it. Izuku mentally noted to steer clear of that villain, as it added another layer of complexity to the exam. Present Mike concluded his speech, encouraging the examinees to overcome life's misfortunes and wishing them good luck as they headed to the practical exam. As everyone exited the amphitheater, Izuku spotted Itsuka waving at him. She informed him that she had been assigned to Site D, and they would not be in each other's way. Izuku cautioned her about the 4th type of villain, but Itsuka confidently assured him that avoiding a fight would keep them safe. Just then, an announcement reminded all examinees to board their buses or risk forfeiting the exam. Itsuka hugged Izuku before running off, wishing him good luck. Minutes later, Izuku arrived at Site B with the other examinees, standing before a massive set of gates leading to an urban setting of buildings and streets. He observed his fellow participants, noting that many were carrying equipment to complement their quirks. He felt relieved that he didn't need anything extra for his abilities. He noticed that Achiko was also assigned to the same site, and she appeared anxious and sweaty. He approached her to offer reassurance. A voice interrupted him, accusing him of trying to measure Achiko's ability to concentrate. It belonged to the glasses-wearing student who had previously interrupted the presentation. Izuku clarified that he was simply there to provide moral support to someone who seemed nervous, questioning what was wrong with that. The other examinees paused their conversations to look at Izuku, with some recognizing him as the boy who had fought the sludge villain the previous year. Ignoring their whispers, Izuku focused on the stiff teenager who had accused him. The boy eventually seemed to realize his mistake and bowed stiffly to Izuku. Izuku noticed the nervousness in the boy's voice, who apologized for his earlier assumptions. The boy's sincerity was evident, and Izuku reassured him not to jump to conclusions. After a brief exchange, Izuku spotted Achiko, who smiled at him and gave him a thumbs up. Suddenly, Present Mike shouted for the exam to begin, and the gate to the testing site opened, revealing an urban landscape filled with villain bots. Izuku sprinted into the false city, closely followed by Achiko and the bespectacled boy, leaving behind a crowd of confused examinees. He summoned a sword of dark green energy and swiftly struck down the nearest one-pointer, causing it to explode. He followed up with a second slice that took down a two-pointer while spinning, then transformed the sword into a ball of energy, which he hurled at another two-pointer. Feeling exhilarated, he thought about his score as he scanned for more targets. A three-pointer caught his attention, and he charged forward, creating an energy buzzsaw on his arm to slice through the robot effortlessly. As he ventured deeper into the city, he encountered 4 one-pointers that began firing at him. Instantly, he transformed his buzzsaw into a shield that reflected the bullets back, leading to their destruction. To his sides, he faced a one-pointer and a two-pointer. He dispatched the one-pointer with an energy javelin before using his shield to deflect an attack from the two-pointer. With a swift motion, he created a sword on his left arm and tackled the two-pointer, using the momentum to turn his shield into a second sword, executing a cross-slash that dismantled it. After landing safely, Izuku spotted 3 more robots. This time, he decided to engage physically. Infusing his arms with the strength of one for all, he grabbed the nearest one-pointer and spun it to strike a two-pointer, then sent the third robot soaring into the air. As he retraced his steps, he found more bots in a narrow alley and decided to use the environment to his advantage. Running up a wall with his supercharged legs, he formed a barrier beneath his feet to crush the closest robot. He deftly dodged incoming attacks from the other 2 robots, slicing one stinger with his sword while delivering a powerful punch to the other. Seizing the severed stinger, he used it to incapacitate its original owner. Hearing more robots approaching, he prepared himself. Peeking around the corner, he quickly eliminated a one-pointer with an energy ball. As 3 three-pointers prepared to counter, he took a deep breath, feeling dark green energy particles envelop his arms. Opening his eyes, he crossed his arms, ready to unleash a powerful attack. With a shout, he unleashed the improved version of his previous attack, the Zone Fighter Blast. The energy beam, though smaller than before, packed a tremendous punch, obliterating the three-pointers and causing significant damage to the nearby buildings. Izuku calculated his score, feeling a rush of excitement at the fun he was having. He had already taken down 10 one-pointers, 6 two-pointers, and 4 three-pointers, totaling 34 points. Unbeknownst to him, other examinees were watching in awe at his effortless destruction of the robots. Among them was Ida Tenya, who had previously confronted Izuku. He noted the path of destruction and decided to use his own quirk to locate more villains before they could be eliminated. Meanwhile, Achiko was also making her mark, using her zero-gravity ability to render the villains weightless and hurl them against walls, the ground, or each other. Watching Izuku's impressive feats brought a blush to her cheeks as she recalled their earlier encounter. Shaking her head to refocus, she smashed a two-pointer against a nearby wall, determined to keep up with the challenge. The current and future staff of U was observing the action taking place in the different examination rooms. In the middle of the group stood a peculiar figure, a combination of a dog, a mouse, and a bear, wearing a white dress shirt, a dark red tie, and matching black waistcoat and dress briefs. His most distinguishing mark was a large scar over his right eye. Nizu Ui's principal was putting the intelligence provided by his quirk, high spec, to the test. With a cheerful tone, he noted that the strict time limit and open field filled with villains would reveal the skills of the students. One staff member, dressed in a white space suit, remarked on a 6-armed boy who was using rapid strikes to take down several villains simultaneously. Another observer, a woman dressed in a striking outfit, expressed her interest in a blue-haired boy who was running at incredible speeds, kicking robots and sending them flying. A man dressed as a stereotypical cowboy commented on the importance of a calm mind when facing an enemy, as he watched a blonde boy firing laser blasts while maintaining a serene smile. Another slender man, with messy shoulder-length black hair and tired eyes, pointed out the fighting skills displayed by 2 boys, one with a savage grin surrounded by destroyed robots and another with green hair executing balanced attacks with both his body and energy weapons. Nizu acknowledged the point system implemented to gauge the foundational skills of the examinees, while the woman expressed her excitement about the promising candidates this year. Yagi Tashinori, another staff member, approached a large red button covered with a plastic barrier and flipped it over, indicating that the real test was about to begin. Present Mike announced that there were still 3 minutes left in the watch, urging the examinees to keep fighting. With Nizu's encouragement, Tashinori pressed the red button, and 7 large robots, marked with a large 0 on their heads, appeared. These robots began to attack anything and anyone in their vicinity, causing most candidates to flee in fear. Tashinori solemnly noted that this was a moment to reveal the true nature of the examinees when faced with an overwhelming obstacle. However, one screen showed a scene that made him smile triumphantly. A rapid uppercut sent a 2-pointer flying into the air before crashing down onto the streets. Izuku, filled with excitement, noted that this earned him 100 points. He scanned the area for more villains to confront but decided to leave the others to handle their battles. With only 2.5 minutes left on the clock, Izuku thought he could afford to slow down. That was when the ground began to shake. Turning toward the source of the noise, he felt his jaw drop. Nearby, a massive robot was rising from the ground, shedding rubble and debris without care. It was the fourth kind of villain, one that would yield no points if engaged in battle. Izuku realized he needed to escape quickly as the robot began attacking buildings while advancing toward the examinees, who chose to flee from the unexpected threat. Before he could join them, a scream of distress reached his ears. As the smoke and dust cleared, he saw that Achiko had been trapped beneath the rubble created by the Zero-Pointer's indiscriminate attacks. The other examinees were unaware of her plight as they hurried away from the advancing robot, which posed a significant threat to the injured girl. Without thinking, Izuku sprinted forward, channeling energy into his legs to run as fast as possible to reach the gentle girl before the robot did. In his haste, he passed right by Tenya, who turned his eyes to follow the green blur, realizing what had driven Izuku to run against the current. Achiko struggled, attempting to free herself from the rock that she suspected had injured her ankle, when she noticed Izuku running towards her. Towards the villain. Izuku's chance of entering was the least of his concerns. The only thing that mattered was saving someone. To save her, he would give everything he had. He pushed his legs to run faster and leaped into the air. He directed his jump with energy streams from his feet and summoned all the strength in his right arm. One thought consumed him. He had to save her. He gritted his teeth in concentration, and as he approached the Zero-Pointer's head, he unleashed his most powerful move. Tashinori watched proudly, declaring that it was an opportunity for those who were ready to shine and rise to the surface. All eyes in the examiner's room were fixed on the largest screen, showing how Midoriya Izuku unhesitatingly ran towards the villain he was not supposed to confront, driven by the sight of young Uraraka in trouble. Excitement filled the room as the boy jumped, preparing to face an enemy whose head was larger than he was. Tashinori marveled at Izuku's seamless combination of one for all with his attack, proclaiming that nothing was nobler or purer than self-sacrifice. The dark green energy ball in Izuku's hand grew large enough to envelop him entirely. When he was just a few meters away from the robot, he saw his chance. With a powerful punch from his right fist, the energy ball flew the short distance to the robot, striking it in the face and engulfing the entire villain. In an instant, the robot shattered into pieces that scattered across the deserted streets behind it. Those who witnessed the event were astonished by the level of destruction Izuku had unleashed. Carefully landing on the ground thanks to a barrier, Izuku rushed over to Achiko and used his energy-covered arms to lift the heavy concrete off her leg. He knelt beside her, concern etched on his face, and asked if she was okay. Just then, Present Mic announced that time was up, and the mood in the room shifted. The teenagers present watched Izuku help Achiko with pity, knowing he had scored the most points, only to lose them in the final moments by saving her, sacrificing his chance to attend you. Without hesitation, Achiko attempted to stand, but as soon as she moved her left foot, pain throbbed through her ankle. Instinctively, she placed her hands on it. She expressed her distress, tears welling in her eyes from the pain. Izuku placed his left hand on her shoulder, prompting her to look at him in confusion. He instructed her to hold still. Covering his right hand with yellow-green energy, he placed it above her left ankle and gently released the energy, seeking to mend her injury. Achiko shuddered as the pain faded, and when she stood, tears filled her eyes as she looked at Izuku. She apologized, feeling guilty about what had happened, shaking her head and closing her eyes. Izuku reassured her, saying it wasn't her fault and that he was just glad she was okay. That was all that mattered to him, and he had no regrets, though a hint of sadness lingered behind his smile. An elderly woman approached them, dressed like a doctor and using a large syringe as a cane to navigate the rubble. Izuku recognized her as Recovery Girl, the youthful heroine, known for her healing quirk. She complimented Izuku on his remarkable ability, and he nodded in appreciation before walking away from the battle site, casting one last glance and smile at a guilt-ridden Achiko. As Recovery Girl began to hand out her special gummy bears to everyone nearby before moving away to the next site, Achiko looked at the retreating back of her savior, her expression shifting to one of determination. She thought about how much Deku deserved to be at you. more than she did, and vowed to do everything in her power to ensure he got accepted. With that promise in mind, she made her way to the bus that would take them back to the main building, followed closely by the other examinees. To their surprise, Izuku was nowhere to be found on the bus, and as it departed, everyone wondered where he had gone. Upon their arrival, they were approached by another girl, one Achiko recognized from having seen her talking to Deku before the exams. Despite this, Achiko rushed forward, eager to find the examiners, with Tenya closely trailing behind her. Achiko called out for Izuku, turning to one of the Site B examinees and asking if anyone had seen a green-haired boy. One of the examinees responded that he had saved a girl from the zero-pointer villain and then left on his own, likely wanting some time alone. Achiko's eyes widened in concern, and she clenched her fists in frustration before running in the same direction she had seen him go, leaving behind a group of confused examinees. One of them remarked on how strange things had become. When Izuku arrived home, he quietly opened and closed the door, only to find his mother standing there with a smile. However, her smile faded when she noticed the troubled look on his face. Inko approached him and wrapped him in a gentle hug, allowing him to finally release the tears he had been holding back since leaving the testing site. He expressed his sorrow, burying himself in his mother's comforting embrace. Inko reassured him that everything would be all right, helping him to his knees as she focused on providing the love and support he needed in that moment. After a while, Izuku pulled away from his mother, leaving her momentarily stunned. He decided to walk out of their apartment before she could ask him what had happened. Inko, knowing her son well, realized where he was likely headed. When she noticed he had left his phone behind, she decided to take action. Meanwhile, Momo was lounging on her couch, reading a book about the latest developments in electronics while waiting for Izuku to text her about passing the entrance exam. She hoped he would accept her invitation to celebrate their acceptance into together, as well as her move to Mizudafu. Her admiration for Izuku's heroic mindset and his charming appearance was simply an added bonus. When her cell phone began to ring and vibrate, she saw it was Izuku calling and quickly answered. However, it was not Izuku on the other end but a woman who introduced herself as Midoriya Inko, Izuku's mother. Sensing the seriousness in her voice, Momo stood up, preparing to leave. Inko explained that Izuku had just returned from the entrance exam and claimed he hadn't passed, meaning he wouldn't be attending high school. Momo was left in stunned silence, convinced that Izuku had passed. Something must have gone wrong. She asked if Inko knew where he was, and Inko mentioned that he often went to Dagoba Beach, a place he had been visiting almost every day for the past year. Momo thanked Inko and quickly got dressed, determined to find the first friend she had made in this town. Sitting on the sandy shores of the beach he had spent nearly a year working to clean up, Izuku admired the beauty of the sunset over the now orange ocean waters as he wrapped his arms around his legs. He felt a deep sense of despair, reflecting on how he couldn't believe he wouldn't be attending after all his hard work. He sighed, realizing that Bakugo would likely be pleased to hear this news. Standing up, he brushed the sand that had clung to his uniform, still torn from the effort he had made when saving Achiko, and kept looking out as the sun continued its descent. He thought about the options that lay ahead, but after this experience, he felt uncertain about his ability to pursue them. Momo came running towards him, clearly worried. Momo approached him, breathing slightly as she crossed her arms, hugging herself. She expressed concern about what had happened, having heard from his mother that he had not passed the exam. Izuku sighed, feeling the weight of her question. He explained that there had been a girl trapped and in danger, and he felt he was the only one who could save her. His gaze fell to the ground, sadness evident in his demeanor. Momo raised an eyebrow but then smiled gently, understanding his situation. She guessed that he had faced a trap villain to save the girl, and that he believed it had cost him points. Izuku nodded, surprised when she suddenly hugged him. Momo then asked him what truly defines a hero. He reflected on this, sharing that a true hero is someone who saves others, regardless of the personal cost, and that heroism is measured by courage rather than power. Momo affirmed his thoughts, pulling back to emphasize that the examiners would likely recognize his selfless act. She doubted they would fail someone who sacrificed their chance at For the sake of another. Izuku expressed his frustration about the exam, realizing that the last boss had been a deception. Momo, with a pleased smile, reassured him that the scoring would not solely depend on how many villains one defeated. She declared that if her analysis proved wrong, she would refuse their invitation, as she believed in the true meaning of being a hero. She insisted that he deserved to be at Izuku, taken aback by her words, felt a warmth in his chest as Momo hugged him again. She acknowledged their short acquaintance but had quickly recognized his determination and perseverance. She promised to support him whenever he felt down. Izuku felt a blush rise to his cheeks, unsure if it was from her words or the closeness of their embrace. Suddenly, voices called out to him, breaking the moment. Itsuka, Achiko, and the blue-haired boy from earlier had been searching for him, waving as they approached. Itsuka ran to him and hugged him tightly, expressing her concern and scolding him for running off. Izuku was puzzled and asked how they had found him. Itsuka explained that his mother had contacted her, and the others had asked to join. He turned to Achiko and Tenya, curious about their presence. Tenya introduced himself formally, bowing and apologizing for his earlier actions. Achiko expressed her worry for him, admitting her fear but affirming her belief that he would be accepted. Momo then asked Izuku to introduce her to the others. He complied, introducing Kendo Itsuka, his oldest friend from martial arts, and Uraraka Achiko, along with Ida Tenya. As he introduced Momo, Tenya greeted her politely, while the girls exchanged glances, sensing a shared interest in Izuku. Unaware of the silent competition brewing, Izuku continued to converse with Tenya. There was nothing to apologize for, as the action had already taken place before the exam began. Tenya acknowledged this but felt the need to express his gratitude for the other brave and heroic act that had occurred. He believed that despite what the teachers might say, Izuku deserved to be included, and he hoped their first encounter would not hinder any potential friendship. Izuku smiled, feeling grateful for another friend, and assured Tenya that he had already forgiven him. Tenya then turned his attention to Momo, expressing his surprise upon learning she was a member of the famous creation family. Momo confirmed her identity and explained that she had moved closer to you to attend the school. Izuku added that she had earned a recommendation to join. Tenya expressed his admiration for Momo's achievement, noting the prestige of you, and assuming her acceptance was due to her academic excellence. Momo confirmed this, mentioning her athletic abilities as well. As the three girls felt the competitive atmosphere rise, Itsuka and Achiko both recognized Momo as a formidable rival for Izuku's attention. Itsuka had harbored feelings for him for years, while Achiko recalled how he had saved her life, causing her heart to race. They both understood that Izuku valued more than just appearances. Momo suddenly remembered something and turned to Izuku, suggesting they go out for dinner to celebrate his acceptance to you and her move. Itsuka and Achiko were taken aback by the idea. Izuku expressed his hunger after the exam, and Itsuka and Achiko agreed they were also famished. Tenya mentioned he could use a meal as well. Momo smiled, excited to invite everyone to join her. She suggested a nice yakiniku restaurant she had discovered downtown, offering to treat everyone. The others felt a bit overwhelmed by her generosity, realizing her wealth. Meanwhile, at Toshinori was in high spirits after reviewing Izuku's exam performance. He felt proud of his successor, who was shaping up to be the next symbol of peace. Toshinori reflected on how Izuku had surpassed his expectations, achieving the highest entrance exam score in history, even surpassing Toshinori's own score. He anticipated the young man's reaction when he received his acceptance letter. 5 days later, while watching a movie, Izuku's mother entered his room, holding an envelope with S symbol. She excitedly announced that it had arrived. Izuku paused the movie, took the envelope from her, and she left to give him some space. Staring at the envelope, Izuku felt a mix of anxiety and determination. He knew he needed to open it to discover his fate. Inside, he found a circular device, which he placed on his desk, recognizing it as a holographic projector. To his surprise, All Might appeared in the projection, greeting him enthusiastically. Izuku was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. All Might explained that he would be teaching at U starting next semester. Izuku was stunned, and All Might continued, urging him to focus. He revealed that Izuku had earned one of the few perfect scores on the written part of the exam, but that alone did not guarantee admission to the prestigious Hero Academy. For the practical part, Izuku had scored 100 points until he had bravely confronted the 0-point villain, which had resulted in a score of 0. All Might's voice trailed off, leaving the outcome uncertain. Izuku remained hesitant. Even after the reassurance of his friends, who were now in the group picture on his computer's desktop background, he still felt his actions had led to failure. Nonetheless, he continued to watch the projector. All Might spoke, explaining that there had been no penalty incurred. His partner, Present Mike, had led everyone to believe that attacking the villain would result in losing points, when in fact it was worth nothing. This meant Izuku had 100 villain points, more than enough to be accepted into the hero course. Izuku smiled in excitement. After 5 days of fear, it turned out it had been for nothing. He would be able to attend high school and be with his friends for 3 years. But the video did not end yet. All Might motioned to a screen to his left, which the cameraman turned to. He announced that he might not be much of an entertainer, but there was something else to see. The screen showed Itsuka, Achiko, and Tenya entering what seemed to be a teacher's lounge, where they stopped in front of Present Mike, the only examiner present. Izuku wondered what they were doing there. As soon as the exam ended, these three had come directly to the examiners. Present Mike turned his attention to them. Achiko spoke up, bringing the attention of the voice hero. She asked if he remembered a green-haired boy with freckles, gesturing at Tenya, who decided to take over the discussion. They wanted to discuss the student who wore a green tracksuit, the one who had defeated the 0-point villain at testing site B. Itsuka added that his name was Midoriya Izuku. Examinee Achiko, with a determined expression, asked if it would be possible to give her points to him. Izuku was shocked at what she had just asked, and she continued, stating that Deku-kun had been the strongest from the moment the test began. She believed he had the most points at their testing site and had the highest chance of getting in, yet he had willingly squandered his chance to save her life. Tenya chimed in, insisting that they should not take all of her points. He offered some of his points to add to hers, acknowledging that what Midoriya had done was something he should have done as well, but he had been too scared to act out of fear for his own safety. Izuku's eyes began to tear up as he listened to the two of them, whom he had just met that day, coming forward to ensure he could go to you. All Might paused the video at that moment. He addressed Izuku, stating that while he might have a powerful quirk, the worth of a hero is based on how their actions touch others. Midoriya's noble and selfless actions had indeed touched the hearts of others. He restarted the video, and the two friends declared that there was no one more worthy of being accepted into you than him, bowing at the same time. Present Mike had to fight the urge to smile widely before turning to Itsuka. She sighed before smiling and spoke about Izuku, calling him the most courageous and kindest person she had ever known. She expressed her longing to contribute some of her points as well, believing that if they split their points among the three of them, it should be enough to ensure all four could get in. Itsuka then bowed along with Achiko and Tenya, and Present Mike smiled at the selfless act of the three teenagers for the sake of a friend. He apologized, explaining that even if they begged, they could not assign anyone's points to others. Just as the trio was about to protest, Present Mike lifted his hands to stop them. However, he assured them that this was not the end and that they should wait a few days for a very good surprise. Present Mike winked at the three. The video stopped, and the camera returned to All Might, who was giving his trademark encouraging smile. He remarked that it was rare for someone to be born with such a heart of gold, but Izuku was here, and he wanted him to know that they did not judge solely based on the villain points earned by fighting robots. The image of All Might was replaced with something unexpected. Izuku saw himself. He turned around to see Achiko trapped under the rubble, with the 0-point villain looming over her. He ran at maximum speed, trailing green energy and lightning, leaping to great heights until he faced the robot. With a powerful strike, he dismantled the robot, then rushed to help Achiko and heal her. He reflected on the importance of heroes, realizing that true heroism involved self-sacrifice and helping others. He could almost hear Momo telling him, "I told you so," as tears of joy streamed down his face. The announcement of his results echoed in his ears. With 100 villain points and 70 rescue points, he had achieved a total of 170 points. This not only made him the student with the highest marks of the year but also the highest in history, surpassing the previous record by 70 points. All Might praised him for his incredible performance. Izuku struggled to contain his emotions, reaching for a handkerchief as the camera panned back to show All Might striking a heroic pose, gesturing for him to come forward, which he did. All Might emphasized that this was just the beginning of Izuku's journey. He had demonstrated what it meant to be a true hero and had certainly gone plus ultra. He welcomed Izuku to Hero Academia. The practical test had concluded a few hours earlier, and the examiners were reviewing the scores of the candidates. One examiner noted that a particular student, Midoriya, had broken nearly every record for the practical entrance tests. The rankings were as follows. First, Midoriya Izuku, Villain 100, Rescue 72nd Ida Tenya, Villain 52, Rescue 43rd Bakugo Katsuki, Villain 77, Rescue 04th Kirishima Ijiro, Villain 39, Rescue 35 5th Uraraka Achiko, Villain 28, Rescue 45 6th Shizuki Ibara, Villain 36, Rescue 32 7th Kendo Itsuka, Villain 25, Rescue 48th Tetsu, Villain 49, Rescue 10 9th Tokoyami Fumikage, Villain 47, Rescue 10 10th Oase Yosetsu, Villain 50, Rescue 6. The only downside noted was that Bakugo Katsuki, who ranked third, had not scored any rescue points during the test. Without his villain points, he would not have placed at all, and even those points were not enough to secure second place. Everyone nodded in agreement with the examiner's observations, while All Might sat back, deep in thought as he listened to the judge's analysis. 5 days had passed since the exam, and now Yagi Toshinori, known as All Might, stood at the cleaned Dagoba Municipal Beach Park, watching the ocean waves under the light of the crescent moon. Izuku called out to him, and Toshinori smiled upon seeing his successor approach. He congratulated Izuku on passing the exam and figuring out the bluff. Izuku expressed gratitude, noting that he couldn't have done it without a friend's help. The big surprise was learning that Toshinori would be teaching at U. Toshinori confirmed that he would guide the newest generation of heroes toward a brighter future. Izuku was excited and realized he needed to prepare for the first day of school. Toshinori suggested that he continue String 1 for all while he had the time, emphasizing that better control would benefit him greatly. Izuku nodded, smiling, and decided it was time for both of them to rest. Toshinori bid him farewell. From his spot on the beach, Izuku waved goodbye to Toshinori, choosing to linger for a few moments before heading home. In the distance, a couple on a night stroll witnessed the encounter but could not hear their conversation. They wondered what the two were discussing, but neither had any idea. The first day of the school year had finally arrived. Izuku was starting his first year at a high school, looking at himself in the school uniform, a light gray blazer with dark turquoise trimmings over a white dress shirt and dress breathes, along with a red tie that he had struggled to tie properly. His favorite red boots with white soles were laced up to the top, and on his back was a green backpack adorned with pin buttons, stickers, and keychains from every tokusatsu franchise he had seen. Izuku called out to his mother as he prepared to leave, letting her know he was heading out. Inko smiled at him, wishing him good luck and encouraging him to show everyone what he was made of. Izuku grinned confidently and nodded in response. He assured her that he would do his best and opened the door to leave the house. As he stepped outside, Inko's smile took on a more mischievous tone as she whispered to herself about wanting many grandchildren to spoil. A slight shudder ran through Izuku as he began to run downstairs, but he shrugged it off and made his way to the bus station. Once he boarded the bus that would take him near his new high school, he pulled out his cell phone to watch an episode of Shuriken Sentai Ninja. He noticed some strange looks from other passengers but paid them no mind, only disconnecting from the show when the credits rolled, just in time to arrive at his stop. Getting off the bus, he was happy to see Itsuka, Momo, and Achiko waiting for him at the entrance. He greeted them with a cheerful morning, and the girls returned his greeting warmly. Izuku then inquired about their friend Tenya, wondering where he was. Momo explained that Tenya had arrived earlier and was likely already waiting in the classroom. Izuku confirmed that they were all in Class 1A, while Itsuka expressed her disappointment about being placed in 1B. He reassured her that they would still see each other at lunch and might even have joint classes. As they entered the building, they took an elevator to the top floor where their classrooms were located. Izuku groaned as the elevator ascended, prompting the girls to look at him with concern. He mentioned that Bakugo would probably be in the same class as him, which made him uneasy about the semester ahead. Itsuka encouraged him not to worry and to ignore Bakugo, offering a reassuring pat on the shoulder. When the elevator doors opened, they realized their classes were in different directions. Itsuka hugged Izuku tightly before heading off, while he and the other two made their way to classroom 1A. Upon entering, Izuku rolled his eyes at the chaotic scene inside. Momo and Achiko peered over his shoulders to see what was happening. Bakugo was sitting in a chair with his feet on the desk, dismissing Tenya's reprimands with disdain. Tenya introduced himself, standing stiffly and trying to maintain order. Bakugo leaned forward with a challenging grin, making a remark that hinted at his aggressive nature. Tenya's expression shifted to one of horror as he processed Bakugo's words, questioning how someone who threatened others could claim to be a hero. Momo and Achiko exchanged exasperated looks at the unfolding drama. Izuku quietly remarked to himself about Tenya's unfortunate experience with Bakugo. At that moment, Bakugo turned to glare at Izuku, his hands beginning to emit smoke in frustration. He had always believed himself to be at the top of the candidates, only to discover that Izuku had outperformed him, ranking number 1 with more than double his points. This revelation fueled Bakugo's anger, especially since Izuku seemed unfazed by his past actions and continued to ignore him. Just you wait, he thought as he watched Deku talk to the glasses boy and two girls who were pretty but clearly just following him around for some reason. Izuku's conversation with his friends was interrupted when the door opened. A newcomer entered, a black-haired man with half-lidded eyes that seemed to be encased in a yellow sleeping bag. He pulled a juice pouch from within his sleeping bag and declared that this was not a place to socialize but the course of heroes. The man drank the entire pouch in one go before emerging from the sleeping bag, revealing his ragged black outfit, dark boots, utility belt, and scarf. He walked behind his desk, prompting everyone to take their seats, realizing he must be their homeroom teacher. Izuku wondered who this man was, trying to recall which of the hundreds of heroes fit his description. The teacher announced that it took them 8 seconds to settle down from the moment he arrived, remarking that life is short and they were already irrational enough as it was. He introduced himself as Aizawa Shota, their homeroom teacher, and pulled out a blue and white PE uniform from his sleeping bag. Everyone was curious about where it had been, but no one dared to ask. He instructed them to put on their PE uniforms and go to the sports field. The students could only think one thing: what? Toshinori was reviewing the files of the 40 students he would be teaching, making notes before looking over Izuku's file and checking who his homeroom teacher was. Upon seeing Aizawa's name, he pinched the bridge of his nose in displeasure, muttering that they were in for a rude awakening. He knew Aizawa's strict ways all too well and hoped Midoriya wouldn't have to rely on one for all too much. Soon, all of Class 1A had followed their teacher's order and arrived at the sports field, a vast area that could cover several football fields. Izuku decided to stretch, oblivious to the way the girls in his class were watching him, especially Momo and Achiko, who noted the other girls and felt the pressure of competition rising. Izuku wondered aloud if they were going to do a test to measure their quirks so early in the year, finding it strange. Achiko quietly asked about the initiation ceremony or the meeting with the guidance counselor, trying not to show too much interest in Izuku's muscles. Aizawa responded that if they wanted to be heroes, time spent on such events would be a waste. He explained that gave teachers the freedom to do what they deemed necessary, and he believed the sooner they started, the better. Turning to face his students, Aizawa's presence sent a shiver down their spines. He was someone who did not tolerate foolishness. He explained that they would undergo 8 activities they had done in middle school, but this time using their quirks to test their actual performance level. He focused on Izuku and asked about his record in softball pitch. Izuku replied that it was 97 meters, trying to ignore Katsuki's growl, recalling how he had lost that competition by more than 5 meters. Aizawa nodded and pulled a softball from a bag, tossing it to Izuku. He instructed him to stand in a circle and throw it as far as he could using his quirk, allowing him to do whatever he wanted as long as he didn't exit the circle. Izuku took a deep breath, entered the circle, and felt his right arm glow a yellow-green from shoulder to fingertips, causing most of his classmates to watch in awe. A spiky red-haired boy asked what the glowing substance on his arm was, looking intently at Izuku. Momo smiled and explained that it was help, one of his quirk's aspects, allowing him to augment or heal himself and others, as well as weaken anyone. One of the girls, the one with jack-like earlobes, commented on how interesting it looked. A short girl resembling a frog interrupted, reflecting on the information. She wondered if there was more to his quirk than what had been shared. The girl with jack-like earlobes confirmed that there was indeed more to it. She expressed her belief that Izuku's quirk, which she called superpower, was one of the strongest she had ever heard of. A blonde-haired boy with a black lightning mark in his hair exclaimed that if it was that powerful, it had to be the coolest quirk he had ever seen. Katsuki's eyebrows twitched as he listened to his classmates. No matter what, he refused to believe that Deku's quirk was the strongest. Izuku prepared himself, pulling in energy as red veins and green lightning flowed over his right arm. As he pulled back his hand, Aizawa could smell ozone in the air. Then, Izuku threw the ball, breaking the sound barrier. The shockwave from the ball's incredible speed created a large dust cloud that enveloped his classmates and teacher, leaving them momentarily stunned by the force of the explosion. Once the dust settled and their hearing returned, they looked up to see Izuku standing within the circle, the ground around him clear of dust, his arms smoking but still intact. Aizawa glanced at the tablet, surprised by the distance the ball had traveled. 2077, 5 meters. The girl with pink hair and skin declared her excitement, eager to try it herself as Izuku rolled his arm, dispersing more energy. The blonde-haired boy exclaimed in disbelief, while the red-haired boy muttered in astonishment. Aizawa, with an intimidating expression, addressed the girl, questioning if they were planning to spend their time having fun instead of training to become heroes. The atmosphere shifted as the students felt a chill from his words. He then announced a new rule. Whoever came in last place at the end of the day would be deemed hopeless and expelled from the hero course. Izuku, returning to the group, raised an eyebrow at Momo, who rolled her eyes at the new rule. After being tricked during the entrance exam, he was uncertain if Aizawa would follow through, but the expressions of his classmates suggested they believed he would. A short boy with grape-like hair muttered in fear about the implications of the rule. Achiko protested, drawing Aizawa's attention. Aizawa replied that the freedom granted to him allowed him to do what he deemed necessary for the students. He dismissed the idea of friendly outings, emphasizing that a hero's job was to protect peace without fail. He warned them that their life at they would be filled with hardships, and he expected them to strive for greatness every day. Izuku finally recognized their teacher as Eraserhead. Aizawa's words seemed to ignite determination in almost everyone, except for the grape-haired boy. Katsuki's fierce smile was directed at Izuku, who chose to ignore it. Seeing the effect of his words, Aizawa smirked, ready to ramp up the intensity. The first test was the 50-meter dash, with Aizawa pairing them for a race. They competed using their quirks, with Tenya clocking in at a respectable 3.4 seconds, while Minoru Mineta finished at 9.17 seconds. Katsuki achieved a time of 4.5 seconds, thanks to his explosion quirk, but Izuku left them all behind, combining superpower and one for all to finish in 2.54 seconds, much to Katsuki's frustration. Next came the grip strength test, where they measured how much strength they could exert with their hands and arms. A boy with multiple arms managed to produce 540 kilograms, only to be astonished when Izuku surpassed him with a strength of 810 kilograms using his quirk. The standing long jump clearly favored those like Achiko or the frog-like girl, who could easily reach long distances with a single movement. In the next event, repeated side steps, Mineta managed to shine for the first time, using his quirk to produce sticky ball he could bounce off, allowing him to move quickly from side to side without much effort. Next was the ball throw. Since Izuku had already completed it, Aizawa had him sit this one out. Katsuki, despite using a full blast of his explosion quirk, barely managed to surpass half the distance Izuku had achieved. Only Achiko surpassed Izuku in this event, using her quirk on the ball before throwing it. According to Aizawa's tablet, it had reached an astonishing distance, which Izuku imagined was far beyond Earth's orbit. The sixth event was sit-ups, where Izuku once again edged out Katsuki by completing 10 more before stopping. Then came the seated toe touch, with the pink-haired girl demonstrating her flexibility, which she attributed to her training as a dancer. Finally, in the long-distance run, Izuku finished a close third behind Momo and Tenya, adding to Katsuki's growing frustration. With the test completed, everyone decided they had earned a good rest on the ground, except for Izuku, who was stretching while Aizawa reviewed his tablet. Aizawa explained that their ranks would be based on comparing their results to pre-established benchmarks. Instead of reciting their scores, he displayed the results on a hologram above the tablet. Midoriya, Izuku, Irozu, Momo, Todoroki, Shoto, Bakugo, Katsuki, Tenya, Ida, Tokoyami, Fumikage, Shoji, Mizo, Ojiro, Mashireo, Kirishima, Ijiro, Ishido, Mina, Uraraka, Achiko, Koda, Koji, Sato, Rikido, Azui, Tsu, Aoyama, Yuga, Siro, Hanta, Kaminari, Denki, Jiro, Kyoka, Hagakure, Toru, Mineta, Minoru. No one was surprised to see Izuku in first place, but they looked at Mineta with pity, as he appeared completely deflated. Aizawa concluded the session, stating that they would find their curriculum sheets back in the classroom and should take one for a do-over. He then turned to Mineta, who was visibly anxious. Aizawa informed him that he was expelled from the hero course, allowing him to keep his uniform but instructing him to pack his things. It mentioned that Mineta could try his luck in the general studies course if he wished, but as of that moment, he was no longer part of the hero course. Mineta was taken aback, and the shock on Momo and Izuku's faces indicated they believed Aizawa was serious this time. Mineta stammered in disbelief, asking if Aizawa was serious. Aizawa confirmed his decision, explaining that Mineta's performance had not shown enough potential to remain in the course. He also noted that Mineta's past records of inappropriate behavior did not help his case. The girls who had previously felt sympathy for him lost all compassion upon hearing this revelation. Mineta slumped, realizing his dreams of becoming a hero had been abruptly shattered, and he walked away to gather his belongings. Once he left, Aizawa addressed the rest of the class, informing them that the vacant spot would be filled in the coming days. Katsuki gritted his teeth in frustration, glaring at Izuku and the two girls from earlier. He thought about how he had placed fourth and felt anger towards Deku, Momo, and Todoroki, who was also watching Izuku intently. Katsuki's rage intensified as he felt that Izuku was looking down on him. Aizawa sighed as he found himself face to face with All Might, hoping that the hero would soon leave him alone. All Might stood with a grin, acknowledging Aizawa's presence. He noted that Aizawa had expelled only one student this time, unlike the previous year when an entire class was dismissed. All Might leaned forward, playfully pointing at Aizawa as if his hand were a gun, suggesting that perhaps Aizawa recognized Midoriya's potential. Aizawa raised an eyebrow, acknowledging the connection between him and Midoriya, noting that the boy's behavior mirrored All Might's flashy style. All Might, with a fist on his waist, playfully indicated that they would never see eye to eye. Aizawa shrugged, unconcerned, and walked away with his hands in his pockets. After the quirk apprehension test, the students returned to their lockers to change back into their uniforms. Izuku, having finished dressing, noticed Mineta looking dejected as he slowly retrieved his belongings. Wanting to lift Mineta's spirits, Izuku approached him. He greeted Mineta, who responded with bitterness, questioning Izuku's intentions. Izuku reassured him that he was there to offer advice, acknowledging Mineta's frustration but encouraging him to consider his future as a hero. He reminded Mineta that, as Aizawa-sensei mentioned, there was still a chance for him in the general studies course. Mineta expressed doubt about the value of that path, but Izuku encouraged him to see the upcoming sports festival as an opportunity to make an impact and regain his place in the hero course. He emphasized the importance of motivation and urged Mineta to find a better reason than mere popularity to strive for success. Mineta, reflecting on Izuku's words, felt a spark of hope and thanked him for the advice. Izuku left the locker room feeling satisfied. As Class 1A exited for the day, Izuku walked alongside Momo, Achiko, and Tenya. He expressed surprise that Aizawa-sensei followed through on his threat, especially after the entrance exam incident. Momo noted that Aizawa had expelled a genuine troublemaker rather than someone like Hagakure or Koda, which she found preferable. She shared that this wasn't the first time Aizawa had taken such drastic measures, revealing a news article about last year's incident where he expelled an entire class. The others were astonished by this revelation, with Achiko commenting on their strict homeroom teacher. Someone remarked that they were fortunate not to have that particular teacher as their homeroom instructor. The four teenagers turned to see Itsuka, now joined by two girls, one with short black hair and the other with long dark green hair. The girl with black hair stated, without any change in expression, that she had heard a student was expelled for coming in last place in the apprehension test. The other girl chimed in, smirking as she claimed that the student was expelled for being a troublemaker who had been caught by the police multiple times. Izuku blinked at the newcomers, curious about who they were. The girl with black hair introduced herself as Kodai Yui, while the other girl, Tokage Setsuna, excitedly declared her name and got a little too close to Izuku's personal space. She mentioned that she had heard from Itsuka that he loved Godzilla. Izuku, feeling a bit uncomfortable, replied that he loved tokusatsu in general. Setsuna enthusiastically shared her own love for Godzilla and Gamera, remaining uncomfortably close until Itsuka rolled her eyes and pulled her back gently. Apologizing for her friend's behavior, Itsuka explained that Setsuna could be quite chatty when excited. Momo, trying to change the subject, asked Itsuka if she had any recommendations for students in Class 1B. Setsuna eagerly pointed to herself, claiming she was a great choice, while Yui calmly mentioned Hananuki Juzo as another option. Setsuna shrugged and turned her attention back to Izuku, expressing her wish that he had been assigned to their class because of his powerful quirk. Momo and Achiko exchanged glances, feeling a bit competitive over Izuku's attention, while Itsuka smiled coyly. Setsuna then bid farewell, hoping to talk more about Godzilla soon as she headed off to catch her bus, leaving Momo, Achiko, and Tenya with flat expressions. Izuku rubbed the back of his head, finding the encounter strange but noting that Setsuna seemed nice. Yui also needed to leave, waving goodbye to the group as she departed for her bus. Achiko suggested they head home, and everyone agreed, saying their goodbyes before going their separate ways. Tomorrow would bring a new day at you. Hi. On the second day at you. Hi. Izuku decided to arrive early because he wanted to speak with someone. He walked through the hallways, scanning for the infirmary marked by a medical cross sign. Upon entering, he found Recovery Girl sitting at her desk, focused on her computer. She looked up and greeted him with a smile, asking if he had a health issue. Izuku clarified that he was simply curious if she was indeed Recovery Girl, to which she confirmed with a hint of humor. He then expressed his longing to work on the support aspect of his quirk. Recovery Girl raised an eyebrow, recalling his impressive healing ability demonstrated during the exam. She acknowledged its power, especially in healing a broken ankle. Izuku admitted that he felt there was much he still needed to learn to enhance his quirk's healing capacity. Recovery Girl pondered for a moment, considering the request. She suggested that she might need to discuss it with his teacher but reminded him that he needed to get to class. Grateful for her consideration, Izuku thanked her and left the room. Once he was out of sight, Recovery Girl turned to her computer to watch a video of Izuku using his quirk to heal a fellow candidate's ankle, reflecting on how interesting it would be to teach him. Izuku made it to his classroom just before the bell rang, crossing paths with Itsuka as she entered her own classroom. Inside Class 1A, Izuku noticed that most students were engaged in conversation, even Bakugo seemed to be having a civil discussion with Kirishima. Some students were still processing Mineta's expulsion, but the girls appeared relieved that he had been removed before he could cause any trouble. The one person that stood out was a boy sitting in the corner, not talking to anyone. He was tall, with messy indigo hair flaring in large tufts and dark purple eyes with heavy bags underneath. Izuku had never seen him before. Izuku wondered if this was the new student Aizawa-sensei had mentioned would take Mineta's spot. The mysterious student seemed to notice he was being observed, turning to look at Izuku as he walked to join his friends. Izuku asked the others if they had met the new student. Achiko commented that she hadn't yet, but there was something about him that made her feel uneasy. She acknowledged it wasn't nice to think that way, but it might be his quirk. Momo noted that it must be powerful if Aizawa-sensei had brought him in to replace Mineta. Tenya sensibly pointed out that they might learn about it later in class. Elsewhere in the room, Katsuki was ignoring Kirishima's chatter, scowling at Deku and his friends while leaning back in his chair. The fact that his childhood friend had surpassed him was a painful blow to his pride, and he was consumed by the idea that he had to put Deku back in his place to ensure that he, Bakugo Katsuki, would be the only #1 hero. The door opened, revealing Aizawa entering, and all the students fell silent, quickly taking their seats just as the bell rang. As he closed the door behind him and walked to his desk, Aizawa surveyed the class with his usual bored expression. He noted that it only took them 4 seconds to settle down today, suggesting they were finally learning to be more rational. Nearly everyone had to resist the urge to palm their faces. Aizawa continued, mentioning that since they hadn't had time for it yesterday due to their irrationality, they would use today's homeroom session for introductions. This time, everyone except the newly transferred student shared the same thought. That was because he insisted on doing the test. He instructed them to stand up next to their seats, state their name, the name of their quirk and what it does, and share a fact about themselves. This was meant to help them get to know each other and learn together as a class. He then sat down and pointed to the first student on his right. The blonde teen with sparkling eyes stood up with an exaggerated flourish, posing dramatically as if participating in a play. He introduced himself as Aoyama Yuga, stating that his quirk was navel laser, which allowed him to fire laser beams from his navel. He added that he liked himself and concluded with a flourish and an over-the-top wink before sitting down. The others chose not to comment on the dramatics of his introduction. Meanwhile, Izuku grabbed a notebook and wrote down the names of his classmates and their quirks, making sure not to mutter so nobody could hear him. Izuku thought about how Yuga shot lasers from his navel and wondered if he could fire them from somewhere else. The pink-haired girl who had beaten them all at seated toe-touching stood up and flashed them a mischievous grin. She introduced herself as Ashido Mina, explaining that her quirk was called acid, which allowed her to secrete a corrosive acid through her skin and control its concentration and viscosity. She added that it was also the reason she looked like this and mentioned her love for break-dancing, natto, and okra before giving a double peace sign and sitting back down. Izuku noted her energy and considered that she could be an extremely dangerous close combat fighter if she could coat her entire body with her acid. If she could shoot the acid from a distance, she could be a formidable opponent. Next, a calm girl with frog-like features stood up and introduced herself as Azuitsu. She explained that her quirk was called Frog, allowing her to do anything a frog could do, like hopping long distances, sticking to walls, or shooting her tongue. She mentioned her fondness for rain and jelly before returning to her seat. Izuku observed Azui's quirk, noting its balance. She could use her tongue to reach distant enemies or close in and kick them into SBMs. He smiled as he wrote. Next was Tenya, who stood up and bowed stiffly. He introduced himself as Ida Tenya, explaining that his quirk, engine, granted him engines in his calves for high speeds and mobility, depending on the gear. He mentioned his love for studying and beef stew, expressing hope for a great stay at U. After another bow, he returned to his seat. Izuku found amusement in Tenya's diligence. He glanced at the girls and noticed Momo giggling behind her hand while Achiko struggled to contain her laughter. Tenya's quirk was formidable. If he could match his brother's speed, he would be a challenging opponent. From her seat behind Tenya, Achiko stood up, beaming at everyone. She introduced herself as Uraraka Achiko, sharing that her quirk, zero gravity, allowed her to make objects weightless by touch, enabling them to float. She expressed her fondness for the starry sky and Machi, encouraging everyone to get along before returning to her seat. Izuku contemplated the implications of her gravity manipulation. He speculated about possible limitations, perhaps related to mass or size, but acknowledged its power. With training, she might unlock even greater potential. Next was Ojiro Mashireo, a blonde teen with small black eyes and a calm demeanor. He introduced himself and explained that his quirk, tail, provided him with a prehensile tail he could use like a third arm or leg. He mentioned his interest in martial arts and thanked everyone for listening. Izuku perked up at the mention of martial arts, considering the possibility of sparring with Mashireo. With his quirk, he would be a tough opponent in close combat. Following Mashireo was another blonde teen, Kaminari Denki, who had previously commented on Izuku's quirk. He smiled and pointed at himself, introducing his quirk, electrification, which allowed him to emit electricity from his body. He expressed his love for fast food and trendy things, winking at the girls before taking his seat. The girls had mixed reactions, but they felt he was preferable to Mineta. Izuku noted that he wasn't the only one with an overpowered quirk. Kaminari's abilities could make him effective in medium-range combat, piquing Izuku's interest as he continued taking notes for his database. Next, a spiky red-haired teen stood up, revealing a small scar above his right eye and noticeably pointed teeth. Despite this, he wore a friendly, boisterous smile as he crossed his arms. He introduced himself as Kirishima Ijiro, explaining that his quirk, hardening, allowed him to harden and sharpen any part of his body, enhancing his strength and durability. He expressed his love for meat, manly things, and Crimson Riot, the manliest hero in Japan. Izuku noted the shared admiration for a pro hero, finding it interesting. Behind Ijiro stood a tall, muscular teen with a head shaped like a pointy rock. He timidly stood up, shoulders hunched, and wrote on a small whiteboard he carried, showing its contents to the class. He introduced himself as Koda Koji, sharing that his quirk, Ani voice, allowed him to communicate with and command any animal he saw. He mentioned owning a pet rabbit and his love for nature, apologizing for the inconvenience before sitting down. Izuku observed that Koda wasn't much of a talker, but he recognized the potential of a quirk that allowed control over animals. It could provide valuable information from the natural world. Finally, a tall, muscular teen with spiky brown hair and thick lips, curved in a friendly smile, introduced himself as Sato Rikido. He explained that his quirk, Sugar Rush, enabled him to increase his strength fivefold for 3 minutes by consuming 10 grams of sugar. He mentioned his talent for making sweets and his favorite food, cake, before expressing pleasure at meeting everyone. Izuku found the concept of a strength enhancement quirk based on sugar consumption intriguing, though he wondered about its practicality without a constant supply of sugar. At the head of the next column was the tallest boy in the class, who had silver hair and wore a face mask along with a special uniform designed for his extra arms. He introduced himself as Shoji Mizo, explaining that his quirk was dupli arms. Not only could he use them as additional limbs, but they could also imitate other parts of his body, such as his ears or mouth. He mentioned his favorite foods were takoyaki and squid ink pasta, speaking through one of his arms thanks to an extra mouth. Izuku thought about how versatile Shoji's quirk was, even if it had a spooky aspect. With extra strength and the ability to enhance his senses, he could be an excellent spotter. Following Shoji was a slender girl with purplish hair and triangular-shaped, onyx-colored eyes. Her most peculiar feature was her earphone plug-like earlobes. She introduced herself as Jaira Kyoka, sharing that her quirk was earphone jack. This allowed her to plug the jacks into solid objects to listen to sounds transmitted through them and channel the sound of her heartbeat. She emphasized that they were tougher than they looked and expressed her disdain for perverts, casting a warning glare at Denki. Izuku noted her snarky attitude and her dislike for perverts, recognizing her as a rocker girl. Her quirk seemed excellent for locating people, and he wondered what offensive capabilities she might possess. Next in line was a tall boy with a lean physique, almond-shaped eyes, and a friendly grin that showcased his large teeth. He introduced himself as Siro Hanta, stating that his quirk was tape. He could shoot a cellophane tape-like material from his elbows and retract it, emphasizing that the tape was as strong as steel. He shared his love for oranges, soybeans, and other healthy foods, expressing his hope to get along with everyone. Izuku considered how Siro's quirk could capture anything or anyone and speculated that if he was strong enough, he could even use it to pull himself up a building. He wondered about the tape's tensile strength. Following Siro was another boy with a bird-shaped head, while the rest of his body was human. He introduced himself as Tokoyami Fumikage, explaining that his quirk, Dark Shadow, was a sentient shadow beast he hosted. He could materialize it from his body and return it at will, with its strength depending on the amount of light around him. He mentioned his preference for apples and dark places. Izuku was intrigued by the rarity of a sentient quirk and recognized its potential power if used wisely. He speculated that it might be strongest in the dark, making it one of the most versatile quirks he had encountered. Next was the boy who had placed third in the apprehension test. With his bicolored hair, heterochromia, and a burn scar over his left eye, he stood out in the crowd. He introduced himself as Todoroki Shoto, sharing that his quirk was called half cold, half hot. He could generate ice from his right side and fire from his left. He mentioned enjoying zarusoba before taking his seat. Izuku was impressed, noting that Todoroki's elemental quirk shared aspects with his own. He found it powerful and wondered where he had heard the name Todoroki before. Next was the invisible girl, whose uniform clung to her form, making her the only visible part of her. She gave an excited little jump and waved at everyone. She introduced herself as Hagakure Turu, explaining that her quirk was invisibility, which made her completely invisible. She shared her love for shopping, plushies, and cute things, asking everyone to take care of her. Izuku chuckled to himself, thinking of her as an invisible version of Achiko. He recognized that while her quirk might not have direct combat applications, she could still be a surprise asset later on. Finally, it was Bakugo's turn. He stood up with a scowl on his face, hands in his pockets, exuding an air of indifference that made him resemble a delinquent. He introduced himself as Bakugo Katsuki, stating that his quirk was explosion. He could sweat nitroglycerin from the palms of his hands and detonate it at will, warning that he could make anyone explode if they angered him. He mentioned his love for spicy food and mountain climbing, declaring his hatred for losing. Izuku rolled his eyes in annoyance, thinking it was typical of Bakugo. He decided not to write anything about him since he had already analyzed Bakugo's quirk before. He felt it was only a matter of time before someone knocked some humility into Bakugo. It was Izuku's turn now, and he mentally lamented not being able to choose their own seats. Nevertheless, he put on an earnest expression. He introduced himself as Midoriya Izuku, sharing that his quirk was superpower, which had 3 aspects he could use at any moment. Attack, which allowed him to shape energy to damage anything, block, which enabled him to create barriers and reflect attacks, and help, useful for augmenting and healing not only himself but others around him. He expressed his love for tokusatsu fiction and katsudon, bowing as he finished and returned to his seat. While Bakugo's glare was not surprising, Izuku noticed some positive interest from the rest of his classmates, which was quite nice, as he hoped to become friends with all of them. Next was the newest student. He introduced himself as Shinso Hitoshi, explaining that his quirk, Brainwash, allowed him to mentally control anyone who verbally responded to him, giving them short orders to follow. He mentioned his interests in cats and bicycling before promptly sitting down. Izuku thought about Shinso's name and quirk, recognizing its interesting and powerful nature. He realized that if Shinso could control more than one person at a time, it could be quite dangerous, but it also had a lot of potential for hero work. Finally, it was Momo's turn, and Izuku realized they had been placed in their seats in alphabetical order, making him almost facepalm at the realization. She introduced herself as Yaoyorozu Momo, stating that her quirk was called creation, allowing her to create non-living matter in any form through the molecular manipulation of her fat cells. She shared her enjoyment of reading various things, especially illustrated encyclopedias, and bowed before returning to her seat, throwing a wink at Izuku, who blushed in response, causing Achiko to huff in jealousy. Izuku thought about how these would be his classmates for the next 3 years and considered their powers. The day continued through their second morning at U. Class 1A had Present Mike as their English teacher for the second PRD, followed by Modern Literature with Cementos in the third PRD. When lunch rolled around, everyone headed to the canteen. The lunch looked surprisingly good, even though it was inexpensive, which Izuku attributed to the pro-hero lunch rush preparing it. He took a seat at a table with Momo, Achiko, and Tenya, joined by Itsuka, Yui, and Setsuna. Itsuka asked if class had gone smoothly, and Izuku shrugged, saying it had gone better than expected. He mentioned that he had listed all of his classmates' quirks in his notebook, finding them all very interesting. Mentioned the new classmate who had replaced the one expelled the previous day, a boy named Shinso Hitoshi. Tenya explained that Shinso's quirk allowed him to control the actions of anyone who responded to him. Yui replied, maintaining a straight face, that it was good to know. Setsuna then eagerly asked Izuku about his quirk, wanting to know what it did and what he called it. Izuku instinctively backed away, still getting used to Setsuna being so close to him. He explained that his quirk was called Superpower, which allowed him to use 3 types of energy, each with different abilities. Setsuna excitedly shared that her quirk was Lizard Tail Splitter, enabling her to split her body up to 50 times while still controlling it all. Izuku complimented her on her versatile quirk, and she encouraged him to call her Setsuna. She then asked if he wanted to watch some Godzilla with her later. The sound of a fork falling to the floor broke the sudden silence around the table. Itsuka, Momo, and Achiko were taken aback by Setsuna's bold invitation, while Tenya raised his eyebrows in surprise, and Yui remained impassive. Izuku blinked in surprise and agreed that maybe they could meet and watch together. Setsuna smiled and returned to her meal, while Itsuka, feeling the awkwardness of the silence, decided to change the subject. She mentioned hearing about a new foundational hero studies teacher, noting that they would have him before the others did, causing Izuku to pause his eating. Really? I didn't know. Could it be him? Izuku thought. After several more classes, Class 1A was finally ready for the last class of the day, the one they had been eagerly anticipating, their first heroics class. That laugh was so familiar that everyone perked up in excitement upon hearing it. Yeah, I was right, Izuku thought. All Might entered the classroom dramatically, wearing his trademark costume with a red cape. He announced his arrival with flair, and Izuku couldn't help but cover his face with his palm in disbelief. Seriously. All Might marched to the desk, his cape billowing as if caught in a breeze, even indoors. Wow, I can't believe it, it's All Might. Kaminari exclaimed, brimming with excitement. All Might is really going to teach us. Kirishima said, a wide grin spreading across his face. That's his Silver Age costume, right? Azui commented, her excitement evident despite her calm demeanor. The art style is so different, it's giving me goosebumps, Ojiro remarked, shivering slightly as a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. All Might stood in front of the desk, striking a pose with his back to the class, capturing everyone's attention. I am the Foundational Heroic Studies teacher, All Might. I will be teaching you hero basic training, and we will spend the semester building your foundations through various trials. This class is the most important in your curriculum, as well as having the most units in your courses. Everyone, including Izuku, listened intently, eager to absorb all the knowledge they could. With all of that said, All Might paused before turning to face them suddenly, causing Class 1A to flinch in surprise as he struck another epic pose while holding up a piece of paper with one word, battle. So, let's get right into it with combat training. Combat training? Katsuki asked, excitement lighting up his face. Izuku felt the same thrill, shared by everyone in the class, as All Might pointed to the wall behind him. Indeed. But there is something still missing, and that is your costumes, and here are yours. The wall shifted, revealing several compartments containing 20 metal suitcases, each labeled with a name. These costumes have been crafted based on the needs indicated in your quirk registration and the requests you submitted before school started. The students cheered and eagerly left their desks, excited to try out their new gear. Izuku was surprised they had been completed so quickly but figured the support corps students must have helped in their creation. Now, go get changed and come to ground beta. All Might declared before dashing off to the meeting ground. At ground beta, All Might stood with his arms crossed, waiting for his students' arrival. The clothes make the person, ladies and gentlemen, All Might proclaimed, inspecting his students' costumes as they emerged from the shadows. Be fully aware. From now on you are heroes. Aoyama Yuga's costume resembled knight's armor, complete with a violet glimmering cape, a wing-shaped visor covering his face, and a belt with a ringed buckle that allowed him to fire his quirk. Ashido Mino wore a turquoise skin-tight bodysuit paired with a tan vest adorned with white fur on the collar, complemented by a white mask and purple tan boots, allowing her arms to be free to shoot her acid. Azuitu had ensured her costume reflected her frog quirk, opting for a green-black suit with yellow linings that mimicked a frog's skin markings. Her goggles, gloves, and boots were designed with the same theme in mind. Ida Tenya combined elegance and protection. Over a black one-piece suit with a high collar, he wore silver armor that included a metal mask covering his entire face except for his eyes, decorative mufflers extending from his midriff, and specialized metal boots that rose past his knees. Uraraka Achiko's outfit seemed tailored to her quirk, resembling an astronaut's attire with a pink and black skin-tight suit that covered her body, a transparent helmet, and thick, round bracers with handles that allowed her to use her special touch on her opponents. Ojiro Mashireo's costume was simple yet effective, a white karate gi made of durable fabric with a partially furred collar and a hole in the back for his tail, enabling him to utilize his skills effectively. Kaminari Denki wore a black jacket over a white shirt, with a belt holding up his black breathes and a headset for communication, all adorned with little lightning designs. Kirishima Ijiro sported a vest featuring two gear-shaped shoulder pads that left his chest exposed, paired with a ripped skirt and black breathes secured by a belt with an R-shaped buckle. His look was completed with a jaw guard resembling animal fangs. Kota Koji opted for a simple costume, a short-sleeved, short-legged dark yellow and red bodysuit featuring a design around the chest area that resembled an animal's open mouth, along with matching shoes. Sato Rikido chose a yellow full-body suit with openings for his mouth, eyes, and hair, while white gloves and boots covered his hands and feet. An utility belt around his waist held the sugar he used. Shoji Mizo's outfit consisted of a sleeveless shirt made of two different shades of blue, secured with a bronze buckle that held up his light blue breathes, which were tucked into matching boots that reached halfway up his legs. Jairu Kyoka selected a costume that gave her a rock star vibe, a long salmon-colored shirt with several rips at the collar and bottom, complemented by a black leather jacket, breathes, and boots equipped with stereos for her jacks. Two red triangle facial marks adorned her cheeks, a black choker encircled her neck, and white fingerless gloves completed her ensemble. Shiro Hanta donned a black full-body suit with white designs across his torso, featuring elbow-length sleeves with orange trims to facilitate his quirk. His shoulder pads and helmet were shaped like tape dispensers, cleverly reflecting his abilities. Tokoyami Fumikage wore a dark robe with a purple tint and black boots, which made sense given his quirk allowed him to avoid direct combat. Todoroki Shoto was dressed in a white shirt, breathes, and boots, accompanied by a gold-colored combat vest. The left side of his attire was covered in ice, likely to help regulate his temperature when using fire. Hagakure Toru stood out for her minimalistic outfit, a pair of light blue gloves and brownish-gray shoes. All Might chose not to dwell on the girl's choice of attire. Bakugo Katsuki wore a black sleeveless tank top adorned with two bandoliers in an X shape. His neck was protected by a metallic brace, his face covered with a large flare-shaped cloth, and his hands equipped with grenade-like gauntlets that stored his sweat, which also fed into the grenades on his belt. His black, knee-high combat boots completed his fierce look. Shinso Hitoshi opted for a straightforward costume, a dark blue tracksuit similar to the U.P. uniform, reinforced for potential close combat. He also wore a half-mask covering his mouth and a scarf-like cloak reminiscent of Aizawa's capturing weapon. Yaoyorozu Momo wore a red leotard with silver linings and matching red boots, complemented by a golden utility belt, leaving parts of her skin exposed to utilize her creation quirk effectively. Finally, Izuku wore a green long-sleeve shirt with elbow pads over a black cargo vest, green cargo breathes with black lines and knee pads, and a red utility belt. His outfit was completed with white gloves, red combat boots laced with steel, and a breathing mask. Momo and Achiko tried to hide their admiration for how well Izuku's costume showcased his toned physique, and they were not alone. Mina was also admiring the green-haired boy. Izuku felt his cheeks heat up as he noticed the extra attention from the girls. Achiko was the first to regain her composure, approaching her friend with Momo by her side. She complimented him on his costume, attempting to cover her blushing cheeks. She mentioned that she should have specified her preferences better, as her own costume felt a bit too tight. Momo reassured her that she looked great, giving her a supportive pat on the shoulder, which caused Achiko's blush to deepen as Momo chuckled. She added that she agreed with Achiko, stating that Izuku's costume suited him very well. Izuku focused on their eyes, trying to avoid sneaking glances at how well Momo and Achiko's costumes fit them. Izuku looked at Momo, curious about her costume. Momo nodded, feeling a sense of comfort in Izuku's gaze that she wouldn't have felt with anyone else. Mina interjected, questioning Momo's design choice. Momo explained that she had initially intended to reveal more skin, but there were limits to how much she could show. Izuku complimented the three girls, which caused them to blush with appreciation. From a distance, Hitoshi observed the group with interest before shifting his focus elsewhere. All Might stifled a chuckle at the amusing sight of his successor before redirecting the conversation. He declared that they all looked magnificent and announced the start of their training. Tenya raised his arm, asking if they would be practicing urban combat in the battle center from the entrance exam. All Might clarified that they would be doing much more than that. He explained that while it seemed like villainous acts often occurred on the streets, many took place indoors, where intelligent villains could hide. For this test, they would split into teams of 2 and engage in indoor battles as villains and heroes. Azui expressed surprise at the lack of basic training. All Might emphasized that this battle would help them understand those basics, but there would be no easy targets like robots to defeat. Momo inquired about how wins and losses would be determined. Bakugo, with a challenging look at Izuku, asked if they could defeat the villains without restraint. Achiko worriedly asked if anyone would be expelled like in Aizawa's class. Tenya, raising his hand again, asked how they would be grouped. Yuga showed off his cape, seeking validation from the others. All Might felt overwhelmed by the barrage of questions but managed to regain their attention. He decided to answer them one at a time, complimenting Aoyama's cape while advising caution. He reassured Achiko that no one would be expelled and clarified that Bakugo could not harm anyone at you. Wins would be determined by capturing the enemy or achieving objectives, and each team would only participate once. He announced that the groupings would be decided by drawing lots. With that, All Might pulled out a piece of paper, and Izuku couldn't help but chuckle at his idol's antics. All Might explained the scenario. The villains had hidden a nuclear weapon in their hideout, and the heroes needed to neutralize it within 10 minutes. The heroes could win by capturing the villains or deactivating the weapon, while the villains aimed to capture the heroes or let time run out. Izuku thought about how American the scenario felt. All Might produced a yellow box, stating that teams and opponents would be determined by drawing lots. Tenya questioned the seemingly random selection process, and Izuku suggested that it was actually a smart approach. He explained that professionals often had to form makeshift teams and adapt to various scenarios for the mission's success. Tenya nodded, understanding the point. He apologized for his earlier rudeness and ignorance, bowing stiffly to All Might, who appeared unsure of how to respond to Tenya's formality. All Might encouraged them to hurry and begin. The students drew lots to see their pairings. Team A, Midoriya Izuku and Tokoyami Fumikage. Team B, Todoroki Shoto and Shoji Mizo. Team C, Yaoyorozu Momo and Uraraka Achiko. Team D, Bakugo Katsuki and Tenya Ida. Team E consisted of Ishido Mina and Aoyama Yuga, while Team F was made up of Sato Rikido and Koda Koji. Team G featured Kaminari Denki and Jiraiya, and Team H included Shinso Hitoshi and Azui Tsu. Team I was represented by Kirishima Ijiro and Shiro Hanta, and Team J had Wajiro Mashireo and Hagakure Toru. Izuku approached his new partner and extended his right hand. He expressed his excitement about being on the same team, hoping they could do their best together. Fumikage responded with a nod, shaking Izuku's hand without changing his expression. A few meters away, Achiko and Momo were feeling disappointed about not being on a team with Izuku. However, they exchanged smiles, finding comfort in being teammates. Achiko raised her fist in a playful gesture, which Momo bumped with her own, both of them sharing a light-hearted moment. As 2 more lottery boxes appeared, one labeled Heroes and the other Villains, Izuku wondered where they had been hidden. He reached into both boxes, pulling out one ball from each. The first teams to participate were announced as Team A for the heroes and Team D for the villains. Bakugo perked up, a fierce grin spreading across his face as he anticipated the challenge. Izuku rolled his eyes, already aware of Bakugo's competitive nature. All Might instructed the remaining students to head to the control room to observe and comment on the exercise. As the students complied, All Might led both teams to the building where the exercise would take place. He explained the scenario. The villains would start inside the building, tasked with hiding a false nuclear weapon and protecting it until time ran out. After 5 minutes, the heroes would be allowed to enter. All Might emphasized the importance of thinking like a villain, encouraging them to give it their all while assuring them he would intervene if things escalated too far. The 4 students nodded in understanding as All Might handed them papers containing the building's layout and small communicators for keeping in touch. He then allowed Team D to enter the building, waiting until Bakugo and Tenya were inside before departing. Bakugo and Tenya decided to place the false bomb on the top floor, believing it would give them an advantage. They settled in to wait for the test to begin. Tenya expressed his discomfort with the idea of playing the role of a villain, carefully examining the realistic-looking nuclear weapon. Bakugo, still brimming with determination, confronted Tenya about his opinion on Izuku's quirk. Tenya sighed, knowing this conversation would likely come up repeatedly. He explained that he had witnessed Izuku's impressive abilities firsthand, noting that charging at him head-on would not be wise. Bakugo, fueled by anger, declared his intention to prove himself superior to Izuku. Meanwhile, Izuku and Fumikage waited outside for the test to commence. Fumikage observed Bakugo's intense feelings toward Izuku and shared his thoughts. Izuku reflected on their past friendship, acknowledging Bakugo's talent but also his volatile temperament. He expressed his belief that Bakugo would likely target him while Tenya remained to guard the bomb. Fumikage inquired if Izuku had a plan for their situation. Izuku confirmed that he had ideas on how to handle Bakugo, emphasizing the versatility of Fumicage's quirk and inviting him to share any suggestions. Together, they began strategizing for the challenge ahead. Back in the control room, the students settled in, their eyes glued to the various monitor screens displaying the building's interior. All Might addressed the students, urging them to pay close attention as they reviewed the test designed to highlight the strengths and weaknesses of the fighters. He hoped that young Midoriya would not go overboard as he had during the entrance exam. Here, he was just one of the students, and All Might would evaluate him without favoritism. With a grading book and pencil in hand, he prepared to observe the unfolding battle. As soon as All Might issued the warning, Izuku sprang into action, entering the building through an open window. He landed gracefully, donned his breathing mask, and began navigating the hallways, fully aware of his role. Turning a corner, he spotted Bakugo approaching from the opposite end of the corridor, a fierce grin plastered on his face. Izuku felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. He sarcastically acknowledged Bakugo's presence, maintaining his composure despite the tension. Bakugo snarled in response, launching himself forward with an explosive burst of energy. Izuku deftly sidestepped Bakugo's attack, seizing his extended forearm and using his momentum to throw him over his shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. Bakugo was momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events. The impact left him breathless, but he quickly regained his footing, glaring at Izuku, whose expression remained unchanged. Izuku began to explain his observations, detailing Bakugo's typical approach of starting with an explosive charge followed by a powerful swing. He revealed that he had been studying Bakugo closely, even referencing the notebook Bakugo had once tried to destroy. This notebook contained a comprehensive analysis of everyone with quirks he had encountered, including Bakugo. Bakugo's bewilderment was palpable as he recalled his previous attempt to eliminate that notebook. Izuku continued, explaining the dual meaning of the name Deku, which Bakugo often used as an insult. He pointed out that it also meant, "I can do it," turning Bakugo's taunt against him. Izuku calmly declared that he had grown stronger and was no longer the easy target Bakugo once knew. Fueled by a mix of pain and fury, Bakugo prepared for another attack, this time unleashing an explosion from his left hand. Izuku nimbly jumped aside, avoiding the blast that sent Bakugo momentarily airborne. Through Bakugo's earpiece, Tenya inquired about his status, but Bakugo dismissed him, focusing on the fight. Frustrated, Tenya muttered to himself, unaware that someone was observing him from the shadows. In the control room, the class watched the battle unfold with bated breath. Achiko noted that Deku and Tokoyami had separated before entering the building, questioning their strategy. Mina suggested that Midoriya likely had a plan, which surprised Achiko, who was taken aback by Mina's casual use of his nickname. Momo explained that Midoriya had anticipated Bakugo's actions, knowing he would pursue him while leaving Tenya to guard the bomb. This allowed Tokoyami to sneak into the room with the weapon. The class nodded in agreement, impressed by the thoughtfulness of Izuku's strategy. As the battle progressed, the students watched in awe as Izuku's predictions about Bakugo's behavior played out, showcasing his strength and technique as he skillfully countered Bakugo's attacks. Achiko expressed her admiration for Izuku's martial arts skills, recalling his mention of meeting Kendo-chan in a dojo. Ojiro nodded in recognition of Izuku's technique, eager for a chance to spar with him. Kirishima was left speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Aoyama pointed out that Midoriya had managed to throw Bakugo to the ground without even using his quirk. All Might beamed with pride, noting that Izuku had a clever plan that aligned with his understanding of the villains, allowing him to retrieve the weapon. He reminded everyone that the situation could change at any moment and encouraged them with you. Hi's motto, which the students eagerly echoed. Aoyama suddenly alerted All Might to Bakugo's actions on the screen. Bakugo concealed his left hand, preparing to unleash an explosion. Izuku, however, anticipated Bakugo's move and remained calm. As Bakugo launched himself toward Izuku with a flying kick, Izuku swiftly grabbed his leg and swung him across the hallway, sending him crashing against the wall. Bakugo, frustrated, spat out saliva as he hit the ground. Izuku thought to himself that Bakugo was becoming predictable. As Bakugo got back up, ready to propel himself again, Izuku dashed around the corner, leaving a trail of energy. Bakugo shouted in anger, demanding Izuku return, and pursued him, using explosions to gain speed. However, Izuku managed to conceal himself well, and after a couple of minutes, Bakugo found himself searching for him below the bomb's floor. A noise caught Bakugo's attention, and he turned just in time to receive a knee from Izuku, sending him crashing to the floor once more. Bakugo protested angrily, feeling the impact as he slowly rose to his feet. Izuku maintained a stoic expression, taking a fighting stance that only fueled Bakugo's rage. Bakugo declared his superiority and prepared for another attack. Meanwhile, 2 floors above, Fumikage peeked from behind a pillar, observing Ida guarding the bomb. He felt ready to fulfill his role in Midoriya's plan but paused to listen to Ida's self-talk. Ida reflected on Bakugo's natural talent for villainy, resolving to embrace his own role as a villain to prove himself worthy of the Ida family name. Fumikage chuckled quietly and adjusted his earpiece. He informed Izuku that he had reached his position, to which Izuku responded with acknowledgement and instructed him to wait for the signal. Bakugo, overhearing Izuku, snarled and aimed his gauntlet at him, warning that he would not be underestimated. He reached for the safety pin of his grenade-like gauntlet, threatening that it would detonate the nitroglycerin he had sweated into it, vowing to finally defeat Izuku. Bakugo pulled the pin with a maniacal expression. Izuku narrowed his eyes, finally changing his expression. A massive blast detonated, sending Bakugo flying away, shaking the hallways and damaging the walls caught in the explosion. Tenya felt the shockwave even several floors away, while Fumikage used the shadows to move closer to the room where Tenya was guarding the bomb. In the monitor room, the students felt the blast as well. Achiko and Mino were clearly worried about what had just happened, but Momo remained confident, believing she had seen something special, as did All Might. As the smoke began to clear, Bakugo's grin turned even more intense. Did he still believe he was better than Izuku? Bakugo shouted that he would break him and force him to surrender with his full strength. Tenya frantically shouted through his earpiece, trying to figure out what had just happened below. He demanded Bakugo explain himself. Bakugo felt the BLD drain from his face when he heard Izuku's voice through the smoke. When it finally cleared enough, he saw Izuku kneeling, surrounded by a spherical energy barrier that vanished a moment later, revealing that Izuku and his costume had gone completely unscathed. Izuku looked around at the destruction brought by the explosion, a serious expression on his face. He questioned Bakugo's intentions, asking if he had truly tried to harm him. Bakugo growled in anger, challenging Izuku to fight him like a real man, insisting that he wouldn't back down. Izuku narrowed his eyes, acknowledging Bakugo's determination. He congratulated him for making him change his expression, noting that his trump card hadn't hurt him. Bakugo charged again, furious and desperate. Izuku prepared to counter, but Bakugo used a second blast to change his direction mid-air, attempting to strike from behind. However, Izuku quickly formed an energy wall, reflecting the explosion back at Bakugo. Still in the air, Bakugo aimed for another strike, but Izuku grabbed him by the arm and threw him against the nearest intact wall. Bakugo hit the wall upside down, collapsing moments later as he struggled to stand. Determined, Bakugo shouted that he would beat Izuku, charging once more. Izuku instructed Fumikage to act, and Fumikage acknowledged. Izuku charged at full speed, both of them preparing their attacks. Bakugo was about to unleash another massive explosion, while Izuku's arm glowed with energy. Bakugo pulled the other safety pin, preparing for his ultimate move. At the last moment, Izuku aimed his arm upwards and sent the blast into the air, followed by an energy ball. The blast tore through the floors, creating powerful gusts of wind that shook the entire building. Izuku had carefully aimed it to avoid the pillars, but the shockwave was still powerful enough to be felt all the way to the monitor room. Before Bakugo's gauntlet could explode, Izuku infused it with his energy, neutralizing the nitroglycerin, leaving Bakugo in shock. Tenya was stunned by the explosion that had just shaken the entire building. A hole opened in the floor, and debris made it hard to see what was happening. He noticed a ball of yellow-green energy emerging from the hole, followed by Fumikage leaping out with his quirk activated. The shadow beast devoured the energy ball and suddenly grew larger than Tenya thought possible. He was frozen in terror, and before he could react, the beast enveloped him in darkness. Seconds later, the darkness lifted, revealing Fumikage holding the false bomb. He reported that the nuclear weapon had been retrieved. Izuku stared at Bakugo, who was now on his hands and knees, temporarily weakened by Izuku's quirk. Bakugo breathed in disbelief, shocked that Izuku had nullified his trump card twice, causing massive destruction in the process. Bakugo uttered words he never thought he would say, acknowledging his defeat. Izuku looked at him, his breathing mask off and a serious expression on his face. He explained that he had anticipated Bakugo's approach and had planned to distract him just long enough to give Tokoyami's quirk a temporary boost, allowing him to gain the upper hand against Tenya. Bakugo's eyes widened in realization. In his rage, he had not noticed he was being outmaneuvered. Izuku continued, expressing his intention to teach Bakugo a lesson about humility and the possibility that someone could surpass him. He advised Bakugo to set aside his pride and prepare for the challenges ahead, warning him of the consequences if he did not. As Izuku began to walk away, All Might's voice echoed through the remaining speakerphones, declaring the hero team victorious. Izuku exited the building, with Fumikage trailing behind, supporting a still-dazed Tenya. He met All Might at the entrance, who praised him for his performance. Izuku thanked his mentor, and All Might handed him a note from Recovery Girl, asking to see him in her office as soon as possible. After checking the note, Izuku felt All Might's hand on his shoulder and turned to meet his gaze. All Might acknowledged that while Izuku could have finished the fight quickly, he appreciated that he allowed others to participate. Izuku explained that he wanted to keep things fair and felt it was necessary to teach Bakugo a lesson in humility. He then checked on Fumikage and Tenya, relieved to find they did not need medical attention, before heading to Recovery Girl's office. Meanwhile, Bakugo sat against one of the few intact walls in the building, reflecting on his fight. He recalled how Izuku had predicted his moves and the implications of his defeat. Doubts began to creep in as he wondered if he had fought with everything he had from the start, could he have changed the outcome? Before he could dwell on those thoughts, he felt a strong hand gently grip his shoulder. All Might encouraged him to return to the monitor room to review the fight, reminding him that both winning and losing were part of the learning experience. Izuku arrived at Recovery Girl's office and knocked on the open door, catching the elder woman's attention. She welcomed him with a gentle smile and confirmed that there was no problem. She had considered his proposal from earlier and was willing to teach him how to heal more effectively, despite having never done so before. Izuku expressed his gratitude, and for the next hour, Recovery Girl guided him on focusing his will when healing and provided basic lessons in anatomy. She cautioned him about the risks of overusing his ability, especially when exhausted. As the lesson concluded with the ringing of the bell, Recovery Girl told Izuku it was time to return to class and that she would coordinate with his homeroom teacher to incorporate this new training into his schedule. Izuku bid farewell to his second mentor and hurried back to his homeroom. As he walked through the halls, he sighed, realizing he had missed the rest of the lesson and anticipated Aizawa's reaction. Upon entering Class 1A's homeroom, he was greeted by his classmates, who cheered for him. Ijiro congratulated him, expressing admiration for his performance during the match. It was exhilarating for Hanta to see the fight unfold. He expressed his excitement, praising Midoriya's performance. Mina, bursting with energy, echoed Hanta's sentiments, commending Midoriya for his dodging and countering skills. Rikido joined in, emphasizing how the team had set a standard for everyone else during their matches. Yuga attempted to interject with a critique, but Mina playfully threatened him, causing a moment of light-hearted chaos. Amidst the flurry of compliments, Momo stepped in and embraced Midoriya, congratulating him on his victory. Midoriya thanked Momo and inquired about what he had missed. Momo informed him that after his fight, the group had discussed his performance, and All Might had named him the MVP. She noted how he had effectively adapted to the circumstances, devised a plan that included everyone, and managed to avoid injury while facing Bakugo. Curious about the others, Midoriya asked how Momo and Achiko had fared. Momo shared that they had won their match against Kirishima and Siro, detailing how they had collaborated on strategies to retrieve the weapon, despite the challenges they faced. Fumikage complimented Midoriya on his well-executed plan from the exercise, but Tenya quickly reprimanded Fumikage for sitting on a desk, insisting it was not a proper chair. Kyoka interjected, urging Tenya to relax, while Mashireo pointed out Tenya's animated gestures. As the conversation continued, Kaminari and Achiko entered, carrying stacks of books. Kaminari awkwardly attempted to ask Achiko out, but she was oblivious to his intentions. Instead, she rushed to Midoriya's side, expressing her concern for him after his fight. Midoriya reassured her that he was fine and mentioned a discussion he had with Recovery Girl about his quirk. However, he soon realized that Bakugo was missing from the room. Achiko informed him that Bakugo had left immediately after the bell rang, prompting Midoriya to excuse himself and rush out to find him. He reached the entrance just in time to see Bakugo heading home. Midoriya called out to Bakugo, who paused and turned to face him. Midoriya expressed his concern, fearing that Bakugo was upset about their earlier confrontation. Bakugo, visibly annoyed, dismissed Midoriya's worries, insisting that losing to him was simply a part of the day's events. He recounted his frustration over the battle exercise, recalling how he had underestimated Todoroki. In a moment of vulnerability, Bakugo revealed his determination, declaring that while Midoriya had won this time, he would not let it happen again. He vowed to become the #1 hero, asserting that he would not allow anyone to stand in his way. With that, he wiped away his tears and walked away, leaving Midoriya to reflect on their intense rivalry. Izuku smiled confidently as the sun began to set, his voice low as he thought about the challenge ahead. Nearby, All Might had overheard the conversation and felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been worried that Izuku might reveal the secret of One for All to Bakugo, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. Izuku had managed to help Bakugo confront his inferiority complex, creating a rivalry that would benefit them both. This would give Izuku a benchmark for his own growth and inspire Bakugo to push his limits while learning humility. All Might felt proud of young Midoriya and encouraged him to continue on this path. From a window, four girls observed the exchange between the two students. Mina asked what they had been discussing, to which Achiko replied that it was the fated battle between men as Izuku walked back toward the school building. Tsuyu pointed out that Izuku was likely just trying to motivate Bakugo. Momo agreed, suggesting that this could lead to Bakugo finally respecting Izuku as a rival, someone he needed to strive to surpass, and perhaps even learn to temper his words. Achiko excitedly declared it the fated battle between rivals. Unaware of the girls' conversation, Izuku was lost in thought. He realized he had ignited a spark in Bakugo, but he knew he had to keep improving if he wanted to become a great hero. As he returned to the classroom to gather his belongings and say goodbye to his classmates, he felt determined. Meanwhile, in an empty bar elsewhere in Japan, a young man with severed hands around his arms and face read a newspaper with the headline, "All Might Becomes You. Teacher closes agency temporarily." He pondered the implications of the symbol of peace potentially being targeted by villains. Izuku found himself in darkness, unable to see anything around him. Suddenly, a flash of colorful lights appeared, illuminating the space without blinding him. As the light dimmed, he saw 7 figures before him, and unease settled in. Curious, he asked who they were. One of the figures, a young woman, told him he would know when the time was right. For now, she said, he had a long journey ahead of him as the torchbearer. Izuku's eyes widened in shock at the title. He asked how she knew this, but the figures remained silent as they began to fade away. Desperate for answers, he reached out, but a bright light enveloped everything. Izuku awoke suddenly, breathing heavily as he processed the dream. It felt surreal, but something about it lingered in his mind. He wondered who those figures were and what secrets one for all held that he needed to uncover. As he contemplated this, a voice interrupted him, asking about All Might's classes and what it was like to be taught by the #1 hero. Izuku felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Being surrounded by journalists was overwhelming, especially since they were clamoring for information about All Might, who had temporarily closed his agency and started teaching at you. When Izuku, Itsuka, Momo, Achiko, and Setsuna arrived at the entrance, they were immediately besieged by cameras and microphones. None of them wanted to divulge anything about their teacher, yet they struggled to navigate through the crowd. In a moment of inspiration, Izuku decided to divert their attention. He cheerfully offered to share everything he knew about business management, hoping to make them think he wasn't a student of All Might. The reporters quickly shifted their focus to Achiko, allowing Izuku a moment of relief as he stifled a laugh at their sudden change in interest. Achiko was a bit surprised by the question but decided to follow Izuku's lead and suggest that she was not in the hero course. She smiled and mentioned that they hadn't seen All Might much around general education, which made Izuku chuckle and the other girls giggle. Momo talked about creating machines, which was technically correct due to her quirk, while Setsuna joined Achiko's class, and Itsuka began discussing the basics of merchandising. Eventually, they were left alone and allowed to continue. As they made their way, they spotted Tenya walking toward the school entrance. Izuku and the others paused to see if their friend needed assistance. A reporter asked Tenya what he thought of All Might as a teacher. Tenya stood tall, and Izuku anticipated a good response. Tenya expressed that All Might had helped him realize he was attending an exceptional educational institution. He praised All Might's dignity and character, noting that students in the hero course often witnessed his humorous side as he demonstrated that being a hero, while challenging, could also be quite engaging. He emphasized that learning directly from the best was a unique opportunity. His serious demeanor, however, seemed to deter the reporters, who preferred not to endure lengthy speeches. Izuku waved at Tenya, who joined them. One of the reporters, frustrated by the lack of responses, called out to Bakugo, who had been recognized as the boy caught by the sludge villain the previous year. Unfortunately for the reporter, Bakugo was visibly irritated by the reminder and growled at them to leave him alone, pushing past one of the journalists to escape further inquiries. Another reporter recalled that the boy who claimed to be in business had rescued Bakugo. They turned to find Izuku had already slipped into the building, now out of their reach. The reporters expressed their frustration at missing their opportunity. At that moment, Aizawa stepped outside to confront them. A female reporter grimaced at his appearance and asked about All Might, realizing her hopes were fading. Aizawa informed them that All Might was not on duty and that they were disrupting classes. He requested that they leave, but one reporter pleaded to speak directly with All Might. Aizawa sighed, ignoring their pleas as he focused on his class plans, reflecting on how All Might managed to work as a hero amidst all this chaos. Frustrated, the reporter shouted for just a moment of All Might's time. However, as she attempted to pass through the entrance, a buzzer sounded, and large metal gates appeared, blocking her way. Another reporter explained that it was the U-He barrier, which activated unless one had a student or teacher ID or a pass assigned by the school. The security system was designed to protect the premises. The reporters expressed their disbelief at U-He's strictness, lamenting that it had been 3 days since All Might began teaching, and they still hadn't received any comments from the school. Unbeknownst to them, a mysterious figure loomed nearby, shrouded in shadows as the wind swirled around him, harboring malicious intent. Shota entered the classroom and nodded at his students, who had taken their seats. He acknowledged their progress, congratulating them on their performance in the previous day's combat training. After reviewing the video and results, he noted that overall, they had done well. Then he turned his attention to Bakugo, reminding him that while he was talented, he needed to learn how to handle defeat and grow from the experience. Bakugo glanced aside with an annoyed grunt, acknowledging the situation. The homeroom teacher began to address the class, apologizing for the late notice and announcing that they would decide who would become the class representative. A collective sigh of relief filled the room. It was a typical school activity. With the tension lifted, excitement surged among the students. Eijiro eagerly declared his longing to be class rep, followed by Denki and Kyoka, both raising their hands in enthusiasm. Mina interrupted Yuga, proclaiming her intention to lead as well. Amidst the chaos, Izuku observed quietly. He reflected that in a normal class, being representative would involve daily duties, but in the hero course, it was a chance to learn leadership skills essential for becoming a top hero. Although he hadn't given it much thought, he considered that being representative might be an interesting experience at least once. The noise escalated, and while he couldn't catch every word, he noticed Denki getting hit by one of Kyoka's earjacks, suggesting he must have said something inappropriate. Tenya managed to call for silence, commanding the attention of his classmates. He emphasized the responsibility that came with being class representative, stating it required the trust of others. He proposed a democratic vote to determine their new leader. The class pointed out that Tenya had also raised his hand high, indicating his own longing for the role. Denki questioned the validity of their trust, while Tsuyu pondered how they could have any trust after only a few days together. Eijiro muttered that everyone would likely vote for themselves, but Tenya suggested that if someone received multiple votes, it could indicate their suitability. He turned to Aizawa, hoping for approval of his proposal. Aizawa, settling into his sleeping bag, stated he didn't care how they decided, as long as it was done before homeroom ended and without too much noise. With no better suggestions, Tenya quickly began cutting paper into pieces, distributing them to his classmates for voting. Izuku considered his options, thinking that Tenya seemed like a good candidate, though perhaps a bit too rigid. He made his choice and passed it along. Minutes later, the votes were tallied and displayed on the blackboard. Yaoyorozu Momo, 3 votes Midoriya Izuku, 2 votes Aoyama Yuga, Ashido Mina, Azui Tsu, Bakugo Katsuki, Hagakure Hantashiro, Kaminari Denki, Kirishima Eijiro, Koda Koji, Sato Rikido, Shinso Hitoshi, Shoji Mizo, Todoroki Shoto, Tokoyami Fumikage, 1 vote each. Izuku was surprised to see he had received 2 votes. However, one student was clearly displeased with the outcome. Bakugo erupted in anger, questioning who had voted for Izuku. Hanta, redirecting Bakugo's focus, commented that it was better for Izuku than for him. Bakugo demanded to know what Hanta had said, while Tenya lamented his lack of votes, expressing his disappointment. He declared his resignation, acknowledging that he had expected this outcome. Momo, feeling sympathetic, asked if he had voted for someone else, to which Tenya nodded without elaborating. Aizawa then announced the results, stating that Yaoyorozu would be the class representative and Midoriya would serve as deputy. The two stood and bowed to their classmates, accepting their new roles. Momo smiled and winked at Izuku, who returned her smile. As everyone discussed the morning's events, Tenya remained quiet, grappling with the realization that no one had chosen him. During lunch, the students gathered to talk about the day's happenings, joined by their friends from Class 1B. Itsuka asked who they had selected as class representatives while enjoying her meal. She mentioned that she was the class rep and that Setsuno was her deputy. Izuku, sitting next to Momo, shared that he was Momo's deputy and expressed his surprise at receiving 2 votes, unsure of who had voted for him. Tenya reassured him, stating that his courage and judgment in critical moments made him a worthy deputy. He believed Izuku possessed the greatest heroic spirit among them, which was why he had voted for him. He then quietly took a spoonful of his miso soup, drawing the attention of his classmates. Izuku was taken aback when he learned Tenya had voted for him. Tenya shrugged in response. Achiko sighed, admitting she had been unsure whom to vote for between Deku and Momo, ultimately choosing Momo for her organizational skills. Izuku speculated that Kyoka had also voted for Momo, which led him to ponder the implications of their votes. Momo, with a piece of sushi between her chopsticks, revealed that she had voted for him. Achiko then asked Tenya if he had wanted to be class rep, noting his intelligence. Tenya explained that wanting the position and being suitable for it were different, and he believed someone else was more suited for the role. He took a sip of his orange juice, and everyone recognized the weight of his family legacy as heroes. While eating, Izuku noticed Shinso Hitoshi sitting alone and decided to approach him. He stood up and took his tray to join the purple-haired teen. Izuku greeted him warmly, but Hitoshi seemed surprised and a bit confused by his presence. When asked if he was alone, Hitoshi confirmed that he was used to being by himself and didn't need anyone. Izuku, curious, asked if Hitoshi didn't want friends, to which Hitoshi simply replied no. An awkward silence fell between them, and Izuku wished to break it. Hitoshi, feeling annoyed by Izuku's attempt to socialize, thought of a way to make him leave. He mentioned how nice it must be to have a powerful quirk, realizing too late that he had made a mistake. Izuku responded positively, noting that there were others with powerful quirks as well. Hitoshi sighed, wishing he could be one of them. He then brought up Izuku's brainwashing quirk, expecting a typical response. Instead, Izuku praised Hitoshi's quirk, highlighting its potential to ensure criminals surrender peacefully and help evacuate people without causing panic. He encouraged Hitoshi to train, believing he could become a great hero one day. Hitoshi was taken aback by the unexpected compliment, having been labeled a villain for so long due to his quirk. Before he could respond, a loud screech echoed through the cafeteria, causing everyone to cringe, followed by an urgent announcement. A voice declared a Level 3 security breach and instructed all students to evacuate outdoors promptly and in order. Tenya turned to an upperclassman nearby, inquiring about the breach. The upperclassman explained that someone was trespassing on school grounds and urged everyone to hurry to the exit. Pure chaos ensued as the students attempted to evacuate. The panic caused everyone to rush for the exit of the canteen simultaneously, resulting in a bottleneck. The crowd pressed tightly together, leaving little room to breathe. Achiko cried out as she felt the pressure of the crowd. Setsuna yelled at someone who had shoved her, warning them to stop pushing. Tenya noted how quickly everyone reacted in a crisis, while Itsuka pointed out that it was more about their panic than their composure. Momo took advantage of the situation by leaning against Izuku, who was able to form a shield to protect them from the crush of bodies. Izuku wondered how anyone could have breached U.S. security, which was known to be among the toughest in Japan. Spotting a window, he helped Momo out of the crowd and propelled himself upward to look outside. Izawa and Present Mike glared at the reporters who had trespassed. One of the journalists, whom Izawa recognized from earlier, demanded to see All Might. Present Mike expressed his annoyance at the journalists' persistence and the security risk they posed to the students. Izawa remarked on the irrationality of the reporters, contemplating how they had managed to get past the barriers. Present Mike suggested that they could handle the situation physically, but Izawa advised against it, knowing it would only lead to more trouble. Izuku felt frustrated by the press's entitlement and how it was causing chaos. He needed to reassure everyone that they were safe and prevent further panic. Looking at Momo and Itsuka, he came up with a plan. He instructed Momo to create a megaphone and asked Itsuka to toss it to him. Momo quickly generated the megaphone and Itsuka threw it to Izuku. He jumped and formed a barrier above the exit to ensure everyone could hear him, activating a familiar sound from his phone. The iconic roar of Godzilla caught everyone's attention, halting their frantic attempts to escape. Izuku used the megaphone to calm the crowd, urging them to remain composed and trust that the teachers had the situation under control. He reminded them that they were at and encouraged them to act sensibly. Fortunately, the students listened, sighing in relief as they began to exit the room without further struggle. As police sirens approached, Izuku felt assured that the journalists would soon be forced to leave. He noticed his friends smiling at him, with Setsuna giving him a thumbs up, likely in appreciation of his Godzilla reference. The arrival of the police helped to restore order at U.S. entrance. Present Mike cheerfully bid farewell to the press as they departed, threatened with arrest for trespassing. Above the entrance, 4 figures observed the scene: Cementos, Snipe, Recovery Girl, and Principal Nizu. They noted the press's unexpected entry and questioned how it had happened. Nizu pondered the situation, suspecting that someone had instigated the breach. He wondered if an evil presence had infiltrated their ranks or if this was a deliberate act of aggression. Before them lay the remnants of U.S. main entrance gate, reduced to dust. A giant pink villain held 3 civilians hostage, warning the nearby heroes, Lady, Kamui Woods, and Death Arms, not to approach, or he would harm the hostages. The heroes stood a few meters away, exhausted from their earlier confrontation with the villain. It was all fine now, as All Might delivered a powerful karate chop to the villain's neck, rendering him unconscious. He then bowed to the 3 civilians he had just saved, a reassuring smile on his face. He heard a civilian shout about a hit and run as a car sped past them. All Might knew he had to hurry. He thought about how Nizu would be upset with him for being late, but he couldn't let that stop him. With a mighty leap, he launched himself into the air, chasing after the speeding vehicle. As he pursued the car, he couldn't shake the feeling that he was getting slower. Ever since he had passed on One for All to young Midoriya, his own power had been diminishing. The time he could spend in his hero form was becoming shorter, but he had to endure. He needed to be ready to confront the threat if it returned before Midoriya was prepared to face it. With determination, he smashed the car's engine, ensuring it could go no further. He thought of Midoriya and the weight of the power he now carried. If the secret of One for All were to leak, it could lead to dire consequences for both Midoriya and society. The safety of his successor was paramount, but he believed Midoriya would soon be able to stand on his own, especially with the support of his classmates. Suddenly, he heard about someone barricading themselves in a neighboring town. Without hesitation, All Might took off once more to resolve the situation. Meanwhile, in the aftermath of the school grounds invasion, Aizawa addressed the students. He announced that today's hero basic training would be special, with classes 1A and 1B working together under the guidance of 4 instructors. All Might, Vlad King himself, and a 4th instructor. They would meet at the training grounds. Izuku felt a surge of excitement at the thought of interacting with Itsuka and Setsuna. He raised his hand and asked Aizawa what they would be doing. Aizawa held up a card that read "Rescue" in bold blue letters and explained that they would learn how to respond to various rescue situations, from earthquakes to shipwrecks and fires. The students buzzed with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Aizawa continued, informing them that they could wear their costumes, though some might limit their abilities. He opened the compartments containing their hero costumes and instructed them to get ready for the bus, which would leave in 15 minutes. As they gathered their costumes, Izuku discovered a note in his box, indicating that someone had made modifications to enhance his suit. When the 2 classes met, he saw Itsuka and Setsuna in their hero costumes for the first time. Itsuka wore a blue knee-length chipao paired with a black corset that accentuated her figure, complemented by short black spats, a brown utility belt, a satchel on her back, a thin black domino mask, and navy blue boots with white heels. Setsuna sported a blue scaly mask, a matching bodysuit, and black knee-high boots. Her hands were protected by fingerless gloves with wrist guards, and her waist was adorned with a belt featuring a jewel at its center. Izuku complimented them, trying not to focus too much on how Itsuka's costume fit her. Itsuka smirked and returned the compliment, admiring the muscles visible beneath Izuku's costume. Setsuna approached him, expressing her admiration and playfully feeling his muscles, which drew envious glares from Itsuka, Momo, and Achiko, who soon decided to join in, much to Izuku's embarrassment. Nearby, Denki watched with envy, wondering how Midoriya managed to attract such attention. Izuku, feeling awkward, tried to redirect the conversation when a blonde boy in a tuxedo suit interrupted, boasting about Class 1A's reputation. Before he could finish, Kendo swiftly karate-chopped him on the back of the head, stunning him. Itsuka apologized for the interruption, introducing Minoma Nito, who had a bit of an inferiority complex but was ultimately a good person at heart. Izuku felt a sense of relief as the girls stopped being overly affectionate. While it was nice, there was a line that shouldn't be crossed. With the ice broken, the students from the hero course began introducing themselves, quickly forming friendships based on shared interests and similar quirks. Aizawa commanded everyone to head to their assigned buses. The students complied, excited to learn more about their future as heroes. On the bus, Izuku adjusted his new reinforced gloves while Momo and Achiko stood beside him. Momo inquired about the upgrades to his costume, and Izuku explained that he had requested improvements to his gloves, allowing them to harness energy and convert it into strength. Achiko found it interesting, while Tenya lamented a few seats away. His plan to organize his classmates had failed when he realized the bus resembled public transport. Mina teased him, taking advantage of the extra space to stretch out comfortably. Tsuyu turned to Izuku, curious about his quirk, which seemed to blend energy with All Might's abilities. Izuku hesitated, but Ijiro quickly clarified that while Izuku's quirk involved energy projection, he wasn't as strong as All Might. Izuku felt grateful for Ijiro's intervention. Ijiro continued to praise the versatility of quirks, noting that while his own hardening was effective in battle, it lacked flair. Izuku reassured him that his quirk was impressive and more than sufficient for a pro. Yuga chimed in, boasting about his naval laser's flashiness and strength, only for Mina to tease him about its side effects. Ijiro declared that the real standout heroes were Izuku, Bakugo, and Todoroki, wondering if Class 1B had similar talents. Tsuyu bluntly remarked that Bakugo's temper might hinder his popularity, prompting Bakugo to stand and challenge her. Denki commented on Bakugo's reputation, and Izuku chuckled at the familiar dynamics. Momo sighed at the conversation's tone, while Achiko expressed her enjoyment of their banter. Aizawa interrupted, reminding them to behave as they arrived at their destination. As they disembarked, the students were greeted by an unusual sight, a figure in a white astronaut suit with a helmet featuring 2 white eyes and striking yellow boots. Those familiar with heroes recognized the individual immediately. Achiko squealed in excitement, slipping into her hometown accent as she recognized Space Hero 13, known for rescuing countless people from disasters. A girl with vines in her hair praised 13's heroic nature, and Minoma acknowledged the hero's true essence. 13 urged the students to enter without delay, and they expressed their eagerness to work together as they followed their teachers into the facility. Inside the domed building, the students marveled at the tranquil garden and various zones designed for rescue training. One area simulated a shipwreck, while another recreated a large-scale fire, all crafted to mimic real-time disaster scenarios. Mina grinned as she took in the surroundings, exclaiming how much it resembled the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ. 13, clearly amused, explained that this facility was designed for training in various disaster scenarios, including shipwrecks, landslides, fires, windstorms, and earthquakes, all aimed at preparing heroes to rescue those in need. As Aizawa and Vlad King approached, Aizawa inquired about All Might's whereabouts, noting he was expected to be present. 13 raised 3 fingers and lowered their voice, revealing that All Might had overexerted himself during hero work and was currently resting back at you. Aizawa sighed, expressing his disappointment in All Might's decision to push himself too far. He acknowledged that precautions had been taken and suggested it was time to begin the training. Vlad King, with a hint of bravado, declared that his class would outperform Aizawa's. Before starting, 13 began to list several important points, causing the students to feel a familiar tension as they wondered why the number kept increasing. 13 then explained their quirk, black hole, which could absorb anything and reduce it to dust. They emphasized the responsibility that came with such power, reminding the students that even seemingly harmless quirks could potentially harm others. Izuku reflected on 13's words, understanding the weight of their message. 13 concluded by expressing hope that the students would learn to use their quirks to save lives rather than harm others, earning applause from the class. Izuku praised 13's inspirational speech, while Achiko expressed her admiration for the hero. Just as Aizawa was about to begin the training, the lights suddenly went out, leaving only the faint natural light to illuminate the area. A purple portal appeared in the center of the USJ, and from it emerged a man with numerous hands clasped around his body, accompanied by a being composed of purple mist. Aizawa shouted for the students to gather and remain still, his voice firm and commanding. Vlad King prepared for combat, instructing 13 to protect the students. The students, sensing the urgency, complied with their teacher's orders, watching in fear as more figures emerged from the portal, each with distinctive quirks. Among them was a giant humanoid with a visible brain, standing ominously beside the hand-clad man. Aijiro, uncertain, wondered if this was part of the lesson or a real threat. Aizawa's command to stay still echoed through the air as he donned his yellow goggles. Izuku, anxious, questioned what was happening, sensing something was amiss. Aizawa confirmed their fears, identifying the intruders as villains. Izuku's eyes widened in shock at the realization that a group of villains had infiltrated one of Japan's most secure locations. The villain made of purple mist taunted Aizawa, noting the unexpected presence of Vlad King and the number of students, hinting at a sinister plan involving All Might. The man with the hands demanded to know All Might's location, threatening that the symbol of peace would not come if they harmed the students. The malice in the man's voice was unmistakable. For both students and teachers, it was clear that harming innocent students to lure out the symbol of peace was within his capabilities. A chill ran down the spines of the students. For Izuku, however, the threat ignited a fire of anger within him as he glared at the apparent leader. Aijiro was stunned by the sudden appearance of a gang of villains, questioning how they had infiltrated the hero school. Tetsu, a Class 1B student and Aijiro's friend, echoed his disbelief, despite the evidence standing right before them. Momo whispered to 13 about the trespasser sensors, which should have activated the moment the villains arrived. 13 nodded but hesitated, indicating that something was amiss. Todoroki speculated whether the sensors were malfunctioning and deduced that someone among the villains must possess a quirk that disabled them. Monoma, dropping his usual smug demeanor, pointed out that their isolated location meant no one in the main building was aware of the situation. He acknowledged the villains' intelligence in planning this surprise attack. Yui suggested that the villains were likely behind the previous day's trespassing, using the distraction from the press to slip in unnoticed and steal a copy of the class schedule. Izuku agreed, focusing on the threat before them. Aizawa ordered 13 to initiate evacuation procedures to ensure everyone's safety, noting that the villains had something to counteract the sensors and jam communications. He turned to Denki, instructing him to use his quirk to contact the school for assistance. The blonde boy complied, attempting to send a signal with a device at his ear. Vlad King barked orders to the class representatives, instructing them to organize their classes and keep track of everyone. Izuku, concerned, questioned Aizawa and Vlad King about their plan to confront the villains alone. Aijiro insisted on helping as well. Aizawa reminded Kirishima that being a successful pro-hero required more than just one ability. Before the teachers could leave, Izuku asked for a moment of their time. Both teachers, though bemused, trusted him and extended their hands. Izuku infused them with a burst of energy, revitalizing Aizawa and boosting Kan's stamina. Amazement filled their expressions as Izuku smiled at them, explaining that the power-up was temporary. He then rejoined his friends, prompting Kan to comment on Izuku's impressive abilities, to which Aizawa agreed. As they prepared for battle, Aizawa entrusted 13 with the situation and both teachers charged toward the villain mob. One villain, with gun barrels for fingers, shouted for the shooting squad to attack, expressing confusion over the unexpected presence of Aizawa and Vlad King. Another villain dismissed their approach, believing they were foolish to confront the mob alone. However, when the villain with gun fingers attempted to use his quirk, he found it malfunctioning. The others experienced similar issues, their abilities seemingly failing them. Seizing the opportunity, Eraserhead extended his capture cloth, ensnaring the three villains and causing them to collide with one another, swiftly incapacitating them. Idiots, he's Eraserhead. He can erase quirks just by looking at you. Aizawa thought about the media's constant interference as he turned to the next group of attackers. Erase. A large villain with multiple arms charged at the hero. Are you going to erase the quirks of mutation-type villains like us too? No, unfortunately I am unable, Aizawa replied, easily dodging the first strike and countering with a punch to the villain's face. But the skills of guys like you. Suddenly, the capture cloth shot out, wrapping around the villain's leg as Eraserhead dodged a second punch and followed up with a swift kick. Are statistically more likely to manifest in close combat. The multi-armed villain was sent flying into a group of goons, knocking them to the ground and taking them out of the fight. So I have taken measures against that, Eraserhead said confidently as he easily dealt with the remaining minions. A group of 4 villains attempted to attack from behind, but Vlad intercepted them, knocking them out with 2 powerful swings, his punches so quick and strong that they barely had time to react. Got you! A burly villain shouted as he tried to punch Vlad, only for Vlad to catch his fist effortlessly. BLD surged from Vlad's gauntlet, ensnaring the villain's hand, showcasing his impressive control over his own BLD. Hey, let me go! The villain struggled to escape. In response, Vlad used the villain as an improvised weapon, spinning him around to strike at others nearby before slamming him against the ground and tossing him toward another villain in the distance, landing near the leader, who had a portal quirk and a large blue creature. Those 2 teachers are doing well against our group, the misty figure observed, analyzing the fight. Demon, do I hate pro-heroes, the multi-armed villain stated, scratching his neck in annoyance. The rabble don't stand a chance against them. Behind his glasses, Eraserhead blinked, and the misty figure, who had been the target of Eraserhead's quirk, slipped away. Diamant. I just blinked for a second, and the one who looks like the most trouble escapes. Eraserhead thought as he and Vlad King found themselves surrounded by a mob of villains, preventing them from aiding the students. Hitoshi watched in admiration. Ever since Aizawa took him under his wing to train in close-quarters combat, he had considered him his favorite teacher, and the skills Aizawa was demonstrating were nothing short of amazing. No time to watch, Hitoshi, we have to get going. Izuku urged, encouraging his classmate to run faster. The group of 40 students, led by their representatives, was nearing the exit when a purple mist appeared in front of them, allowing the villain to materialize. I won't let you all get away that easily, Kurogiri declared, blocking their path. Noticing the students' predicament, Ken used his BLD to form 2 large clubs, swatting the villains aside and clearing a path for Aizawa. I'll take care of them, you go now. Vlad shouted, and Aizawa rushed forward, regretting leaving his partner behind, but the safety of the students was his priority. Greetings, nice to meet you all. We are the League of Villains, the Misty Man introduced himself. Forgive our audacity, but today, we have come to you. High school, this bastion of heroism. To end the life of All Might, to take the last breath of the symbol of peace. He may not be here, but my role in this remains unchanged. Like how that's going to ever happen, Izuku retorted, narrowing his eyes. I'd like to see you try. Before 13 could use their quirk, Bakugo, Aijiro, and Tetsu charged in. The latter 2 hardened their bodies as they swung at Kurogiri, while Bakugo aimed both hands at him, unleashing an explosion. All 3 attacks landed, creating a cloud of smoke. Did you consider that you'd get beaten by us before you did it? Aijiro taunted the villain. Yeah, take that. Tetsu added, high-fiving Aijiro. Oh dear, that was dangerous. As the smoke cleared, the villain stood completely unharmed, shocking the students. You may be students, but you are still excellent golden eggs, he praised. 13 urgently warned the students to move away as they prepared to use their black hole quirk. Eraserhead had reached the stairs leading to the exit, following the students, but had to quickly dodge as something crashed nearby. Vlad struggled to his feet, grunting as he explained that a monstrous creature with a brain exposed had attacked him. He identified it as Numu and noted its incredible strength, urging Eraserhead to continue while he dealt with the threat. Meanwhile, the mist villain spread his purple mist, enveloping the students and declaring his intent to scatter and torment them. Izuku attempted to form an energy barrier, but a portal suddenly opened beneath him, separating him from his classmates. As he landed in what appeared to be ancient ruins, Izuku realized he was in a different location. He noticed 3 other students falling from above and quickly sent barriers their way to ensure their safe landing. Before he could reach them, he was confronted by a group of 5 villains who charged at him. Izuku prepared his fist, charging it with one for all and superpower, then unleashed a powerful strike that sent several villains flying. More villains attempted to attack, but before he could counter, the ground beneath them turned liquid, causing them to sink until only their heads remained above the surface. Izuku turned to see Hitoshi and 2 other boys who had fallen with him, one wearing a striped headband and the other pale-skinned with angular features. Grateful for their timely intervention, Izuku approached them. The boy with the headband explained that Juzo had used his quirk to trap the villains. The villains struggled to escape, but the ground had solidified, keeping them firmly stuck. They knew they needed to regroup with the others quickly, but Juzo suggested they interrogate one of the trapped villains first. In another area, Mashareo found himself in the midst of a chaotic battle, relishing the opportunity to use his martial arts skills against anyone who approached. He skillfully dodged attacks, even causing 2 villains to collide when he leaped out of their way. Kojiro, a large and muscular young man with a unique head, was attacked by a group of villains. He retaliated by spraying a sticky liquid that hardened, trapping them in place. Yui faced 4 villains who were closing in on her. One villain taunted her about being outnumbered, but she confidently replied that they shouldn't underestimate her. Suddenly, a massive kanji character appeared behind 2 of the villains and exploded, taking them out. Yui quickly grabbed 2 rocks from her pockets and threw them at the remaining villains. They laughed at her seemingly weak projectiles, but she transformed the pebbles back into large pieces of rubble, knocking them out cold. Manga, a classmate with a head shaped like a speech bubble, acknowledged Yui's efforts and thanked her for the assistance. Mashareo joined them, relieved to see they were safe, and asked about Nito's whereabouts. Nito then jumped down beside them, revealing that he had taken care of his share of villains and had also found the exit. Yui and Manga sighed while Kojiro shook his head. Sometimes, Nito could be a bit too full of himself. Manga asked if there were any others present besides them. Kojiro replied that it was just the 5 of them and suggested they rejoin their classmates. Mountain Zone Momo, Mina, Itsuka, and Ibra landed in a training area for mountain rescue, where they spotted a group of villains eyeing them. One of the villains remarked that they had found some girls to entertain themselves with. While Ibra closed her eyes and put her hands together as if in prayer, the others narrowed their eyes, ready for a confrontation. Mina, prepared for a fight, declared that the villains would have a tough time. The villain chuckled, thinking they wanted to take the hard route. Suddenly, Ibra opened her eyes, and her vine-like hair came to life, lashing out at the villains. In an instant, several of them were suspended in the air, bound by large vines that held them firmly in place. Ibra crossed herself and stated a silent wish for mercy as her partners sprang into action. Itsuka enlarged her fist and engaged the remaining villains. Just as one attempted to sneak up on her, a large rock struck him, and a student with pale gray hair appeared to assist. Grateful, Itsuka resumed her fight while Momo had already created a metal staff and joined the fray, stunning the villains with her rapid swings. Mina began to throw globs of acid, causing some of the villains to decide it was best to retreat. Conflagration Zone. The villains who had been sent to this zone had anticipated an easy fight, expecting to face inexperienced teenagers. They were unprepared for Bakugo Katsuki, who was among the few capable of matching their ferocity, now chasing them through the fire-ravaged urban landscape, accompanied by his enthusiastic classmates. Bakugo shouted for them to come back, using explosions to propel himself forward. Ijiro called out to Bakugo to leave some for them, while Tetsu expressed his longing to join in the fun. A few meters away, a lightly tanned, black-haired boy sighed at the display of enthusiasm from the trio. He asked his partner, who had not joined the chase, why they had to be stuck with them. Kyoka replied that having two hotheads as classmates was something one eventually got used to. A hidden villain attempted to stab Rin from behind, but the knife shattered against the scales he had created just in time. The villain was stunned long enough for Kyoka's earjacks to strike him, setting him up for Rin to deliver a powerful punch. Rin acknowledged Kyoka's point as they quickened their pace to catch up with the others. Flood Zone Denki screamed as he fell from a height into the water. Fortunately, it wasn't too high, and he surfaced quickly. Looking around in fear, he felt something brush against his ankle, prompting him to swim away just as a shark-like villain appeared, grinning and ready to attack. Before the villain could strike, Tsuyu arrived and delivered a powerful dropkick, stunning him. She then used her tongue to grab Denki while a chubby boy with ice-blue hair clung to her, expressing his gratitude. Nearby, Hanta held onto a horse-like girl when they were transported away. Spotting a boat, he shot a tape towards it, pulling himself and his companion to safety. The girl pointed out their classmates, and Hanta shot another tape that Azui grabbed onto, allowing her to throw the two boys she had saved onto the deck before jumping in herself. Nairenjiki helped the boy to his feet while Hanta assisted Denki and Tsuyu simultaneously. Looking around, Hanta nodded, ready for what lay ahead. It was just the 5 of them in that zone. One of them wondered how many more villains were out there, expressing concern about their surroundings. Tsuyu pointed out that they needed to reach the shore quickly, as more villains were likely nearby. Nairenjiki noticed a fin circling their boat, indicating they were being surrounded. Suddenly, a voice from the water threatened them, sending a chill down Nairenjiki's spine. Hanta and Tsuyu exchanged glances before smiling at Denki, who raised an eyebrow in confusion. Tsuyu explained that salt water conducted electricity and that Denki's quirk could be useful in this situation. Denki chuckled, realizing the plan. Tsuyu then asked the 2 new students for their names and quirks. Pony introduced herself, explaining her ability to launch and control the horns that grew from her head. Nairenjiki described his quirk, which allowed him to amplify attacks he could see. Tsuyu devised a strategy, instructing Hanta to tape the top deck for them to stand on. Hanta eagerly complied, channeling his inner Midoriya. Tsuyu then directed Pony to launch Denki into the water while Nairenjiki would enhance his trajectory. Denki was to unleash a powerful lightning strike on the villains. With everyone in position, Pony launched Denki into the water with her horns. Nairenjiki activated his quirk, propelling Denki even further as he charged his electricity. The villains, initially confused, soon realized their danger. Denki unleashed a massive blast of lightning, incapacitating all the villains in an instant as Pony used her horns to bring him back. Denki beamed with pride, celebrating their victory. Hanta praised the group and asked Pony if she could help them get back to shore. Pony assured them that it would be challenging but possible. Tsuyu encouraged everyone to move quickly. In another part of the area, Shoto remained stoic as he finished freezing 5 villains who had threatened him and his classmates. He believed that since they showed no mercy, he would not either. Nearby, Toru and a boy named Kozai were fleeing from the villains, who were clearly frustrated by the rain. Kozai used his quirk to create a solid wall of air, slowing down the pursuing villains as he and Toru ducked into a building. The villains followed but found themselves in a pitch-black space. Fear gripped them as they heard unsettling noises, and then a pair of yellow eyes appeared, followed by an evil grin. Dark shadows swiftly incapacitated the villains, leaving them unable to react. Moments later, Toru and Kozai emerged from the building, joined by Fumikage and another student named Shirhai. Fumikage thanked them for luring the villains, apologizing for using them as bait. He offered Toru a jacket he had taken from one of the defeated villains to help shield her from the rain. Kozai expressed his excitement about the chase, while Toru gratefully accepted the jacket, acknowledging that being out in the rain without proper clothing was uncomfortable. Shirhai complimented Fumikage on their strategy, expressing confidence that they would become good friends. The group continued onward through the rainy area, determined to reach the exit. It seemed that not everyone had been transported by the warp. Kurogyri, the purple mist villain, thought about how he needed to ensure they could not escape as he guarded the gate. Achiko, Koji, Sato, Mizo, Yuga, Tenya, Sen, Kinoko, Tagaru, Jiroda, and Setsuna were the only students who had avoided being pulled into the portal, and they were brainstorming ideas while 13 prepared for action. 13 instructed the students that when the opportunity arose, the fastest among them should run toward the main building and alert the staff. Kurogyri interrupted, remarking that discussing their plans in front of him was foolish. 13 countered, asserting that it wasn't foolish when Kurogyri was powerless to prevent it. With that, 13 activated their black hole quirk, readying for the impending confrontation. Meanwhile, Denki, Hanta, Nairenjiki, Pony, and Tsuyu managed to reach the edge of the flood zone thanks to Pony's horns and return to the plaza, where their teachers were still engaged in battle. Realizing they might hinder their teachers, the 5 decided to hide and observe. Unconscious villains lay scattered across the floor as Eraserhead, unable to aid his students due to the intervention of the Numu, and Vlad King continued to handle the lesser villains with ease. Aizawa tied up 2 villains with his cloth and threw them against others, only to see a villain with many hands charging at him. The handsman counted down as he ran toward Aizawa, who attempted to immobilize him with his cloth. However, the villain grabbed the edge of the cloth, pulling himself closer. As the countdown continued, Aizawa tried to elbow the villain in the chest, but the attack was blocked at the last second. The villain held Aizawa's elbow tightly, taunting him about the duration of his quirk. Realizing his attack had failed, Aizawa felt a surge of frustration. He noticed a yellow-green glow at his elbow before it vanished, indicating that Midoriya's power-up had countered the villain's quirk. He would have to thank Midoriya later. Believing Eraserhead was distracted, a lesser villain attempted to take advantage of the situation but was swiftly intercepted and knocked aside by Vlad King, who had transformed his BLD into a large club. Vlad King questioned the villain's strategy, pointing out that their quirk was not suited for prolonged battles against a large group. He noted that the 2 villains had chosen to confront them directly, perhaps to reassure their students. Eraserhead felt the fatigue setting in, realizing he was not built for this kind of fighting. With the power-up wearing off, continuing the battle was becoming increasingly difficult. The 2 heroes silently agreed to focus on the young man leading the attack, hoping to bring the fight to a swift conclusion. The young villain declared that he was not the final boss, which caught Aizawa's attention. He turned to see Vlad King being overwhelmed by a blue abomination, which then shifted its focus to him and roared. Kurogyri observed 13's quirk, noting its impressive ability to absorb everything and turn it into dust. He pointed out that 13, as a hero focused on rescuing people from disasters, lacked the combat experience of other heroes. Suddenly, Kurogyri opened another portal, and 13's hero suit was torn open by their own quirk, causing great distress among the students. 13 gasped in pain as they fell to the ground. Despite his fear, Tenya recognized this as an opportunity and moved toward the exit. Kurogyri turned to Tenya, stating that he could not allow that to happen, as it would make things more difficult if the other teachers arrived. In response, Tagaru leaped at Kurogyri, blades extending from his arms, determined to make the situation harder for the villain. Kurogyri regarded Tagaru with a hint of disdain, warping him through a portal. Suddenly, another warp hole opened behind Setsuna, and Tagaru emerged. In an instant, Setsuna was caught in a swift, decisive motion, her body divided into 3 parts. Her classmates stood frozen in horror, realizing that his attempt to help had led to a tragic outcome. Kurogyri laughed triumphantly, reveling in the chaos. He declared that Setsuna had fallen, struck down by her own classmate, and noted how poorly this would reflect on you. Tenya, filled with regret for leaving his classmates behind, sprinted toward the exit. Kurogyri, sensing his defiance, floated toward him, demanding he leave. At that moment, Achiko noticed a glint of metal within the dark mist surrounding Kurogyri. Realizing he must have a physical form, she decided to act. She leaped forward, grasping the metal plate and activating her quirk, launching it and Kurogyri into the air. Encouraging Tenya to escape, she cheered him on as Mizo took advantage of the distraction to force the door open. Kurogyri, caught off guard by the unexpected attack, was thrown into the air. Though he managed to stabilize himself due to his mist-like form, Ochiko's strike had thrown him off balance. Before he could warp Tenya and Mizo, a surprising sight halted him. Setsuna's head, still smirking, floated in front of Kurogyri, shocking him momentarily. At that moment, her legs, propelled by Sato and Juroda, kicked Kurogyri away. Just in time, Tenya and Mizo managed to pry the door open. Everyone urged Tenya to run as he poured every ounce of power into his engine, shifting into high gear and racing back toward U.I.'s main building. Kurogyri sighed, realizing he had underestimated the determination of these students to protect one another. He acknowledged his mistake in thinking Setsuna was truly defeated, as no BLD had been shed. It was clear to him that the situation was turning against him. Warping away, he headed to inform his leader, knowing they needed to leave before the pro-heroes arrived. Meanwhile, Aizawa lay on the ground, struggling against the Numu. His attempts to erase its quirk had proven futile, as the creature overpowered him, treating him like a mere doll. The Numu's strength was overwhelming. The Hands Man taunted Aizawa, mocking his quirk. Aizawa activated his quirk again, his eyes glowing red as he focused on the abomination, but it remained unaffected and snapped his other arm. He thought to himself that erasing its quirk only highlighted its incredible strength, perhaps rivaling that of All Might. The monster lifted him again, slamming him back to the ground. Despite the pain, Aizawa found solace in the fact that he was still alive. Tsuyu and the others remained hidden, knowing they would be no match for the creature if it turned its attention to them. Just then, a purple mist swirled beside the Hands Man, and Kurogyri stepped through the portal. Shigaraki Tamura turned his attention to Kurogyri, inquiring about 13. Kurogyri explained that he had incapacitated 13, but the students had proven more resourceful than anticipated, allowing one of their own to escape. Shigaraki's frustration grew as he scratched his neck, expressing his anger at Kurogyri's failure. He lamented their inability to win against the pro-heroes, declaring it was time to retreat. Denki joyfully hugged Tsuyu upon hearing the news, while Pony and Nirenjiki cautiously emerged from the water. Hanta sighed, believing they were safe, but Tsuyu remained wary, sensing something was still amiss. Shigaraki's demeanor shifted as he prepared to leave, but not before he decided to inflict some damage on their pride. In an instant he charged toward them, his hand aimed directly at Tsuyu's face, a manic grin spreading across his features. As the symbol of peace. Before anyone could react, Shigaraki had already placed his hand on Tsuyu's head. Much to his shock and her relief, nothing happened. Tamura clicked his tongue in frustration, acknowledging Eraserhead's skill. Aizawa had fought through his pain, managing to raise his head enough to glare at Shigaraki, activating his quirk just in time to protect his student. Shigaraki tilted his head, and the Numu moved to strike Aizawa again. However, Shigaraki was forced to release Tsuyu to avoid being struck by a BLD spear. The source of the attack was Vlad King, glaring fiercely at Shigaraki with his arm extended, a trail of BLD flowing from his hand. He declared that he would not allow any harm to come to his students before collapsing. The attack had drained the last of his energy. Tsuyu seized the moment to leap back into the water and swim away, while Hanta and Pony carried the others to safety. Suddenly, a portal appeared, warping Tsuyu right back in front of Shigaraki. The villain taunted her, inches away from putting his hand on her face. Just then, Izuku appeared next to Shigaraki, filled with fury and ready to strike. He unleashed a powerful punch, arcs of lightning crackling around him as he shouted his signature move. The impact of his fist against flesh sent a gust of wind that forced Tsuyu away from Shigaraki, creating a cloud of dust that obscured Izuku. Shigaraki, surprisingly unfazed, acknowledged Izuku's agility and questioned if he was a follower of All Might. As the dust settled, Izuku found himself staring at the terrifying visage of the Numu, which had acted as a shield for Shigaraki. His heart sank as he noticed Aizawa slowly bleeding out on the ground. If he wasn't healed soon, he would not survive. Shigaraki dismissed Izuku, and the Numu seized his left arm, squeezing tightly and causing him to cry out in pain. Desperate to save his teacher, Izuku glared at the monster, demanding it let go. The Numu remained silent, but raised its other arm threateningly. Izuku charged energy into his free hand and delivered a powerful punch to the Numu's stomach, making it screech in pain and release him. Shigaraki's disbelief was palpable. He had not expected a child to make the Numu budge. Seizing the opportunity, Izuku followed up with a fierce kick to the creature's face, sending it staggering back as he rushed to Aizawa's side. The onlookers were stunned. Tsuyu, Aizawa, and Kan, who had recovered from the shock, watched in awe as Izuku demonstrated his strength against a creature that had nearly defeated them. Shigaraki and Kurogiri were equally astonished that a 15-year-old boy could push the Numa back. They wondered where such power had come from, lamenting that you had a student strong enough to challenge a Numu. Izuku ignored their complaints, focusing instead on using his healing abilities on the astonished Aizawa. Infusing energy into his teacher's body, he stopped the bleeding and healed him enough to survive before lifting him and carrying him to Kan, whom he also healed. Tsu, Hanta, Denki, Pony, Nairenjiki, Yosetsu, and Juzo gathered around. Izuku urged them to take the teachers and escape, warning that it would be too dangerous for them to stay. Denki, worried for his friend's safety, questioned Izuku's plan to face the villains alone. Izuku reassured them, insisting he would buy enough time for the other teachers to arrive. Tsuyu, though reluctant to leave her friend behind, ultimately understood he was right. Denki wiped his tears, feeling the weight of the moment. He knew that Izuku was risking his life for their sake and didn't care how it might make him look. He urged Izuku to stay safe, expressing his hope that he would return. Izuku responded with a determined smile, promising to make their enemies pay. Aizawa, watching the exchange, whispered a plea for Izuku to return safely. Izuku nodded solemnly, assuring his teacher that he would. As the group prepared to leave, Shigaraki stepped forward, his intentions clear. He demanded to know if they thought he would allow them to escape. Before Shigaraki could pursue them, Izuku leaped in front of him, grabbing his wrist with fierce determination. He glared at Shigaraki, filled with anger, and tightened his grip, causing Shigaraki to wince. Kurogiri, standing nearby, seemed unresponsive, lost in a trance. Shigaraki called out for him, but Hitoshi emerged, smirking as he informed Shigaraki that Kurogiri was unavailable. Frustrated, Shigaraki commanded the Numu to attack Izuku. The creature roared and charged, but Izuku quickly threw Shigaraki aside and dodged the Numu's initial strike. He countered with a punch to its stomach, but it had no effect. Realizing he needed to increase his power, he activated 15% of One for All just as the Numu attempted to claw at him. He ducked and landed another strike. With a fierce yell, he unleashed a powerful punch at the Numu's head, sending it flying and creating a shockwave. As it landed, Izuku charged his arms, preparing for his next move. He called forth a blast of green energy, which erupted towards the Numu, causing an explosion that filled the area with dust. But when the dust settled, the Numu stood unharmed, as if nothing had happened. Frustrated, Izuku questioned how it could withstand his attacks. Shigaraki laughed, explaining that the Numu's quirk allowed it to absorb shocks without injury, reveling in Izuku's disbelief. Determined, Izuku readied himself for another assault, channeling One for All as green lightning crackled around him. Energy formed into a sword on his right arm. As the Numu charged again, Izuku met it head-on. Just before they collided, he struck first with a series of energy slashes, each one more powerful than the last. The Numu retaliated with a full-powered punch, but Izuku landed his final attack simultaneously. The resulting clash created a massive dust cloud, obscuring the scene. The students, despite Izuku's warnings, watched anxiously from the entrance. When the dust settled, they were met with a shocking sight. Izuku lay on the ground, his face bloodied and possibly injured, while the Numu appeared completely unscathed. The students' hearts sank, especially Achiko, who felt tears welling in her eyes. Setsuna, finally reattached, wore a look of despair. The teachers were equally stunned, grappling with guilt for not being able to intervene. Shigaraki's laughter echoed in the air, declaring Izuku's defeat. He reveled in the moment, believing that the Numu was designed to take down even the strongest heroes. Achiko pleaded silently for Izuku to come back, her heart aching with worry. Suddenly, Izuku's body began to twitch. A surge of yellow-green energy enveloped his head, healing his injuries and stopping the bleeding. He opened his eyes, shocking both heroes and villains alike. A challenging grin spread across his face as he stood up, ready to continue the fight. He taunted Shigaraki, asking if that was all he had. Setsuna cheered, expressing her excitement at the sight before her. Shigaraki, filled with disbelief, questioned how it was possible for anyone to survive the Numu's powerful punches. He demanded to know what Izuku's quirk was, clearly frustrated. Izuku confidently responded, indicating that his quirk was going to put an end to Shigaraki's plans. In a fit of rage, Shigaraki commanded the Numu to eliminate Izuku, warning that he would become a significant obstacle if left unchecked. The monstrous creature charged at Izuku with ferocity, aiming to finish him off in one swift motion. However, Izuku skillfully dodged the attack, evading each strike with agility. He retaliated with a series of martial arts moves, landing powerful blows to the Numu's torso before delivering a decisive roundhouse kick that sent the creature tumbling to the side. Izuku thought to himself that while the Numu could withstand a lot of damage, there had to be a limit. He refused to let Shigaraki have his way. As the creature rose and charged again, Izuku prepared himself, channeling green energy that enveloped his body. He realized that this move could leave him completely drained, but he was determined to eliminate the Numu and protect everyone. Gathering every ounce of energy, he charged forward. He unleashed a powerful attack, causing a massive explosion that sent a cloud of dust soaring into the air. The explosion echoed throughout the USJ, leaving both students and villains stunned by its magnitude. In the midst of interrogating some villains, Shoto heard the explosion and felt compelled to investigate. Bakugo, feeling the urgency of the situation, decided to run towards the source of the sound, calling for his group to follow him. Eijiro, sensing trouble, urged his classmates to hurry after Bakugo. Meanwhile, in the mountain zone, the five girls, having tied up the villains who had attacked them, noticed the smoke rising from the center of the USJ and speculated about what could have happened. As the smoke began to clear, a figure emerged. It was Izuku, kneeling and breathing heavily, trying to summon energy to heal his injured arm. His clothes were torn, evidence of the backlash from his powerful strike. The Numu, however, was nowhere to be seen. Shigaraki, in a frenzy, scratched at his neck in frustration, unable to accept that a mere freshman could defeat the Numu, which was designed to take down All Might. Izuku's classmates watched in awe, marveling at the display of his power. As the smoke dissipated, they saw the Numu lying on the ground, severely damaged. However, to Izuku's shock, the creature began to regenerate, its lost limbs and torso reappearing. Realizing that the Numu possessed the ability to absorb shocks rather than simply regenerate, Izuku was taken aback, questioning how many quirks the creature truly had. Shigaraki, with a sinister grin, confirmed that the Numu had been bioengineered with multiple quirks, specifically designed to eliminate All Might. Izuku reflected on his own abilities, acknowledging that while he had 2 quirks due to All Might's gift, the Numu likely had even more. He felt a sense of despair as he realized his previous attack had been in vain, leaving him exhausted. Shigaraki declared that it was time to end the confrontation, acknowledging Izuku's surprising fight but insisting that he posed too great a threat to be allowed to live. He commanded the Numu to finish the job. The abomination approached Izuku, who was now defenseless and unable to move. Izuku gritted his teeth, determined to fight back despite his weakened state. Izuku felt a surge of frustration as the Numu approached him, immobilizing him. He could hear Shigaraki's taunts, filled with malice, as he threatened the safety of his friends. The thought of their suffering ignited a fierce determination within him. As Izuku glared at Shigaraki, he felt a rush of adrenaline. He struggled to raise his right arm, desperate to stop the Numu, which was poised to strike. With all his mental strength, he focused, trying to summon any power that could save his classmates. Suddenly, dark tendrils erupted from his arm, surprising both him and Shigaraki. The tendrils wrapped around the Numu's arm, halting its attack. Izuku stood up, grappling with the unfamiliar power that surged through him. The tendrils tightened their grip, and in a surprising turn, the Numu was slammed into the ground repeatedly. Although the power was overwhelming, it caused Izuku great pain. He struggled to understand the nature of the tendrils, which whipped around him as the Numu was battered into the earth. Shigaraki dodged the chaotic swings until the tendrils finally retreated back into Izuku's arm, leaving him breathing and confused. Izuku couldn't shake the lingering pain in his arm as he watched the Numu rise from the crater it had created. He took a deep breath, feeling his strength returning. The Numu roared and charged at him, but Izuku quickly formed a barrier to protect himself. The monster pounded against it, and he focused on maintaining the barrier while devising a plan. Determined to defeat the creature, he dispersed the barrier just as the Numu struck again. Izuku infused his hand with energy and caught the monster's punch, crushing its hand with a force that shattered its bones. The Numu howled in response, struggling to free itself even as it began to regenerate. Shigaraki's disbelief echoed in the air as he realized that the Numu, a creature designed to be invulnerable, was feeling pain. With a burst of energy, Izuku leaped and delivered a powerful kick to the Numu's jaw, breaking it. He noticed with satisfaction that the regeneration was much slower than before. In the heat of battle, Izuku remembered that his power could not only enhance his allies but also weaken his enemies. He had applied this to the Numu, diminishing its ability to absorb damage and regenerate. Shigaraki's frustration grew as he witnessed the creature taking more damage than before. Feeling invigorated, Izuku charged at the Numu with a glowing sword arm. He unleashed a flurry of slashes, moving with blinding speed fueled by his fury. The Numu was surrounded by streaks of green as Izuku struck again and again, each blow cutting deeper and causing injuries that the creature could not heal fast enough. With each strike, Izuku felt a surge of confidence. He was determined to protect his friends and prove that he could overcome any challenge that stood in his way. Everyone witnessing the fight either covered their faces or narrowed their eyes due to the brightness of the attack from their classmate. Achiko was awed at the display. However, the villains on the other hand were in a panic. Kurogiri urged Shigaraki to act quickly, realizing that if they did not stop Izuku soon, their efforts would be in vain. Shigaraki rushed at Izuku, hoping to catch him off guard when he ran out of energy. Izuku heard the villains approach and swiftly dodged Shigaraki's wild attacks before launching an energy ball at him. Kurogiri used his warp quirk to redirect the ball away from Shigaraki, prompting Izuku to focus on the misty figure. Kurogiri boasted that Izuku's attacks would have no effect on him, claiming he could warp away anything thrown at him. However, Izuku noticed a piece of metal floating in the mist and, before Kurogiri could react, struck it with a powerful punch, causing the villain to gasp in pain. Izuku shouted for Kurogiri to get out of his way, sending him flying into the air as he ummed in distress. Distracted by his victory, Izuku failed to notice Shigaraki sneaking up behind him, grabbing his arm. Shigaraki smirked, believing he had the upper hand, but Izuku turned to him with a confident grin. He revealed that he had anticipated Shigaraki's move, knowing that the villain relied on grabbing his opponents to use his quirk. Under Shigaraki's grip, green energy surged, enveloping both Izuku's arm and the villain's hand, preventing him from using his quirk. Izuku then seized Shigaraki's hand, channeling yellow-green energy into it while glaring at him. Shigaraki struggled to move but found himself unable to escape. For the first time, he felt true fear, shocked by the extent of Izuku's power and the failure of his decay quirk. Trembling, Shigaraki questioned what Izuku was. Izuku replied that he was the one person Shigaraki should never have angered, crushing the villain's wrist before delivering a powerful punch to his face, sending him crashing into the Numu, which caught him in its arms. Shigaraki groaned in pain, blood trickling from his broken nose. Shigaraki commanded the Numu to eliminate Izuku immediately, emphasizing that it was their top priority. The Numu charged at Izuku with incredible speed, throwing a powerful punch. Izuku narrowly dodged and formed an energy sword, slicing off both of the monster's arms, leaving it vulnerable for a moment. A brutal kick sent the Numu flying back into Shigaraki, even as it began to regenerate its arms. Izuku realized he was running low on energy. Shigaraki urged the Numu to finish Izuku quickly, fearing the arrival of professional heroes. The Numu roared and charged again, but Izuku, struggling to stay on his feet, knew he had to give it everything he had. He coated his right arm with green lightning and energy, combining one for all and superpower. With determination, Izuku whispered that it would end now and charged at the monster, pouring all his strength into his right arm. As the Numu lunged, he leaned back and shouted the name of his ultimate attack. With a tremendous uppercut, Izuku unleashed everything he had into the Numu's head. The force of the blow shattered every bone in its skull and disrupted its vertebrae. In an instant, the shockwave ruptured its BLD vessels, causing dark BLD to spill from its orifices. The impact destroyed its eyes, and the sheer force liquefied its brain, defeating the monster before it was sent flying, breaking through the ceiling of the USJ and soaring into the sky until it became a distant twinkle. Izuku's right arm was heavily injured, marked with gashes and fractured bones, but he felt it was worth it. He had defeated the Numu. Setsuna cheered from the stairs, celebrating Izuku's victory. Denki shouted his support, and soon everyone joined in the celebration. However, Izuku, after giving his friends a smile, collapsed on the floor, completely spent and exhausted. Achiko rushed towards him, calling out his name in concern. Shigaraki, filled with rage, screamed about his plans being ruined. He was furious that Numu had lost, believing it was supposed to defeat All Might. His anger intensified when he noticed Izuku was unconscious. He declared that since Izuku had killed Numu, he would take revenge by eliminating him. Without hesitation, Shigaraki lunged toward Izuku's body, eager to seize his chance. He reached out with his left hand, confident that nothing could save the boy from his fate. But he was abruptly stopped by an ice wall that appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path. As Shigaraki's hand made contact with the wall, it began to disintegrate. Shoto, with a cold demeanor, stated that Shigaraki would not be able to harm their deputy representative. He glared at the villain, readying more ice to defend his friend. Behind him stood several classmates, Bakugo, Eijiro, Tetsutetsu, Hiryu, and Kyoka, who had arrived just in time to assist. Eijiro knelt beside Izuku, noting the numerous bruises, scratches, and his broken arm. He expressed concern over the state Izuku was in, while Tetsutetsu echoed his worry, questioning if Izuku had fought all the villains alone. Bakugo, usually brash, felt a surge of anger at seeing his former friend injured. He realized that while he and the others dealt with lesser foes, Izuku had been risking his life to protect everyone. The sight of Izuku's injuries, especially his broken arm, ignited a fierce rage within him. He ignited a small explosion in his palm, directing his fury at Shigaraki, who was still in shock. Bakugo vowed that they would not let Shigaraki escape and promised to make him pay for what he had done. Shigaraki, annoyed, cradled his arm and lamented the persistence of the students. He called for Kurojairi, who appeared beside him, having recovered from his earlier encounter with Izuku. Shigaraki ordered Kurojairi to help deal with the students, expressing his longing to eliminate them since Numu was no longer a threat. He fixated on Izuku, intent on taking him down. Eijiro, Tetsutetsu, and Shoto joined Bakugo, ready to confront the villains. Bakugo instructed Hiryu and Kyoka to protect Izuku while they faced off against Shigaraki and Kurojairi. Shoto, contemplating Izuku's strength, created a wall of ice around him and his classmates for protection before turning his attention back to the villains. He asserted that they would not allow Shigaraki to escape or harm Izuku. He launched an ice javelin at Shigaraki, but the villain caught it and disintegrated it effortlessly. Bakugo unleashed a powerful explosion aimed at the villains, but Kurojairi teleported the blast away, just as he had done before. Frustration boiled over for Bakugo as he realized defeating the duo would be challenging. Eijiro noted their compatibility as a team, explaining how one could turn opponents to dust while the other could warp away attacks. Tetsutetsu added that their abilities made them a formidable pair in battle, as he prepared himself for the fight ahead. Katsuki was determined not to lose to their opponents, regardless of how powerful their quirks were. He believed that everyone had a weak point in their abilities and urged his teammates to either fight alongside him or focus on protecting Deku. With a fierce explosion propelling him forward, he charged at Kurogyri. Shoto, observing the situation, propelled himself forward as well, followed closely by the others. Kurogyri watched with amusement, confident that the teenagers would not succeed. He taunted them, suggesting that their attacks would be ineffective against him. However, this time, Katsuki surprised him by seizing the metal object where Kurogyri's neck should be. Kurogyri was taken aback as Katsuki pinned him down, a triumphant grin on his face. Katsuki reveled in his victory, mocking Kurogyri for underestimating him. He had figured out the villain's weak spot and was determined to keep him immobilized. Meanwhile, Shigaraki was frustrated with Kurogyri's repeated failures, especially as he dodged Shoto's ice javelins. Shigaraki scolded Kurogyri for allowing a student to escape and for being caught off guard again. Shoto, focused on the battle, fired more ice javelins at Shigaraki, but the villain was quick, disintegrating the ones that came too close. As Shigaraki rushed toward Katsuki, Shoto realized he needed to act fast to protect his friend. Just in time, Eijiro intervened, placing his arm between Katsuki and Shigaraki's attack. However, Shigaraki's quirk began to wear down Eijiro's defenses. Fortunately, Tetsu arrived and struck Shigaraki, saving Eijiro and Katsuki. In the chaos, Kurogyri seized the opportunity to escape, warping away with Shigaraki just as Katsuki expressed his frustration over letting his guard down. Shoto returned to ensure Kyoka and Hiryu were safe, aware that the villains could still pose a threat. Kurogyri pointed out that their opponents were stronger than anticipated, urging Shigaraki to finish the fight quickly. Shigaraki, annoyed, insisted they needed to eliminate the students before moving on to Deku. Katsuki, overhearing, declared that they would not allow them to harm Deku and unleashed a massive explosion aimed at the villains. Kurogyri managed to teleport the explosion away, but Katsuki had anticipated this and used it as a distraction to gain altitude, preparing to strike Kurogyri's weak point. Shigaraki attempted to intercept him, but Katsuki evaded him with a sideways explosion. This gave Shoto the chance to target Shigaraki with another javelin, but Kurogyri teleported it away, leaving Shigaraki vulnerable. Eijiro and Tetsu charged at Shigaraki, catching him off guard and delivering a powerful blow that cleared the way for Katsuki to pursue Kurogyri. Katsuki was determined to capture Kurogyri, pushing himself forward with a powerful explosion ready to unleash. However, Kurogyri managed to teleport just in time, appearing right behind Katsuki in midair, preparing to warp again. This is what happens when arrogant individuals drop their guard in the middle of a life-and-death battle. Now they would pay the price. Before Kurogyri could use his quirk against Katsuki, a large cannonball struck him in his weak point, sending him flying and tumbling to the ground until he landed next to Shigaraki, who was nursing his wounds, blood trickling from his mouth and nose. Itsuka smiled at Momo, who had created the cannon that hit the mist villain, and complimented her shot. Both girls, joined by Ibara, Mina, and Reiko, rushed to where Izuku, Hiryu, and Kyoka were waiting, gasping at the sight of Izuku's injuries. Momo expressed her worry for Izuku, asking what had happened to him. Hiryu explained that he had been fighting a huge black monster and had managed to blast it away, but it had come at the cost of a serious injury. Momo quickly began making bandages from her bare legs, helping the others bind Izuku's wounds, knowing he would need a good amount of care from Recovery Girl. Shigaraki grew frustrated, declaring that these kids were nuisances who loved to fight against the inevitable. He urged Kurogyri to finish them off before the pro-heroes arrived. However, it was too late. The front gates crashed open, and a large blonde hero with pointed hair and glaring ice-blue eyes entered, removing his tie and, for once, not smiling. All Might proclaimed that he would take it from there, announcing his presence with a booming voice and staring directly at the mastermind behind the attack. Shigaraki, realizing All Might had arrived, shouted that it was a pity he was late but insisted he could still achieve their original goal. He charged at All Might, his hand outstretched to touch the symbol of peace. Suddenly, Shigaraki's arms and legs were struck by bullets before he could react, causing him to fall to the ground in pain as Snipe, the cowboy hero, revealed himself, his revolver smoking as he aimed at the villain. Nizu shouted for the villains to stop their games, declaring it was the end of the line for them. The students of U sighed in relief as their teachers arrived, following Tenya, who was gasping but relieved to have brought them in time. Nizu ordered the villains to surrender or face greater consequences. Kurojirai, sensing the urgency, nervously suggested to Shigaraki that it was time to escape. Shigaraki complained about having a terrible day but nodded, and Kurojirai warped them away to safety. Shigaraki swore that although they had failed this time, All Might would soon be dead. All Might frowned, disappointed by the cowardice of the villains who attempted to harm children and fled when the situation turned against them. He approached the group of students surrounding his unconscious successor. Izuku had suffered multiple injuries, with the most serious being fractures in his right arm. All Might knew he would need to learn from the other students what had transpired, but he had no doubt that Izuku had performed admirably in his first fight. He recognized that Izuku had managed to handle the strain of one for all at full power, but it had not been sustainable. He believed that soon, Izuku would break through those limitations. Gathering his students, All Might directed them toward the exit while Achiko and Setsuna joined Momo and Itsuka in tending to Izuku's injuries until paramedics arrived to take him away. This was their first battle, and it would not be their last. They had emerged from it and would grow stronger as a result. Meanwhile, Shigaraki yelled in frustration as the doctor treated his injuries, blood pooling from his wounds. He lamented their defeat, expressing anger that their underlings could not handle a group of inexperienced heroes in training and that their greatest weapon had not even faced All Might due to interference. He noted that there were more students and another pro-hero present, and when All Might arrived, he appeared completely unbothered. A voice from a television set without an image replied, sounding ancient yet active. It stated that they simply had not been prepared enough. Yes, they had underestimated their opponents, a younger voice echoed with a sinister tone. It was fortunate they had acted under the guise of the League of Villains. The voice then inquired about their joint creation, Nu. The first voice questioned whether Numu had been retrieved. He had been blown away, Kurojirai admitted, frustration evident in his demeanor. What? The second voice exclaimed. More precisely, Kurojirai explained, he could not locate Numu without coordinates, even with his warp ability. There had been no time to track him. After all the effort to make Numu as powerful as All Might, it was baffling that he had been defeated by an inexperienced kid, the second voice lamented. He fought Numa head-on, Shigaraki complained. He held his ground, matched him in strength, and even unleashed black tendrils from his arm that tossed Numu around effortlessly. Shigaraki had tried to intervene, but his quirk had failed to affect the boy. In the end, the green-haired kid had delivered a punch that sent Numu soaring, leaving them unable to follow his trajectory. It felt so unfair. But the first voice mused. It was unfortunate, but this was not a wasted effort. They needed to gather the elite and take their time. They required a figure like Shigaraki Tamura to instill fear in the world. An hour after the battle concluded, police swarmed High's campus, arresting the captured villains and taking statements from the students. 13, Vlad King, Eraserhead, and Izuku were rushed to the infirmary, where Recovery Girl and several doctors from Mizudafu General Hospital awaited them. All Might had accompanied them to ensure their safe arrival. On the grounds, a tall detective with short black hair surveyed the scene, glaring at the villains being placed into special transports. As much as he disliked saying it, these children had been fortunate. Aside from the boy with a broken arm, all appeared physically unharmed. Tsukachi, the detective, received an initial account from the officers present. He instructed that the students should return to their classrooms for now. They wouldn't be questioning them immediately, another officer asked. No, Tsukachi replied. These children needed a moment to breathe before recounting their experiences. They would ask them later. Several students approached Tsukachi, worry etched on their faces. Detective, Tsuyu inquired. How are Aizawa-sensei and Ken-sensei? Aizawa-sensei had suffered multiple fractures in both arms and a facial fracture, one of the doctors explained. Fortunately, there seemed to be no serious damage, but his orbital floor had broken into small pieces, and his eyes might experience aftereffects. Ken-sensei had only sustained arm injuries and several bruises, but he would need a BLD transfusion to address his BLD loss. Tsuyu's expression turned somber. "What about 13? Mina asked. "They had already received treatment," Tsukachi replied. "The lacerations were severe but survivable, though 13 would need to take it easy for a while. Recovery Girl's quirk would suffice for his healing." A collective sigh of relief swept through the group. "Deku," Achiko murmured. "What about Midoriya-kun?" Tenya asked. Tsukachi recalled that Midoriya was the one with the broken arm. From what he had been told, the worst injury was indeed the broken arm, along with severe exhaustion. He would recover with rest and treatment. "Thank you, Detective," everyone expressed, relief washing over them as the officers began guiding them to the buses that would take them back to their classrooms. Tsukachi turned to his assistant, a young man with cat-like features. "Sansa, I have business in the nurse's office as well," he stated. Hopefully, they would learn more about this attack. "Please ensure the students arrive safely in their classrooms." Sansa saluted. "Aye, sir." Later that day, the police would discover Numu's body in a grove of trees near the school grounds. The sight was grim, but it helped confirm the students' accounts and revealed additional details. Back in the infirmary, several hours after the battle, Izuku remained asleep, his right arm encased in a cast from hand to shoulder, with bandages covering his numerous minor injuries. Blearily opening his eyes, Izuku tried to look around, still somewhat out of it and utterly exhausted. He saw All Might standing to his right in his true form, while Recovery Girl looked at him from his left. All Might informed him that he had fought the monster the villains had brought in and defeated it, but then he had fallen unconscious. Izuku's worry surfaced as he asked if everyone was safe, inquiring about Eraserhead, Vlad King, and 13. Toshinori smiled, reassuring him that all of his classmates were fine, thanks to his efforts, and that his teachers were receiving treatment for their injuries. Recovery Girl added that Izuku had done a commendable job with Aizawa, as his quick action had ensured that Aizawa received medical attention in time. Izuku sighed in relief, a smile spreading across his face. That relief was short-lived as he remembered something important. He shared with Toshinori that during the fight with the Numu, something strange had happened. When a villain had threatened to harm others, he had felt an overwhelming fury, and black energy tentacles had emerged from his arm, acting on their own to throw the Numu around. Toshinori was astonished, while Recovery Girl raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the phenomenon. Izuku explained that the tentacles had come out of nowhere and that he had been unable to control them, feeling pain even after they returned. He speculated that it might be related to One for All, something All Might not fully understand or had yet to reveal to him. Toshinori decided it was best to end the conversation for now, suggesting that Izuku rest, as he certainly needed it. He left the room, closing the door behind him and standing in the hallway for a moment, reflecting on everything that had transpired. He had read reports about the creature that attacked and was shocked by the depth of its creation, designed specifically to kill him and equipped with quirks meant to counter him. He felt fear for Izuku, who had been forced to confront it, but he was also relieved and impressed by how Izuku had managed to defeat it. Still, the facts about the creature left him with no doubt. His archenemy was still out there. He thought of All for One, knowing the threat was far from over. 2 days later, the main door to the building opened, and everyone turned to see a smiling green-haired boy enter. Izuku was immediately surrounded by Momo, Itsuka, Achiko, and Setsuna. They had missed him dearly since they hadn't been allowed to see him after the USJ incident. They had spent time together, trying to cope with the pain of his absence. Momo had stopped reading, Itsuka struggled to focus on her martial arts training, and Achiko couldn't stop thinking about him. Now that he was back, it felt like a light had returned to their lives. Itsuka asked how his arm was, concern etched on her face. Izuku showed them his right arm, now fully healed thanks to Recovery Girl, the doctors, and his own determination. He reassured them that it was fine now, gripping Itsuka's hand for support. Achiko, hugging him tightly, expressed her relief, asking him not to scare them like that again. Momo echoed her sentiment, sharing how worried they had been. Izuku felt guilty as he apologized, explaining that he had to do what a hero was supposed to do. Setsuna, putting an arm around his shoulders, reminded him that it didn't matter anymore. He was back, and that was what mattered most to them. As they made their way to class, the group took the elevator, parting ways when they reached their floor. Itsuka and Setsuna gave Izuku one last hug before heading to their classroom, while Izuku, Momo, and Achiko did the same. As he sat down, Izuku wondered who would be teaching homeroom with Aizawa out of commission. When the bell rang, the answer was revealed: Shota Aizawa, completely bandaged from head to toe and with his arms in casts. How he was managing to walk was beyond their comprehension, and the sight of their teacher attempting to teach while recovering was a shock to them all. Tenya expressed his curiosity about Aizawa's condition, asking if he was truly all right. Achiko pointed out that it was debatable whether he could be considered all right. Aizawa, in a muffled voice, attempted to reach his desk without collapsing, emphasizing that his well-being was not the main concern at that moment. He reminded the students that the fight was not yet over. Katsuki questioned what fight Aizawa was referring to, while Izuku wondered if it was more villains they had to face. Denki almost shrieked at the thought of facing more villains. Aizawa clarified that the sports festival was approaching, prompting all the students to hit their foreheads against their desks in frustration. They collectively exclaimed that it was just a normal school event. The announcement of the sports festival excited the students, and they eagerly prepared for the upcoming event. During lunchtime, Izuku was called to All Might's office for an important discussion instead of staying with his friends. All Might addressed Izuku, reminding him that the sports festival would be closely watched by pro heroes and the entire country. He had something significant to discuss with him. Izuku listened intently as All Might encouraged him to declare, "I am here," when the time came for him to prove himself. With determination, Izuku nodded, ready to give his all. All Might then asked if Izuku understood how the sports festival worked. Izuku confirmed that he did, explaining that the 4 main class courses participated in 3 games each year, typically starting with a free-for-all, followed by a team competition, and concluding with a round-robin fighting tournament. All Might praised Izuku's understanding, emphasizing that the festival was an opportunity for him to showcase his abilities. Izuku felt a surge of excitement, declaring that he would stand out before the world. However, All Might had another topic to discuss regarding the black tentacles Izuku had manifested during the attack at the UFA. Izuku grimaced at the memory, recalling how the tentacles had saved him but had also caused him pain. All Might shared his research about a hero from 60 years ago who possessed a quirk called Black Whip, which resembled Izuku's experience. He asked if Izuku had been feeling strong emotions at the time. Izuku admitted that he had been furious when Shigaraki threatened his friends, and that intense emotion had triggered his quirk. All Might speculated that Black Whip had used emotions to enhance his abilities and suggested that he might have been a previous holder of One for All. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise at the revelation. All Might explained that while he had no concrete proof, it was possible that Black Whip had mentored the one who had mentored him. He elaborated on the nature of One for All, explaining that it stockpiled power over time and merged with its holders, potentially granting them the quirks of previous users. Izuku was astonished at the idea that he could possess even more quirks. All Might confirmed that he was the 9th holder of One for All and speculated that Izuku might have 6 additional quirks besides his own. The realization struck Izuku deeply, as he processed the implications of being the 9th in a long line of heroes. All Might shared his own journey, revealing that he had been quirkless before receiving One for All. He recounted meeting his mentor at a young age and how she had trained him before passing the quirk to him. Sensing the weight of his mentor's absence, All Might decided to focus on the upcoming sports festival for now, encouraging Izuku to concentrate on preparing for the challenges ahead. Izuku and his mentor, Toshinori, were deep in discussion about the potential of One for All and its connection to the quirks of previous users. Izuku was intrigued by the idea that One for All might not only absorb these quirks but also enhance them, making them even more powerful than before. He reflected on his recent struggles with controlling his own abilities, realizing that his anger had overwhelmed him. Toshinori suggested that Izuku needed more training with One for All to harness its full potential. Izuku nodded, considering the possibilities, but then remembered something important he wanted to discuss with his mentor. He proposed an idea that could significantly help Toshinori in the long run, expressing his longing to rebuild Toshinori's lung and stomach using his healing ability, Help. Toshinori, surprised, listened as Izuku explained his plan, acknowledging the uncertainty but encouraging Izuku's willingness to try. With determination, Izuku moved the table aside, lifted his shirt, and laid down on the floor. He took a deep breath and placed his hands over the scar on Toshinori's chest, channeling healing energy into him. He focused intently, recalling Recovery Girl's teachings as he began to rebuild Toshinori's left lung, ensuring all the BLD vessels were correctly aligned before moving on to the right lung. He could see the changes taking place, allowing Toshinori to breathe more easily. As Izuku worked, he felt the strain on his stamina but pressed on, knowing the importance of his task. He was so focused that he didn't notice Toshinori's eyes shining with gratitude as his stomach gradually reformed, eliminating the need for previous emergency surgery. Once the stomach was restored, Izuku turned his attention to the ribcage, carefully rebuilding the bones that had been lost in battle. Though muscles and other repairs would require more work in the future, the most critical elements were now back in place. Exhausted, Izuku collapsed beside Toshinori, breathing heavily. Toshinori, filled with joy, exclaimed how fantastic he felt for the first time in years. Breathing no longer caused him pain, and he could feel his stomach functioning normally. The scar had faded, and he marveled at how Izuku had accomplished in minutes what the best hospitals and healing quirks had failed to do. Toshinori expressed his gratitude to Izuku, who, still on the ground, humbly downplayed his achievement. He acknowledged that it might have been a one-time success and credited Recovery Girl for teaching him the necessary skills. Toshinori silently resolved to thank the school nurse for her guidance, feeling healthier than he had in a long time. He then encouraged Izuku to bring his best to the upcoming sports festival, warning him that the competition would be unlike anything he had faced before. Meanwhile, as the school day ended, Achiko opened the door to find the corridor filled with students, some familiar from the entrance exam. Confused, she wondered what was happening. Tenya, arriving shortly after her, questioned the purpose of the gathering. Denki complained about being unable to leave, while Katsuki, with a smirk, pointed out that they were likely being scouted by other classes due to their survival during the villain's attack at USJ. Denki made an insulted expression after hearing Katsuki's remark, which Katsuki ignored as he focused on glaring at the crowd, trying to make them step back. He scoffed, expressing his frustration with the situation. Izuku sighed, wondering why Katsuki never learned to interact normally with others. Tenya lectured Katsuki, waving his arm in emphasis, urging him not to refer to people as extras, just because he didn't know them. Hitoshi, observing from the corner of the classroom, pointed out that the crowd was likely just curious, as most of them were from the general studies and support courses, those who hadn't made the cut for the hero course. He reminded everyone that depending on the results of the festival, some could be transferred into the hero course, while others might be moved down if they didn't perform well. A girl with dark hair and pigtails and a fierce expression declared that this was their declaration of war. Katsuki continued to glare before deciding to walk through the crowd as if they weren't there. Izuku felt a sense of urgency and called out to Katsuki, expressing concern that their classmates already disliked them and he didn't want to make things worse. Katsuki shrugged off the concern, stating that as long as they rose to the top, nothing else mattered. Ijiro admired this straightforward attitude, feeling it was simple and manly. Slowly, the crowd dispersed, allowing Class 1A students to leave their classroom. Izuku noticed that Class 1B was similarly surrounded by other students, but his mind was focused on the upcoming festival and the training he needed to undertake. Training intensified for everyone in the class as the U.E. Sports Festival approached, set to be broadcast live on TV. Every bit of improvement was crucial. Izuku decided to return to Dagoba Beach to train his stamina and muscle durability. The USJ incident had shown him that even with help, Enduring one for all at full power for more than a few seconds was a challenge he needed to overcome. He was determined to prove that a new symbol of peace would soon emerge. After finishing a training session, Izuku encountered a middle-aged man in a business suit sitting in his apartment, talking to his mother. He asked his mother who the man was, and she introduced him as Safubi Omocha, a representative from Bandai. Curious, Izuku inquired about the purpose of the visit. Safubi explained that due to recent events, the CEO of Bandai wanted to make him an offer. He invited Izuku to sit down for a more comfortable conversation. As they settled in, Safubi elaborated on the proposal. He explained that a year ago, the CEO had seen news of Izuku's victory over a villain, noting that his move was inspired by a character from their licenses. When it became known that Izuku was attending the CEO decided it was time to act. Safubi revealed that Izuku's actions had drawn unexpected attention to the tokusatsu merchandise and related films. The CEO wanted to know if Izuku would be willing to showcase their products as a form of advertising. In exchange, they would provide him with the first toy of every tokusatsu product they released, along with a regular sponsorship that could increase over time. Safubi offered an initial amount of 50,000 yen per week, with the potential for more based on his presentations. Inko was astonished by the offer, and Safubi confirmed its seriousness. He mentioned that after Izuku fought the sludge villain, their main Ultraman product lines had nearly sold out. He also noted Izuku's impressive collection of tokusatsu merchandise, which he had glimpsed through the door. Safubi asked if they had a deal. Izuku requested a few minutes to discuss the offer with his mother, Inko. They retreated to Izuku's room, where Inko, feeling nervous, asked what he thought about the tempting offer of earning more than 50,000 yen per week just for discussing toys. Izuku expressed his uncertainty, mentioning the upcoming sports festival and his concerns about distractions from his studies at High. He felt that the offer didn't align with his ideals as a hero and preferred to focus on his responsibilities for now. Inko pointed out the positives, such as receiving merchandise for free and the opportunity to save money, but ultimately left the decision to Izuku. After their discussion, they returned to Safubi, who inquired about their decision. Izuku politely declined the offer, explaining that it wouldn't benefit him at this time and that he needed to concentrate on his studies. He mentioned that he might reconsider after graduation. Safubi acknowledged Izuku's position and expressed understanding, assuring him they would remain in contact for future opportunities. Izuku apologized for the inconvenience, and Safubi thanked him for considering the offer before leaving. Meanwhile, at Momo's penthouse, she was reading when she heard someone at the entrance. Closing her book, she went to check and was pleasantly surprised to find Achiko, Itsuka, and Mina at the door. Momo welcomed them inside and asked what brought them there. Achiko explained they had a good reason for the visit and suggested discussing a certain subject at Momo's home, which they deemed the best place for such a meeting. Momo led her classmates to the dining room, where they could sit comfortably at the table. She offered drinks, but the others declined, so Momo got straight to the point, suggesting they discuss their classmate, Izuku. Itsuka confirmed this was indeed the topic. Momo turned to Mina, asking why she had decided to join the meeting. Mina admitted she had been watching Izuku since the apprehension test but hadn't had the chance to speak with him alone due to the presence of the others. She expressed her admiration for Izuku, describing him as fun, kind, and attractive, and confessed to feeling jealous when the others had interacted with him. Itsuka, Momo, and Achiko blushed at the memory of their own interactions with Izuku. Itsuka then shared her story about meeting Izuku at a martial arts dojo years ago. Initially he had seemed scrawny, but as they trained together, they became great friends. It was only after witnessing his selflessness and willingness to protect others that she realized her feelings for him. She lamented that she never confessed before he graduated from the dojo but decided to engage with him more after the sludge incident. Mina expressed her delight with a bright smile, appreciating the charm of childhood romance and the unexpected moments it could bring. Achiko decided it was her turn to share her story, recalling her first encounter with Izuku during the entrance exam. Initially, she thought the nickname Bakugo used for him, Deku, was derived from the phrase meaning "you can do it," but soon realized it was actually his name. Itsuka suggested that perhaps calling him Deku would be more fitting, as it felt wrong for him to accept a name that stemmed from an insult from a close friend. Achiko agreed, acknowledging the validity of her point. She continued, describing how Izuku had been kind to her during the practical portion of the exam. They had entered the testing site together, but soon got separated. When the zero-pointer, a massive faux villain, appeared, she found herself trapped under debris. While others were too frightened to act, Izuku risked everything to help her, even at the cost of his own chances of getting into you. Despite her efforts to focus on her goals, Achiko found it difficult to suppress her feelings for him. Mina, her romantic side emerging, found the story of a damsel in distress to be incredibly charming, cheering for Achiko's connection with Izuku, even if it meant they were rivals in love. Momo then took her turn, sharing her own story, which she felt was less romantic. She had met Izuku while exploring the area, and they had started as good friends. However, everything changed a few days before the exam when they encountered a gang bullying two girls. Without hesitation, Izuku confronted the bullies, and in the ensuing struggle, he unintentionally injured the gang leader. Momo comforted him afterward, realizing that it was his bravery and heroic spirit that had captured her heart. Initially, she thought her feelings would fade, but now she knew she was deeply attached to him. Curious about their friend, Achiko asked why Setsuna hadn't joined them. Itsuka explained that while Setsuna found Izuku attractive, she currently viewed him as just a friend, surprising the others, who had assumed she was interested in him after the events before the USJ invasion. As they shared their confessions, an awkward silence settled among the four girls, each realizing they had developed feelings for the same kind-hearted boy. They reflected on the qualities that drew them to him: kindness, courage, and intelligence, unsure of how to navigate their emotions. Mina broke the silence, suggesting they discuss their next steps. Momo proposed they focus on the upcoming sports festival, emphasizing the importance of not letting their feelings distract them or their classmates during such a significant event. Itsuka agreed, suggesting they form a pact of silence until the festival was over, committing to share their thoughts only with one another. The others nodded in agreement, feeling the weight of their shared secret. Momo then suggested that they should confess their feelings to Izuku after the festival, expressing concern that if they waited too long, someone else might take the opportunity to win his heart. The others hesitated at the thought, but Momo's determination resonated with them. The idea of losing Izuku to someone else was unacceptable. They all agreed to confess after the sports festival, allowing Izuku to choose who he wanted to date, while promising to remain friends with whoever he did not choose. Momo emphasized that jealousy or sabotage would not be tolerated. With no objections raised, Itsuka placed her hand in the center, and the others followed suit, sealing their pact with a sense of unity and determination. And with that out of the way, the girls continued to train for the upcoming sports festival, just like their classmates. Each student devised their own training scenarios, taking advantage of U's expansive grounds. However, they rarely trained together, as they were friends and classmates but also competitors striving for the ultimate goal of victory. Soon, the big day of the event would arrive. The day had finally come. The sports festival was underway, a prime source of entertainment for people all over Japan. It also served as a significant source of income for thanks to the numerous stands set up across the campus. Not only did vendors pay a fee to rent a spot, but merchandise related to and pro heroes also contributed to the revenue. Campus was so large that it could accommodate 3 Olympic-sized stadiums, one for each class year. Typically, the event that drew the largest crowds was the third-year tournament, as it was their last chance to showcase their skills. However, this time, the first-year students captured the audience's attention, likely because people were eager to see what the students who had bravely faced a group of villains could do, especially the one who had taken down the formidable member of the villains. Kamui Woods grumbled as he walked around the grounds transformed into stalls and streets with Death Arms and MD Lady. He had hoped to do some scouting. They had to work security, so they didn't have much choice, Death Arms replied. He assured Kamui that they would be able to watch the events on the screens and later at home. Meanwhile, MT Lady enjoyed some takoyaki she had managed to get for free by charming the stall owner. It seemed that nearly every pro hero had been called in to help with security this year, she noted. That reminded Death Arms to ask if they thought the green-haired boy was present. Kamui Woods grinned, confident that he would send an offer to intern with him when he had the chance. Death Arms pointed out that they had never actually learned the boy's name that day. Kamui paused for a moment, covering his face with his right hand in realization. MT Lady wisely suggested that they would likely learn it today if he had indeed arrived. They should be able to recognize his abilities. Since their encounter with the green-haired boy a year prior, the three heroes had dedicated themselves to working harder than ever, taking his constructive criticism to heart. MT Lady had undergone the most significant change, taking her role as a pro hero more seriously. While she still enjoyed attention and occasionally posed for the crowd, she was careful about the collateral damage caused by her quirk. She used her enhanced strength to become more capable of fighting both villains and disasters, and doing good felt rewarding, motivating her to maintain her progress. In the Class 1A waiting room, Mina expressed her disappointment at not being able to wear her hero costume, settling instead for her PE uniform. Mashareo reminded her that they had to keep things fair, as the other classes were also in PE uniforms, which provided everyone with a relatively equal chance, aside from the advantages of their quirks. Sato nervously wondered what the first round would entail, feeling the anticipation building. Fumikage stated that it did not matter what challenges awaited them, they had no choice but to face whatever came their way. Mizo nodded in agreement, emphasizing the need to overcome every obstacle. Just then the door opened, and Momo and Izuku entered the room. Momo asked if everyone was ready, as they would be entering the stadium soon. One by one, everyone stood, prepared to demonstrate their worth as future heroes. However, Shoto approached Izuku as he stretched his limbs. Midoriya turned to look at his classmate, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Shoto bluntly stated that, objectively, he and Izuku were the strongest individuals present, suggesting that Izuku might even be stronger than him. While Katsuki bristled at the comment, he chose to remain silent, and Izuku raised an eyebrow in response. Izuku struggled to hide his surprise when Shoto pointed out his connection to All Might. Shoto, known for his reserved nature, had surprisingly noticed something that others had missed. Shoto continued to gaze at Izuku, stating that he intended to win against him. The boldness of his declaration caught everyone off guard, especially coming from someone who usually kept to himself. Denki, unable to contain his excitement, remarked on Shoto's unexpected challenge, only to be playfully reprimanded by Kyoka. Ijiro placed a hand on Shoto's shoulder, attempting to diffuse the tension before a confrontation could escalate. He urged Shoto to reconsider his timing, reminding everyone that they were on the brink of the festival. Shoto brushed Ijiro's hand away, maintaining his intense focus on Izuku, who responded with a confident smile. Izuku was determined not to back down, expressing his eagerness to compete. He reminded Shoto that they were all there to showcase their abilities, and that every student from the other courses would be striving for the top. He emphasized the importance of not falling behind and the collective ambition they shared. Ijiro, still trying to keep the peace, advised Izuku not to take Shoto's challenge too harshly. He pointed out that there were many strong contenders in the room, urging Shoto to remember that they were not alone in their strength. As Shoto raised an eyebrow, he turned to leave, while Katsuki, who had been listening, rolled his eyes in response. Soon, they would all head to the arena, ready to demonstrate their skills. In the VIP stands, Inko expressed her gratitude to Yagi for securing their seats. Although not front row, they were close enough for her to see her son clearly. Mitsuki chimed in, excited about the unobstructed view of the action, much to her husband's dismay. Masaru apologized for her choice of words, while Toshinori, feeling grateful for his health, explained how he had come by the tickets. He had received them from a friend at U, and decided to invite Inko and her family since their children would be participating. Mitsuki laughed, thankful for the friends who had helped them, while Masaru tried to rein in her enthusiasm. As the event began, Present Mick's voice boomed through the arena, energizing the crowd. He announced the start of the U, the Sports Festival, inviting everyone to cheer for the first-year students. Shota, sitting next to present Mike, grumbled about his participation as the audience eagerly awaited the competitors' entrance. The atmosphere was electric as the silhouettes of the students appeared, and soon they were marching onto the stage, led by Izuku, proudly displaying their uniforms and waving to the cheering crowd. And these are our hero course, who, despite their youth, have managed to overcome the enemy with hearts on fire and souls of steel. Classes 1A and 1B. The crowd cheered wildly. After the news of the attack on the school, people had wondered how these young heroes had fought off the intruders, and now they would witness it. On stage, the students looked around at the massive crowd. Izuku expressed his amazement at the number of people present. Tenya, sharing his excitement, wondered if they would be able to give their best performance under such scrutiny, noting that this was part of their training to become heroes. Ijiro, feeling a bit overwhelmed, asked Katsuki if he was nervous, to which Katsuki responded with enthusiasm, feeling more energized by the situation. Present Mike continued the introductions, announcing the other classes. The general studies students, classes 1C, 1D, and 1E, were next, followed by the support course, classes 1F, 1G, and 1H, and finally the business course, classes 1I, 1J, and 1K. While the reception for these classes was not as intense as that for the hero course, they still received the cheers they deserved as students of Japan's foremost hero academy. One student from general studies remarked that they felt like they were just there to make the hero course look better, while another echoed a similar sentiment. Hitoshi sighed but chose not to respond, knowing he might have felt the same way had he not been moved to the hero course by Aizawa-sensei. As the first years gathered in the center of the stage, a loud WHP crack caught their attention. Time for the player's pledge, a feminine voice announced. The male students in the stadium blushed as they saw the attractive woman on the stand, WHP in hand and a confident smile on her face. Present Mike introduced her as this year's chief umpire for the first-year tournament, the R-rated hero, Midnight. The audience buzzed with whispers about the principal's absence, noting that he was always at the third-year stage. Most of the male students were flustered, unable to maintain their composure in the presence of such beauty. Even though she was their art teacher, her choice of attire was much more daring than usual. Ijiro commented on Midnight's revealing outfit, his face turning as red as his hair. Denki enthusiastically affirmed that this was typical for the R-rated hero. Fumikage questioned whether it was appropriate for her to conduct the tournament in such attire, to which Denki responded with a thumbs up. Midnight commanded attention, whipping the air again and calling for silence. She announced that representing the students was Midoriya Izuku from Class 1A. All eyes turned to the green-haired teenager. Aware that this attention was due to his high score on the entrance exam, he confidently walked to the front of the stage and stood next to the microphone, where Midnight smiled at him. She whispered encouragement, and Izuku took a deep breath, preparing to speak. He began his pledge, sharing a profound realization he had come to at a young age, that not all people are created equally, and the world is often a harsh and unforgiving place. He acknowledged that many have a harder life than others, recognizing his own fortune in comparison. Izuku paused, sensing the crowd's rapt attention. He continued, emphasizing that reality often does not align with people's desires, and the key to survival is to adapt and keep moving forward. He spoke of the responsibility they all share to honor those who came before them, whether mentors or parents, and the importance of making them proud through their efforts. He concluded by stating that their journey was not solely for themselves, but a collective duty to rise to the occasion and surpass the expectations set by those who paved the way for them at U and beyond. It was about how hard of a hit one could take and keep getting up to stand by the ideals they believed in. For those who had reached this point in their lives, it was clear that it wasn't just talent that had brought them here. It was the determination that provided the chance to help everyone, to serve society, and to protect the innocent from danger and misfortune, regardless of their perceived weaknesses. Everyone participating that day was not a coward and was determined not to disappoint anyone. If they knew their worth, they were encouraged to prove it to the world by showing they were better than they had been yesterday, striving to outdo themselves today. That was how victory was achieved, and may the best thrive. Izuku's words resonated deeply with everyone in the arena, leaving them speechless. He took a final breath before concluding his speech. He expressed that dreams could become reality, no matter the obstacles and challenges faced in life. With hard work, anyone could overcome these challenges and eventually reach their goals. He bowed to his classmates and the audience, thanking them for their time and wishing for a memorable sports festival. He encouraged everyone to go beyond, declaring, "Plus Ultra." As Izuku walked down the stairs from the stage to rejoin his classmates, the stadium was initially silent, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Moments later, one person began to clap, followed by another, then a third, and soon everyone was on their feet, applauding Izuku with respect and admiration for his inspiring words. Izuku smiled, realizing the applause was for him, feeling the joy that comes with achieving something extraordinary. Ijiro expressed his admiration, saying he had never heard such wise words before, finding them more impactful than any punch. Tetsu cheered, calling Izuku's speech motivating. Nito, despite his rivalry with Class 1A, acknowledged the quality of the speech with a smile. Meanwhile, Itsuka, Mina, Momo, and Achiko joined in the applause, with Izuku smiling as he tried to manage the excitement of his more boisterous classmates. Present Mike announced with enthusiasm, urging everyone to give it up for Midoriya Izuku, declaring that the speech would be remembered in the future. Shota, through the speakers, expressed his respect for Izuku, noting that he had earned it, something not many could achieve. In the stands, other heroes reacted. Vlad King nodded in contemplation, recalling what the young man who had saved him had said. Endeavor smirked, the heat around him intensifying, making others grateful for their distance. Tashinori, attempting to help Inko calm down from her emotional outburst with Masaru and Mitsuki, wore a proud smirk. Inko proudly declared her son's achievement, while Mitsuki remarked on Izuku's impressive nature, drying her friend's tears with her husband nodding in agreement. Down at the stage, two students remained silent. Bakugo, astonished as his former friend received congratulations from nearly all the students, and Shoto, who recognized Izuku as the real deal. Midnight expressed her gratitude to Izuku for his inspiring pledge, noting that he had touched the hearts of everyone in the arena, including hers, and urged to get started right away. Achiko mumbled about you doing everything right away, a sentiment echoed by her friends and rivals, who were all captivated by the heartfelt speech given by the cinnamon roll they admired. Izuku Midoriya was certainly an interesting person, different from the rest. Hitoshi couldn't wait to see him in action again. On that day in the canteen, Hitoshi had expected Midoriya to look down on him and his quirk, as many had before. Instead, Midoriya had complimented it and confidently stated that he would become a great hero. During the USJ incident, while he unleashed his quirk against the villain teleporter, Midoriya had fought the Numu on his own and emerged victorious. Rather than pledging to win the festival like others, he had encouraged everyone to give their best. Many of the other students shared this sentiment. Accustomed to being overlooked in favor of the hero course, they were surprised by Midoriya's humble and encouraging words. Instead of ignoring them, he had made a point to include everyone in his speech, shattering their preconceived notions and fostering newfound respect for him. The first game was announced as the qualifier, with only a limited number of competitors allowed to advance to the next stage. Midnight's voice rang out, filled with excitement as she revealed the details. A giant holographic roulette spun behind her, capturing everyone's attention as it slowed down. Obstacle race, it declared. An obstacle race seemed intriguing to Izuku, who wondered how it would unfold during the sports festival. The course would span the outer circumference of the stadium, nearly 4 kilometers long. Midnight's mischievous tone hinted at the freedom allowed within the race. As long as competitors remained on the course, anything was fair game. Shota added a reminder that running the entire course was mandatory, and attempting to shortcut by leaving and re-entering was strictly forbidden. Present Mike chimed in with enthusiasm, urging everyone to take their places as excitement filled the air. The students began to move toward the tunnel leading to the starting line. As Izuku prepared, All Might's words echoed in his mind, urging him to declare his presence to the world. Looking into the eyes of his peers, He saw their unbreakable will and determination to excel. He realized the impact his words had on them. He had ignited a fire in their hearts, inspiring them to strive for greatness. This realization brought a smile to his face, knowing his message had resonated. The countdown began as the first of 3 green lights turned off. His thoughts were focused on his family and All Might, who had placed their faith in him. He couldn't let them down. He had to win and push himself even further. The second light went out. In the stands, Toshinori anxiously folded his hands, while Inko clasped her mouth in anticipation. Izuku's eyes glowed with green energy as electricity surged through his legs. The final light went out. Start! Immediately, all the students charged toward the tunnel exit, knowing that gaining a lead in those precious seconds was crucial. Present Mike enthusiastically began the commentary, asking Shota for insights on the early stages of the race. Shota, somewhat reluctant, pointed out the chaos inside the tunnel as participants jostled for space, struggling to fit through the narrow passage. Suddenly, the temperature dropped, and many students felt their feet and legs becoming immobilized as a bicolored teen effortlessly ran past them. "Sorry, but I have to win," Shoto said, leaving a trail of ice behind him. Those trapped in the ice struggled to break free, their frustration evident as they attempted to move forward, hindered by the icy barrier created by Endeavor's sun. Katsuki unleashed his explosions, propelling himself above the other students and past Shoto's ice trail, shouting his defiance at the icy barrier. Itsuka, with her enlarged fists, blocked the ice, while Momo skillfully leaped over it using 2 long staffs. Tetsu declared his resilience, smashing through the ice with his steel arms. Yuga, confident in his abilities, fired a beam that allowed him to soar over the crowd, as Ijiro broke through the ice with his hardening quirk and Tagaru sliced through the remnants that had fallen on him. Mashireo leaped over the ice, determined not to be caught again, while Mina used her acid to melt the ice, skating toward the exit. Achiko struggled to navigate the slippery surface, lamenting her inability to use her special move yet. Meanwhile, Hitoshi had cleverly persuaded 4 students to carry him across the ice, showcasing his resourcefulness. Katsuki, fueled by determination, ignited more of his sweat for an extra boost, vowing not to let Shoto escape easily. Shoto, glancing back, realized that his trap had not ensnared as many students as he had anticipated. He muttered to himself, surprised by the number of competitors who had dodged his ice. Izuku, however, was a force to be reckoned with. He dashed past the ice trap at an astonishing speed, leaving behind streaks of his signature green energy. He had effortlessly outpaced everyone else and was now clearly in the lead. Shoto could hardly believe his eyes, wondering how Izuku managed to run so fast without tiring. Present Mike, astonished, announced Izuku's lead, while the spectators shared in the surprise of the green-haired future hero's swift maneuvering. Shota explained to the onlookers that if they had been paying attention, they would have seen Izuku use his quirk right from the start, making a strategic decision to be the first through the narrow tunnel. As Izuku glanced back and saw Shoto trailing him, he smirked, teasing his rival about the ice trap. Before Shoto could respond, Izuku suddenly came to a halt, his expression shifting as he spotted a 0-pointer, reminiscent of the one he had faced during the entrance exam. The robot's red eye locked onto him, signaling the start of a new challenge. Present Mike announced the emergence of more 0-pointers, setting their sights on the participants, causing panic among the students. Denki expressed his horror at the sight of the approaching robots, realizing the magnitude of the obstacles they faced. Shoto, witnessing the 0-pointers for the first time, reflected on the challenges his peers had endured during the entrance exam. Momo pondered the financial implications of creating such formidable machines. Before Shoto could make a move, Izuku launched himself toward the nearest robot, determination etched on his face. He declared his intent to confront the faux villain, channeling his energy into a powerful punch. The 0-pointer attempted to swat him down, but Izuku deftly countered, delivering a devastating blow that sent the robot crashing into others, triggering a chain reaction. The impact left spectators in awe, with Mitsuki and Inko exchanging astonished glances. Inko stammered about Izuku's recent training, surprised by his newfound strength. Masaru noted the possibility of a secondary quirk, explaining how Izuku had projected energy while arcs of electricity danced around him, enhancing his power. Toshinori felt a wave of nervousness wash over him as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He recognized the sharpness of the man in front of him, realizing that much of Bakugo's intelligence likely stemmed from him. Inko turned toward Toshinori, her expression serious. She asked if he had known anything about the situation, reminding him that he had helped train Bakugo in the months leading up to the entrance exam. Surely he must have some insight. Toshinori hesitated before admitting that during training, they had discovered a hidden aspect of Bakugo's quirk, one that he hadn't shared with anyone. Inko's determination was evident as she resolved to speak with Bakugo after the festival, adopting her typical, almighty mom, tone. Toshinori felt a pang of guilt, knowing he would need to talk to Midoriya and apologize for putting him in a difficult position. He turned back to the screen, hoping to divert attention for now. After defeating the faux villains, Izuku landed gracefully on the ground, surrounded by debris, drawing astonished looks from everyone around. He expressed his disappointment, feeling that he had expected a greater challenge, before pushing forward with renewed energy to continue the race. Present Mike announced the impressive display of strength and speed as Izuku effortlessly took down several zero-pointers, likening them to mere pebbles on the road. The spectators, both in the stadium and at home, were captivated by the power exhibited by the green-haired teenager, prompting many pro-heroes to take a keen interest in him. Shoto watched from a distance, annoyance creeping in as he saw his rival gaining ground. Determined not to be outperformed, he summoned Frost to his right hand, wishing for a more formidable challenge, especially with the man watching. He swiftly raised his arm, freezing a group of zero-pointers with ease, creating a path for himself as he ran forward. The robots ceased to function, their circuits frozen solid. Participants began to take advantage of the opening Shoto had created, moving through the gap. Shoto cautioned them, explaining that he had frozen the robots for a reason, his voice monotone as the zero-pointers collapsed, effectively immobilizing several competitors. Although some were injured, none were gravely harmed. Present Mike commented on Shoto's strategic move, noting how he had trapped his fellow competitors under the ice while closing in on Izuku from second place. The audience agreed that Shoto's quirk was indeed powerful, even if it paled in comparison to Izuku's. Shota observed Shoto's calculated advance toward Izuku, acknowledging his strategic thinking. Katsuki, refusing to be left behind, propelled himself upward toward the head of one of the zero-pointers, determined to prove himself. Present Mike highlighted Katsuki's clever maneuver as he landed and fired a focused blast, successfully taking down the robot. With a smirk, Katsuki propelled himself forward, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he joined Izuku and Shoto. It wasn't just the trio from Class 1A that maneuvered through the obstacles with ease. Soon, other students from the hero course followed suit, overcoming the challenges posed by the ice and robots. Snipe noted from the teacher's cabin that Classes 1A and 1B were the fastest to navigate the obstacles. 13 acknowledged the other students' efforts, particularly those from general studies who aimed to enter the hero course, but it was clear that 1A and 1B were not ones to linger. The audience watched intently as the drones captured the action, showcasing how the hero class students breezed through the first obstacle. Tenya kicked away several robots, Ibra used her vines to launch them against each other, and Ijiro and Tetsu tore them apart, using the remains as makeshift ammunition against the others. Both classes had experienced firsthand the world before them through the incident at the UFA. Mina ran ahead, leaving behind several robots that had been defeated by her acid. Those who had fear planted in their hearts had dealt with it and pulled through. They had all used that experience to drown out their hesitation. Shota acknowledged what his students and Vlad's had gone through, feeling proud that they were using that experience to fuel their pursuit of glory and victory in the sports festival. Multiple explosions echoed as the zero-pointers were taken down. As the students continued running, a motorized scooter with 3 passengers sped across the field. Momo, who was driving, had created the scooter in just a few moments and was munching on an energy bar provided by Achiko, who sat behind her, being lifted by a floating Itsuka, whom Achiko had used her power on. The students were astonished as the scooter zoomed into the distance, soon disappearing behind the trail of the boys ahead. One student remarked on Momo's creation of the scooter, while another noted her impressive entrance through recommendations. Another urged the participants to focus on running as they prepared for the next part of the obstacle race. During the entrance exam, the robots had been seen as enemies to avoid. Snipe noted that if the students viewed them as mere objects to defeat, they would soon see obvious openings. Izuku glanced back and saw Shoto and Katsuki quickly pursuing him, followed by Momo, Achiko, and Itsuka on the motorized scooter. Tenya was not far behind, thanks to his quirk. Suddenly, Izuku sensed something ahead and looked forward, quickly stopping just in time to avoid falling off a cliff. Present Mike gleefully announced the next challenge, and Izuku took in the scene before him. In front of him was what appeared to be a bottomless pit. Tall platforms were spaced out on either side, but they were so far apart that jumping between them seemed impossible. Narrow trails of rope stretched between the platforms, which Izuku doubted would hold the weight of several students. If anyone fell, they would be out. To avoid falling, they would have to crawl. It was indeed a daunting challenge. Izuku carefully assessed the obstacle, deciding he had the means to get through. He took 2 steps back, then ran forward, empowering his jump with energy. He soared through the air, expertly timing his jumps to reach each platform without needing the ropes, continuing to run until he finally crossed to the other side. He moved like a streak of green bouncing from platform to platform. Present Mike announced Izuku's impressive feat, and the crowd cheered as the students approached the pit. Shoto challenged Izuku, creating an ice bridge to connect the platforms and sliding across. Katsuki, frustrated that Izuku seemed unfazed, propelled himself forward with explosions, ignoring the pit as he made it over the obstacle. Achiko expressed her shock and admiration for Izuku's high jumps, while Momo, equally impressed, stopped the scooter. The 3 dismounted and silently agreed to choose their paths independently. Momo balanced herself on one of the wires, Itsuka swung across with her giant hands, and Achiko reluctantly used her quirk to pull herself across, fighting nausea all the way. A pink-haired girl wearing goggles and a wide assortment of gadgets arrived at the cliff, smiling. Glitter. Here was her chance to shine. She was eager to showcase her creations, and as she approached the edge, her excitement bubbled over. The moment she crossed the frontier, her rocket boots activated, propelling her to the other side. Another victory for her inventions. Mina observed the scene, noting the competitive spirit. She began using her dancing skills to navigate the pit, while Hitoshi, now without his usual support, watched as even the kids from the support course proved their worth today. Tenya felt a surge of determination. His older brother was likely watching and he couldn't let him see him falter. Seeing several classmates already ahead, he knew he had to push himself. He landed on the nearest rope and activated the engines in his calves, launching himself forward. Ahead, Shoto glanced back to see Katsuki gaining on him. He noted Katsuki's increased intensity, pondering if he was simply a slow starter. Katsuki growled in frustration, realizing Shoto was accelerating even more. He pushed his explosions to gain speed, determined to close the gap. Present Mike, observing the race, noted the fierce competition. The audience shared his excitement, cheering for the students as they vied for the lead. The spectators commented on the impressive abilities of the competitors. They marveled at the second-place contender, recognizing his powerful quirk and exceptional athleticism. It was clear he had inherited the prowess of his famous father. The discussions continued, highlighting the remarkable feats of the other competitors. One had taken down a large robot effortlessly, while another had crossed the pit with ease, reminiscent of a young hero in action. As the race progressed, Present Mike encouraged the students to push forward, emphasizing that the outcome was still uncertain. The competitors charged through the obstacle course, determined not to be left behind. Izuku was focused as he approached the final obstacle, a large area marked with a warning sign. Danger, signs. The announcer explained the challenge ahead, describing the minefield designed to test the runner's agility and awareness. The mines were not overly dangerous but would create a loud distraction. Shota, observing from the sidelines, commented on the nature of the challenge, dismissing the idea that it could truly scare anyone. As Shoto closed in, Izuku assessed the situation. The obstacle course seemed designed to create tension for those in the lead, adding an element of excitement for the audience. He began to navigate the mines carefully, avoiding them with precision. Suddenly, Katsuki's voice rang out behind him, filled with determination. He launched himself over the minefield, aiming to overtake Shoto and catch up to Izuku. The rivalry was palpable as he declared he wouldn't let Izuku get ahead. Katsuki unleashed an explosion aimed at Izuku, who swiftly dodged and countered with an energy blast. Katsuki evaded the attack and retaliated with a series of explosions, trying to disrupt Izuku's focus, but Izuku skillfully avoided each strike. Present Mike announced the unfolding drama, highlighting the new competition for second place and energizing the crowd. The atmosphere was electric as the two students engaged in a fierce contest for position. With Izuku and Katsuki preoccupied with their rivalry, Shoto seized the opportunity to close the gap. As Izuku blocked Katsuki's blast, Shoto prepared to make his move, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Shoto declared that he needed to prove a point as he unleashed his ice toward the two competitors. However, before the massive glacier could envelop them, Izuku sensed the impending attack and quickly surrounded himself with dark green energy. With a powerful burst, he released the energy in a brilliant flash, causing a chain reaction that set off the mines within the blast radius. The resulting explosion created a thick dust cloud that obscured the obstacle course from the spectators, while the glacier fragmented into pieces. The commentator noted the impressive display, highlighting how Midoriya's quick thinking had triggered a chain reaction with the mines, effectively shielding himself from Todoroki's attack. Mitsuki gasped in shock, only for Masaru to cover her mouth to prevent her from shouting too loudly. Inko watched the dust cloud with concern, her heart racing for Izuku's safety. Toshinori reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, though his eyes remained fixed on the cloud, filled with worry. He silently urged Midoriya to persevere, hoping for a sign of his success. After a brief moment of uncertainty, a figure burst forth from the dust cloud, Izuku, sprinting with determination, fully committed to reaching his goal. The commentator excitedly announced that Midoriya had cleared the minefield in an instant, now focused solely on the finish line ahead. Shota acknowledged Izuku's clever strategy, noting that while he had eliminated obstacles for his opponents, he had also gained a significant lead that could secure him first place in the race. It was a smart choice that would serve him well as a future pro hero. Emerging from the cloud, Shoto propelled himself forward using his ice, closely followed by Katsuki, who was determined to catch up with explosive bursts of energy. Present Mike enthusiastically praised the students, drawing attention to their remarkable performance, while Vlad King chimed in, defending his own class's contributions. Shota responded with a sigh, admitting that he couldn't take full credit for their skills as the cameras captured the three teenagers leading the race toward the tunnel that would take them into the stadium. As they approached the finish line, the excitement in the air was palpable. The audience eagerly anticipated who would emerge victorious. Izuku, glancing back, playfully whistled to catch Shoto and Katsuki's attention. He called out to Katsuki, who became infuriated at the sight of Izuku's teasing demeanor. Fueled by determination, Katsuki accelerated, while Shoto watched in disbelief as Izuku stuck out his tongue in a playful taunt. With the taunt complete, Izuku turned back and poured all his energy into his legs, crossing the tunnel at an incredible speed, barely giving the cameras time to capture his victory before he entered the stadium. The commentator announced that Midoriya had made a spectacular entrance as he won the obstacle course, and a shower of rainbow-colored confetti fell as the crowd erupted in cheers. Izuku, slightly exhausted but still standing tall, took a moment to soak in the applause, raising his fist in triumph. Outside the stadium, Death Arms, Kamui Woods, and a lady gathered around a nearby screen, captivated by the announcement. They recognized the name being shouted by Present Mike and smiled as they witnessed who had claimed victory. Empty Lady mused about Midoriya Izuku, while Death Arms grinned, nudging Kamui Woods as he confirmed their earlier thoughts about his performance. The tree hero reflected on the time since they had seen him defeat the sludge villain, noting how much stronger he had become. Death Arms remarked on Izuku's impressive achievement, and MT Lady speculated about the offers that would surely come his way, regardless of the outcome in the finals. She shrugged off the attention of eager fans, her focus remaining on the talented green-haired boy displayed on the screens. Death Arms and Kamui Woods nodded in agreement before excusing themselves to the fans and returning to their security patrol. In a dark room, the leader of the league of villains watched the sports festival from a computer, frustration evident as he scratched his neck. In another building, a man in a business suit observed the sports festival on the TV screen in his office. He lamented his lack of success in convincing Midoriya to sign, realizing it would have been a significant advantage for the company. Inko cried out in happiness upon seeing Izuku, tears welling in her eyes. Mitsuki, accustomed to her friend's emotional outbursts, quickly moved to assist her, while her husband patted her back, offering comfort. "There, that line, let it all out," Mitsuki said, waving at both Izuku and her son, who was glaring at Izuku. She noted that she needed to have another talk with him soon. Toshinori clapped and smiled down at Izuku, filled with pride as he raised his fist high in the air. He thought about how Izuku was making a statement, showing everyone why he was worthy of becoming the next symbol of peace and justice. Toshinori felt immense excitement for his successor, pleased to see Izuku maturing as both a person and a hero. He reflected on how the festival was a competition for the top, where popularity mattered, and recognized that Izuku, at his core, was a true hero who wanted to help and protect others. Toshinori realized he had worried for nothing, relieved that Izuku was not overwhelmed with tears. His attention was drawn when he overheard discussions about Izuku's name from below, near the arena floor. The conversation among the observers revealed their admiration for Midoriya's impressive performance. They noted how quickly his reputation would rise, especially given the power of his quirk, which had allowed him to take down a foe villain in one shot. They speculated on how to market him effectively, discussing his looks, innocence, strong physique, and brilliant mind, while acknowledging the need for more raw material to work with. The business course students, participating in the festival, focused less on the competition itself and more on honing their instincts through merchandise sales and marketing simulations. They had ample free time during the festival, allowing them to consider how to apply their skills to the emerging heroes. Meanwhile, Shoto and Katsuki, who had finished second and third just moments after Izuku crossed the finish line, were breathing as they tried to catch their breath from the intense effort of the obstacle race. Shoto remained calm, contemplating how Izuku had accomplished so much, while Katsuki clenched his arms, attempting to steady them after the numerous explosions he had unleashed. Frustration bubbled within Katsuki as he cursed Izuku under his breath. Present Mike announced the results as the competitors began to filter into the arena, congratulating everyone on their hard work. Shoto walked back to the locker room, contemplating how to address Izuku. Itsuka entered next, closely followed by Momo, who reached the line just before Tenya. Achiko trailed behind them. They had all benefited from the path carved by Izuku and Shoto, successfully navigating the challenging obstacles. Achiko cheered joyfully, hopping over to Izuku and jumping into his arms, her small bags under her eyes indicating she had overworked her quirk. She expressed her excitement about his first-place finish. Momo offered her congratulations with a respectful bow. "I knew you could do it," Itsuka exclaimed, smiling as she gave Izuku a quick hug. She expressed her regret at not being able to catch up to him faster. Tenya mumbled to himself, feeling downcast about his placement in the tournament. He couldn't believe he had only come in sixth with a quirk like his. Izuku, trying to lift Tenya's spirits, pointed out the positives. He reminded Tenya that he had still outperformed many others and was likely to advance to the next stage. Despite his disappointment, Tenya resolved to put in more effort for the next round, determined to improve. Izuku nodded, a grin spreading across his face as he contemplated his own abilities and the challenges ahead. As the last of the students gathered, Midnight announced the conclusion of the first game of the first-year tournament and prepared to reveal the results. The rankings were displayed, showing Izuku in first place, followed by Todoroki, Bakugo, Kendo, Yaoyorozu, Ida, and Uraraka, with Aoyama placing 42nd and visibly struggling. Midnight informed everyone that the top 42 would advance, expressing her disappointment that not all could move forward. She encouraged the students to give their best in the upcoming competition, which would attract significant media attention. With a flourish, Midnight activated the holographic spinning wheel, teasing the students about the next game. When the wheel stopped, it revealed the next challenge, a cavalry battle. Denki expressed his lack of enthusiasm for the event, while Tsuyu and others voiced their confusion about how it would work. Midnight explained that participants could form teams of 2 to 4, similar to a traditional cavalry battle. However, this time each participant would be assigned a point value based on their performance in the first game. Sato recognized the point-based system from the entrance exam, and Achiko quickly grasped that teams would be valued differently depending on their members. Midnight playfully scolded the students for interrupting her, reminding them of their training to listen attentively. She clarified that the point values would increase by 5, starting from the lowest placement. Izuku calculated his score, believing he had earned 210 points for his first-place finish. However, Midnight's mischievous smirk hinted at a twist. She revealed that the point value for first place was an astonishing 10 million, leaving Izuku stunned and regretting not recalling that rule. The realization dawned on everyone. If a team could take down the first-place player, they could claim victory regardless of their starting position. Midnight emphasized the competitive nature of the event, where even those who ranked low could topple the leaders. As Izuku processed this information, he began to smile and laugh, excitement bubbling within him. Those nearby started to sense that the upcoming battle might not be as straightforward as they had anticipated. Izuku stood confidently, challenging the remaining 41 participants. He declared that he would not back down without a fight, igniting a spark of determination within himself. Even Midnight felt a chill run down her spine, contemplating the formidable force she had unleashed among the other teenagers.